Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. And thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Hope you're all doing well. I remember when we watched Arcane. Indeed. Shit was so good. I love that intro so much, Pyro. Thanks. Me too. Me too. It's pretty sick. Shatrick made some sick fucking stuff. Just for the troll, you got to do another strife. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Oh, you mean another Josh strife video? Yeah. That'd be funny. Just another like 6 hours. Fuck it. Welcome, everyone. What's up, Darius? What's up, Burnt Dorito? Started twerking involuntarily. What's up, Grim? What's up, Gamma, Icarus? Barrels, Vadron, hello. What's up, Legion? Thanks for subbing for 28 months, man. Hello, Bridget. What's up? What's up, Denmaku? It was a good 6 hours. It was like 7.5 hours. Yo, what's up, Zivs? How did Olive do last night? She did okay after the fireworks stopped. I think she's getting more comfortable going on her bed in the closet where it's a little darker and the sound is a little muffled. I think that helps calm her down. Fireworks stopped at a reasonable time last night. They stopped at like 10 o'clock. I didn't hear any after that. It was nice. People actually being respectful. Where we lived before, people would set that shit off till like 1 in the morning. Weather wasn't bad last night, and the next couple days are actually supposed to be pretty clear. There's like a 25% chance it rains today, and then after that, it's supposed to be pretty clear. So, what's up, Throngladite? It's going well. How are you? For some reason, Locke didn't get that many reacts besides Necrit, which is insane. Well, he's not a Darkin or a demon. So, idiots started like 4 fires here last night. Yeah. Oh, spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Banger. Looking forward to reacting to some stuff today. Got the League Classic announcement. Got the Locke stuff. And we'll see what I want to take a look at after that. There's a video by Navi. Lore Aatrox versus Mordekaiser isn't even close. It's interesting. Interesting. Curious who they would put actually at number 1. How long is this video? 14 minutes, dude? You serious? Late game, bro. Let me scale. Freljord and Demacia Lord is great. Oh, yeah. Oh, I know. I know.
Aatrox is the...
Whoops. League Season 3 is coming back. I don't know what that means. I'll probably install it on my laptop for shits and giggles. Nice. I started League in Season 2. Oh, is that what Classic is? I've not seen the video, but I have to say I think Aatrox takes that. I mean, this guy claims that it's not even close. But I'm not sure about that. I started League in Season 2 as well, but my addiction really kicked off in 3. League Classic's going to be Season 3. Is there like an announcement video for that I could watch? YouTube, I think. Well, yeah. I wonder if there's something already in my React channel. There's an announcement on the League main YouTube. Let's see. League of Legends. It's almost 2 minutes. I like how they changed their profile picture to the current champion every time. 200 years. I don't think I finished all of this. I think the last thing I watched was Spearhead. I should probably watch Requiem and all of these. What is this? I never watched these. The last things I watched was Spearhead. I'm pretty sure. Where's this classic announcement? Am I fucking blind? 200 years of experience? Oh, it's this one? 200 years. 200 years of experience, dev update, League of Legends.
Hey, what's up, Paul?
I think I figured it out, Andre.
I figured what out?
A way to go back.
Back where?
It's not where. It's when. It's all right here. I mean, we just have to figure out when. When is it? You know?
Oh my god.
Let me ask you this, Andre. What is League to you? Is it season 1? Is it season 4? Could it have been season 2 when we started having with jungle pathing? Could it be when we had Heart of Gold? It was a shell. Why was it named Heart of Gold? It could be anything that we want.
I mean, I get it, Paul, but I really do think...
2 Shens in the game? Is it OG beta when there was 40 champions? Look at Lux, look at the way she used to look. It could be any of these things, Andre.
I mean, would kind of like to play Old Graves again.
Pretty good. What if we went back to that time? It could be any of those times. Be a lot of fun.
All
What
the
would you call
memes,
this thing
dude.
if we did it, though?
Clash Fates.
No, we're done with that.
All right, okay. Old League.
Who's that even for?
Old League.
Your favorite league. Okay, that was a little weird. Okay, I think I got it. League. Classic.
Very cool. Of course, it's called Classic. Of course. Tune into the MSI Finals July 11th at 11 p.m. Pacific. Oh my god. That's fucking 1 in the morning for me now. 11 p.m. Pacific would have been doable, but fucking 1 a.m.? Oh, brutal, dude. I'm gonna play Twisted Treeline again. Raise your dongers. Rough timing. Yeah, that's late. Are you ready for the Classic Champ Select BGM? That's I'm excited for you guys. That's fucking awesome. I never played League that long ago. I don't think I did. I think when I first played League was like 2010 or 2011, which was a while. Like, this 15 years ago, 16 years ago. Everyone's screaming roles in game chat. You didn't like select it, or the old ranked champ select theme? Look at that cool short showcase, how showcasing models have changed since that time.
Time flies like an arrow. Fruit flies like banana.
He looks the fucking same. This motherfucker hasn't changed a day.
Let's put on our thinking caps. I got it!
She looks the same as well.
Only time I have a drinking problem is when I spill it.
He looks the same too.
I think I broke a nail.
Wait, I'm so confused. What are his feet, dude? That was disgusting. Gragas's feet look disgusting. What the fuck are those? What are those? Joe, wait, you're telling me that over 14 years or so, these fucking champions have not changed at all? Leona hasn't got or Diana hasn't got a fucking update? Leona's this one, right? Diana's the moon one. I should just go with my gut. Leona hasn't got an update the whole time? What?
I think I broke a nail. Good thing it wasn't mine. Let's be friends forever.
Oh, poor Amumu. Fuck that champion. Dude, fuck that champion. And fuck people who play that champion, man. Fuck you. Fuck Cho'Gall. Whatever the fuck that thing's name is. Cho'Gath. I call him Cho'Gall. Holy shit. Is this Blitzcrank? Fucking crank it, dude. Dude, the sound for it sounds horrific. What the fuck? Dude, what is... Oh, holy shit. That's not the English one. How many characters are in this game? How many is there? Like 170 champs or something at this point? That's not how it sounds. Oh, that's a meme sound. It's not actually from League. Okay, okay. 173 champs, dude. It's just a couple. There's just like a couple things to like be aware of. So if I remember correctly, last time Spearhead is Yunara bringing the spear to the spearhead of Xinjiao to Jarvan, and I haven't seen anything since then. So before I go on to like Locke, I'm gonna watch. I also want to see these eternal aspects. What the fuck? I'm gonna watch the rest of the For Demacia thing, because I'm pretty sure the last League of Legends React that I uploaded was Spearhead. So let's watch this one. For Demacia Requiem. Rip Xinjiao. What's this champion's name? What's this lady? She makes music. What's her name? Is that Sona? I knew Seraphine's the one with pink hair, right? She's like a pop star. Do I have that right? They both have names with S's, but this one's got blue hair. Okay. Here we go. The Kinku acolyte Yunara arrived in Demacia to return Xinjiao's broken spear, and the people have mourned their beloved seneschal ever since. The heartbroken King Jarvan III urged her to remain as his guest until a formal memorial service could be held. Now that day has arrived. Having learned much about the kingdom and how they tend to regard outsiders, Yunara waits to see how Demacia will honor her friend's memory. I suppose I could have read. Okay.
King Jarvan told me it is rare that a memorial service be held beneath open sky. The Hall of Valor is the final resting place for monarchs and martyrs alike. But not for Xinjiao. So beloved was the late seneschal that the people of the great city petitioned for a public ceremony so all might pay their respects.
Damn.
By your leave, sire, we shall begin.
Tiana Crown Guard objected, of course.
Yeah, because she's an asshole.
She said it represented an unreasonable risk to palace security. She is a strong and capable leader, the head of her noble family, no less. She places Demacia's interests above all else. Yet she sees every new idea, every unfamiliar face, as a threat to the kingdom. There are many who appear to think this way.
Never heard of that before.
So perhaps the king is testing her now. Apparently, she disliked Xinjiao from the moment they met.
People of Demacia, we stand together in sorrow this day. A hero has fallen, and the king himself mourns the loss of one he counted close as blood. Sire, your people are with you. We all share in your grief. With the Lord High Marshal and our beloved prince, both abroad in support of our neighbors beyond the Argent Mountains, it falls to me to praise Xinjiao and his deeds.
Music is so fucking good.
I have thought much of late about the most important lesson he taught me. Xin Zhao was not born among us, yet he chose to bind himself to Demacia with oath and blade. In the king's service, he became seneschal, steward of order and protector of the shieldless. His discipline was absolute, his loyalty beyond question. And he gave his life to defend our kingdom, and thus becomes a part of Demacia forevermore.
It does sound like Claudia Christian. It does sound like the same voice actress for Xalatath. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Sounds very similar.
Today we set his likeness in stone, so all who pass by may see not only the man, but the glorious ideals he served.
I almost guarantee you it is.
Let his name be spoken always, with pride and reverence. For though flesh may fail, legends never die.
It is a wondrous thing. The king's artisans toiled for many months.
So she's been there for months.
It is good that he be remembered here this way.
To dedicate this magnificent statue, Lady Sona Bouvel has composed a traditional lamentarion for Xin Zhao. Accordingly, the Blessed Order of Illuminators shall accompany her in the tongue of his birthplace, Rykon.
Wow. Who is this? Is this meant to be Lux? Who is this girl? It looks like her to me. It is? Okay. Little Sona and Xin Zhao, yeah. Xin Zhao's so much older than you'd think he is. Wait till they find out that he merged with a Darkin. Holy fuck.
Ceremony ends. The people say their goodbyes.
That's beautiful.
This is not a land without magic. It is simply a land that has chosen to ignore it, even when it might nourish and strengthen their spirit.
Yeah, she's literally doing magic.
Maybe one day, that can change.
And Lux is there
for
talking
their
to her,
sake.
of course.
I hope so.
Farewell, Yunara of the Kinku.
And obviously very meaningful coming from Yunara, considering that she is from a land literally steeped in magic. So she's seen what it can do for people.
Know that you will always be welcome here in my kingdom.
My duty done. I take my leave at last.
later.
Hello again, my friend.
Wow.
I have so much to tell you.
Wow, wow, wow. That's beautiful. She has her own one there, and that looks like his breastplate or something. That's crazy. Holy shit, dude. That's beautiful. I'm gonna get my camera out of the way. Wow. That is Jarvan the Third, yeah. Wow. One of the coolest things about Ionia is the way that the trees, I think it's because they're alive, of course, but spiritually alive as well. They meld into other things, form buildings and structures. The way that they kind of integrate with it is super fucking cool. It's really cool. All right, I like that one a lot. That was beautiful. Legends never die. I'm not crying, you are. I almost did. Yeah, the music was beautiful. I really, really like that one. All right, for Demacia, for the Fallen, motion comic League Legends. This one's only 5 minutes. This one will be focused more on, what's this guy's name again? It's been a while. I can't remember his name. Should be able to. Garen, is it? Yeah. While training in the eastern borderlands, a detachment of the elite Dauntless Vanguard encountered a rogue band of Noxian mercenaries. The mage's surprise attack took the lives of all but one brave soldier, Garen Crownguard. In return, and as a display of Demacian justice, Garen let only one of the Noxians escape alive. But his duty did not end there. He now seeks out the families of his fallen brothers in arms, hoping to offer them some small comfort. We saw that in a cinematic, right? Was that in one of these like motion comics? Oh, that was this one for Demacia Season 1, 2026. I remember this. This is the soundtrack, but I remember the trailer that image is taken from. Salvation, I think it's from technically. Yeah, Salvation was insane, dude. That was a fucking banger. That was a banger. So insane. One of the best ones, dude. The hamlet of Brook Hollow, Raptors Rest Inn.
No one that goes into those woods comes back.
I love that voice.
At least not the same as they were.
Who the fuck is that? Is that Locke?
Whispered conversations, tall tales.
Going into the
Welcome
woods.
distraction from the task at hand.
Isn't one of the things with Demacia, I don't know how close it is to Brook Hollow, but don't demons like Fiddlesticks? I mean, Fiddlesticks roams, but like, didn't we see in like Terror of Demacia that he was like in the woods? Like, it wouldn't even, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, do the demons hang out in the woods? It wouldn't even surprise me because demons, obviously being demonic, are spiritual entities, I think, at the core. And I'm pretty sure that forests, especially forests steeped in spiritual or magical energy, would have a greater connection to like the spirit realm where demons come from. So I think it would be cool for demons to kind of like roam and haunt wooded areas, especially like those permeated with magical energy. It's probably part of why they're so prevalent in Ionia. And the idea that like trees connect to the spirit realm, that's not even like speculation. I mean, with Bandle City and their teleport network and like the world tree style shit that exists in the spirit realm, that's like a huge like common theme that you see with like the Feywild and the Emerald Dream and the spirit world and all sorts of fantasy universe. Like trees typically do connect to it. So That was just something that I was thinking about before, that like spiritual entities like demons being in forests, even though not all forests are probably equally spiritually inundated and connected to the spirit realm. I just think it's kind of a cool potential like thematic link there that could exist. So it would explain why Xinjiao's flower could bloom in Demacia. And like Yunara said, this is not a land without magic. They just choose to ignore it. And so she could be talking about Sona, obviously, and Lux, who she refers to when she says, you know, I hope for their sake that they can learn to accept magic. But there could be a little bit of like a second meaning there where it's like the land of Demacia or lands near it, like, I don't know, the place where they get their you know, magic sucking wood, are inherently magical in nature. It's just could be an interesting kind of like hint. Petrosite, yeah, that's what it's called. I wanted to call it Aurasite.
To journey on while others do not. I carry them with me, my fallen comrades, my friends.
Probably a little bit of survivor guilt there.
Blade bestowed to him as a dauntless vanguard now serve as a token of our gratitude and protection from Demacia's enemies, whoever they may be. Yet my words offer little comfort to those they left behind. Even to my own ears, they ring hollow.
If I'm not mistaken, the guys in the Salvation cinematic, weren't they using black and red magic? The Noxians that ambushed them? Am I imagining that? And I'm pretty sure because of that, I thought that they were probably servants of LeBlanc and the Black Rose. They're probably wielding some type of demonic magic or blood magic or something like that. I think that's where I took that when I saw them wielding that kind of magic. Reddish magic. Is that not what I just said? They did have raven-like masks. Oh, so they could have been servants of Swain, and maybe even magic gleaned in some fashion from Rom. So could have been that as well. In the Katarina comic, they explain that magic. It's the same as the daggers of Katarina. Was she hired by LeBlanc or by Swain? Swain took the demons from under the bastion so they could be from LB. True. It's like a mix of blood and shadow magic. Oh, so it's demon magic. But is it good or bad? I think it was Swain. By her father, which serves LeBlanc. But she couldn't kill Swain, and she's now close with him. Right. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she was hired to kill Swain. I'll have to brush up on my Katarina lore.
Fancy blade you got there, soldier. A present for someone special?
In a way.
Elise is with Black Rose and Katarina was with Swain. Well, we're back to League of Legends and we're back to just telling Pyro fucking 3 different things and I don't know who's right. Fucking back to normalcy, aren't we?
Oh my, you're the son of Peter Crownguard, aren't you? I'm sorry,
It's all right. Oh, I should be going.
Because in the bite marks cinematic, wasn't Katarina going to, who was it that she had been sent to assassinate that Elise was protecting? I don't remember who that guy was supposed to be. Wasn't he supposed to be the next Darkin host? The body for Atakan to bait to, oh right. So it would have been presumably then it would have been Vlad who sent Katarina to kill that guy. And LeBlanc knew that he would do that. And LeBlanc knew the whole time that Xinjiao, or that he, at least that guy, was not going to be the vessel. The intention was going to be Atakan, the binding of Atakan with the Darkin. And then she would... And dude, that's actually fucking insane, horrifying. That's what I said would happen. That she was going to try to blend a fucking demon and a Darkin together. And that since she has experience controlling demons... And that since you can use blood magic, which I think she knows how to use, to control Darkin, that she probably was under the impression that she would be able to control him. And since Vladimir has experienced the Darkin firsthand, he didn't want to fuck around with that, which I don't blame him. So again, that's where it comes like, she doesn't give a shit about Vladimir, really. He's just a pawn. Like, she doesn't respect him or think much of him. He's basically just a tool for her, and she's outplaying the ever-living fuck out of him.
Please come back anytime, sir.
Uh-oh.
Crown Guard!
Family of someone who had fallen?
You left my brother to die out there. Like he was nothing. It should have been you! You coward!
Your brother's dagger. Go on, take it. It's yours now.
You let those bastards get away!
I did what I thought was right. If striking me down will bring you peace, then let me grant it. I know my words mean little to you, or to your father. But I would have traded my life for your brother's in an instant.
So... what now? How can I...
Journey on. It will not be easy. Justice. Honor. It is not for Demacia to tell you what these words mean, nor how to find them. You must do what you believe is right. That's all any of us can do.
Damn. That was a good one. Gives me a lot more perspective on Garen as a person. Damn. That one hit. That was fucking super good, that one. Holy shit. This shot right here is so fucking good. He's just like the biggest fucking strongest dude. He's just like, this guy's just punching him and he's not even like doing anything, but he has that, you know, compassion for him. Can be vulnerable, and I mean, I don't know. I think that's a really cool message about he's like literally the archetypal like badass like strong man, but he has pretty beautiful ideals and morals and perspective, illustrated obviously with what he tells in there, but to be able to be tender as well is cool. Garen and Darius are so much alike. Funny that they're rivals. Well, I think that's obviously intentional, right? I think that's one of the main points about Garen and Darius being rivals is that they are so similar. They are you might say that they are direct reflections of one another. And it's like Horde and Alliance, man. One of them wears red and one of them wears blue. but that's not really who either of them are. Like, and the Noxian principles are one thing, and the virtue of Demacia is one thing, but ultimately there's a lot of overlap there that you might be blind to if you just look at the banners, you know? Two sides of power, sure. Garen is zeal, and Darius is merciless. Yeah, like two halves of the whole. I don't know. I think that's really interesting. That was a good one. These fucking motion comics are so good. How does this only have 800 likes, man? What the fuck? I don't understand. What a great voice, too, by the way. All right, there's one more of this series, which is for Demacia Winged Protector. Motion comic League of Legends. You'll like to see this? Oh, this is the map of the Kingdom of Demacia. And we were just looking at Brook Hollow, were we not? So it's one of the furthest settlements. It's right next to the woods of the southeast, moving towards Noxian territory. So a Noxian incursion there makes a lot more sense. It's missing one on the image. Okay. Is that like up north, or is it down here? Dawnhold, Vascasia, Tilburn, the Great City, Jandel, Hayneath. It's south. Okay. Cloudfield, Meltridge, Uwendale, High Silvermere. That's a sick name. Pinara, Fosbarrow. So the Great City, that's like the capital. I assume that's like the Great City of Demacia. That's the big one that we see a lot of the times. I take it. Fosbarrow was the forest where Fiddle was. Oh, okay. Up here. So. And he was asking about the forest, presumably down here. Locke was, but we'll see. A little image of the missing part. Oh, yeah, some like little farmlands down here. Scasia, even more. And then a little area over here, which I can't really read. Terisia? Hard to tell. The scar near the forest is old Demacia. Right, and that was where we saw... that was where we saw Kael and Morgana fighting Aatrox, right? In like the old times. What a fucking badass cinematic that one is, dude. Oh my god. Isn't that part of the call? What is that one part of? I made sure to have the Locke things in order. And Kael ends up destroying the city. Just burn it all, dude. That's how you fix all the problems. Burn that shit. All right, we got one more. Winged Protector. Motion comic Demacia. Is this going to have Shyvana stuff in it? Oh, no. This is going to be Prince Jarvan the Fourth. Is that who this is on the... He looks younger. This would be Prince Jarvan, then, I would think. He's the same. Isn't he the one that gets Yunara and brings her to see King Jarvan the Third in that other in Spearhead? Doesn't he like fly down and save her from like a stampede of like weird spirit antelope elk things that are like chasing her down? Pretty sure. The Drust deer things, creepy. All right, sick. And they're riding silver wings, and this is a Noxian guy. I don't think that's Darius, but looks like some kind of Noxian in general. He's got a Keyblade. It's Sora, if he was part of the Noxian Empire. So that's King Jarvan III, Prince Jarvan IV. Yeah. As the great city of Demacia mourns the death of Xinjiao, Prince Jarvan is notably absent from his mentor's memorial. Rumors of Noxian warbands mustering in the south compel the grieving prince to ride out beyond the Argent Mountains with his retinue of silver-winged knights. It is only a show of force after all. No need for alarm. somewhere beyond the Argent Mountains.
Find the prince! Capture him!
Uh-oh.
Favorable conditions today. Fair winds for flying. The riders will be pleased.
And so this is again months after Yunara shows up, because it took the architects for the memorial to build the statue. It took them a couple months to do it. So this has been some time since that since the spearhead animation.
Ready to stretch your wings, Aegis?
It appears to be a small Noxian band, Prince Jarvan. Possibly unsanctioned.
Very good. I will lead the charge.
Unsanctioned, huh?
Likely a simple out and back, but I wouldn't mind getting some air.
Little rogue mission, huh?
Yes, my liege.
First flight in the field? Take heart. We prepared for this and much more. Think of it as a glorified training exercise.
What is Swain up to?
Stay sharp. Remember, drive them off, but do not escalate. We will show them the might of Demacia and its honor. For Demacia!
Yeah, having the knowledge of hindsight, of course, that Locke segment seems like such an obvious new champion tease, right? Like, you see a guy with a unique look standing, he gets his own section where the person's talking to him, he walks off mysteriously. Like, you take that and compare and contrast it to all of the other champions, and it's like, okay, who the fuck is that guy? That's cool. I like how League does that.
Riders! Die! Incoming!
Silverwings are badass, dude. Oh, out of a ravine. Or cave. Dash in the cave.
Fire!
Oh. It was a fucking ambush.
Is that your prince? Bring him down!
Shocker. Tough son of a bitch. Oh no, Aegis.
No, Aegis. I can't lose you too.
Right after Jarvan. Oh my god, this is heartbreaking. I'm pretty sure I remember reading in Legends of Runeterra that the relationship between the riders and the mounts is like really close. It's like built on compassion and trust and like love. So it's like they have a tremendous bond, a very close one. Yeah, it's basically like griffins. So yeah, I mean, it's not particularly surprising, right? It's like, I mean, the same thing, you would say the same thing, I think, with a lot of horses and really like the Arathi lynx or anything like that. Like, yeah, I mean, it kind of goes without saying, I guess, but this is a very, very close bond between these two. Yes, they did, Skag. And it's what the Earthen had to basically regain with the Cloud Rooks and Storm Rooks instead of binding them against their will. So that really just, again, for World of Warcraft, that really shows you the the mentality that Ra had. Like, if they won't listen to us, we'll just bind them to our will and force them into servitude. And that's very much how the Mogu acted. And if that's a reflection of Aman'Thul, that's not a good look. That looks like the feather that Yunara put on the little altar when she went to speak to Xinjiao. That's interesting.
I led us to disaster. Careless fool. Father.
I'm hearing the crows caw in the forest. Uh-oh.
Uncle. I failed you. I failed our people. This cannot be the end.
He is in the woods.
Oh, winged protector, please, don't take me yet. I can still help them.
Oh, it's Shyvana. Interesting. That's almost like seeing... That was weird. Is that what they believe? That Kale will take them when they die? Like an angel to heaven? I don't think I know very much about the Demacian beliefs of the afterlife, actually, now that I think about it. I know pretty much only about the Noxians and the Ionians. Interesting. But instead it's Shyvana basically being his angel. Interesting, the contrast, because she's draconic, which looks very similar to demonic, but interesting contrast with a literal angel in front of him. But it reminds me of almost like seeing wolf and lamb, kindred. Like, they're there, but that's not, but you see, you know what I'm saying? Like, you see something else. It's usually the lamb for Demacians. It's interesting. I guess it could just be new. Maybe it's because he thinks he's being judged for leading them into a trap? Maybe there's like another layer there, yeah, where he thinks he's been judged. But oh, winged protector, please don't take me yet. Interesting as well, because that's the name of the comic. Yeah, I mean, Kale is known for her harsh judgment, or her judgment in general, but just interesting to think about.
Them.
Up ahead! I think I see something!
So he passes out and doesn't even see Shyvana?
We've got you now!
Oh, shit.
What is?
That's a dragon, mommy. You don't want that smoke.
By the wolf! Retreat!
Ah, by the wolf. I like how they say that. Because the Demacians basically only regard the wolf. Which again is I guess that makes sense. What's interesting about that is I'm pretty sure the Demacian kindred, Lamb is dressed up like wolf as well. So it's not like only wolf is there, but because they only regard wolf in their culture, Lamb looks like wolf. If I'm remembering correctly from the Vol Raknun stuff. If I remember, Demacian hunters believe more so in Lamb. That makes sense. The spirit, the wilds, the more nature side. I could totally see that, but I'm talking about the Noxians. Lamb wears a wolf mask. Yeah. And the one for the Noxian belief is very like aggressive looking. It's pretty fucking sick. Oh shit. Hell yeah, dude. The end? Question mark. The end? That was another really good one. I enjoyed that. You know what I never watched? Shyvana the Half Dragon. This is her theme. Where is her, oh, is this her update trailer? This one? Or is this one? Shyvana Champion update trailer. That's the Champion Spotlight. I haven't seen this. I'm going to watch this. I don't think I've seen this either. What is this? Old Friends, New Bloom? There's like a bunch of shit that I never watched. I think after like Salvation, I watched Spearhead and that was it. But I never looked at like the Revenant skins. That looks like it. What is that magic? Revenant Viego? What the fuck is this Vladimir looking blood magic shit right here? Okay, I'm gonna watch this Champion update trailer first.
Fury. The only thing you gave me, Mother. A fire that destroys.
I watched this at the perfect time, dude. It's literally the follow-up to what I just watched.
But courage, purpose.
Demacia.
I found those on my own.
Fuck yeah, dude. Oh shit. Yo, question, chat. How does one get into dragon slaying? You know what I mean? How does one get into that? You gotta have a massive lance. Gotcha.
Your fire ends in ash. But with my fire,
damn,
I will forge something new.
She looks fucking sick, dude. Oh, what a glow up that one is. Damn. She looks fucking sick. The Alexstrasza of Runeterra, hell yeah. Let me look at her new abilities and shit. Let me check this out.
At long last, the time has finally come to highlight the fiercest dragon in Runeterra. No, not that one. There we go.
Time to spread my wings.
Shyvana is a ferocious jungler with more tools than ever before to chase her foes and take them down in one fell swoop. It's time to unleash your inner dragon. Welcome to the Shyvana Champion Spotlight. First, let's look at Shyvana's passive Scale Mail. Shyvana gains Scale Mail stacks whenever she secures takedowns on champions, large minions, and large monsters. Each stack grants her armor and magic resist and strengthens her other abilities. Okay. Shyvana's ultimate, Dragon's Descent, will feel very similar to what her mains know and love. She earns Dragon Fury whenever she strikes enemies with attacks and abilities. When the Fury bar is full, she can activate Dragon's Descent to enter her dragon form, flying to a target location, damaging enemies below, and causing them to flee for a short time. Shyvana's dragon form also grants bonus health based on her Scale Mail stacks, increases her attack range and size, and empowers her other abilities. Speaking of other abilities, let's talk about her Q, Ember Strike, which empowers her next attack, dealing AoE damage. It can be recast for another strike after a short delay, giving you a little more control over how you focus your firepower. In dragon form, Shyvana gets an additional recast that deals a burst of true damage, making it a great finisher in teamfights.
Oh wow.
Basic attacks reduce Ember Strike's cooldown, so if you want to keep the devastation
fighting Noxians, by the way,
going, be sure to stay in the fight. Her W, Inferno Aegis, gives Shyvana a shield that increases based on the number of nearby enemy champions and Scale Mail stacks. It also grants bonus move speed to help her pursue her enemies. When the effect ends, or upon recast, the Aegis detonates, damaging enemies in the surrounding area. When cast during Dragon's Descent, Shyvana also gets a substantial heal if the detonation hits an enemy champion. Finally, Shyvana's E is Molten Burst. Molten Burst launches a fireball that explodes upon hitting enemies or reaching its max distance in an AoE blast. While in Dragon form, Molten Burst deals more damage, travels faster and farther, and pierces through enemies, pulsing to deal damage each time the fireball strikes a champion or large monster. It also leaves a trail of fire that roasts enemies in its wake, dealing additional damage over time. For Shyvana, stringing the right abilities together is...
yeah, Scion and fucking... What's this frenzy fucking demon-infused Briar? That's right.
Everything. Molten Burst slows enemies down, while Inferno Aegis speeds you up.
She's fucking, dude, I'm telling you. They're all blood magic infused, but she's infused with the fucking Demon of Frenzy. I'm telling you, dude.
Using both successfully makes
her shit is giga demonic.
Easier to stick to your opponents and keep the attacks coming.
And it's Black Rose, man. Like, they say, yeah, I know that she's said to be a Vlad blood golem, but again, Black Rose specializes in not only blood magic, but binding demons into people against their will. Like, that's what was done with Annie's mom with Tybulk. So, yeah. Demons and blood magic go hand in hand. I'm fucking telling you, man. I'm telling you.
And those attacks lower your Ember Strike cooldown in turn to maximize your damage output. Make sure you stock up your Dragon Fury ahead of important objectives as well, so you can descend into the fight in a blaze of glory. Try casting Inferno Aegis before you transform, then use Dragon's Descent to jump right into the back lines.
Volibear is just as sus, I'm telling you. Yeah, I gotta learn more about the Freljord champions.
Cast W to hit foes with a burst of damage they never saw coming. If you don't plan ahead, or if you don't time your recast properly, you'll quickly discover that your roar is bigger than your bite. The best way to counter an enemy Shyvana is to maintain some distance with good kiting and strong disengage tools. Shyvana wants to stay in the fight and maximize the value of her dragon form, so if you can stall her out, you'll have a much easier time turning the encounter in your favor. We wanted this update to empower Shyvana mains with more ways to leap into the fight and become their best dragon selves. And for those of you who haven't tried the half dragon yet, if you enjoy divers with high skirmishing potential,
doesn't want people to know his true name, always talks about violence and oceans of blood. Nah, that doesn't sound sus at all, dude.
Like Hecarim and Set, you might like bringing the heat to your enemies as well. Unleash the Inferno within and wreak righteous devastation upon your adversaries. Shyvana, the half-dragon.
Triumph
She fucking thick, dude.
draws nearer with every kill.
Dragon muscle mommy, dude. Fuck yeah. Looks good. Looks really good. The last champion I checked out was Zahen, for obvious reasons. Let me check out this old friend's new bloom, Lunar Rebel 2026 cinematic. What is this? Is that Yasuo? What is this? What am I looking at? This is skins, China New Year. Isn't Volibear's W literally called Frenzy and he has a demonic skin?
Lanterns dance as twilight spills across the open skies. A spark of joy once lit the dusk and crimson flame and soul.
The demonic skin was usually his canon look.
Where voices rose like echoes deep in halls where we
Animation looks like K-pop demon hunters, yeah. Is this supposed to be Katarina? And that's supposed to be, that's Yasuo, right? Which is why he just did like a wind wall.
Until I see you again, to the end we begin. Taste the
that's that annoying Scottish. What the fuck is that thing's name again? What's her name? Lilia, yeah. That's cool. I gotta learn more Katarina lore. I don't think I know very much about Katarina. Cool. Lilia, the champion that burnt out Pyro. Dude, it was tough, man. I'll be honest. It was tough. Revenant Rain Viego Exalted Skin trailer. Let me see this shit. Yeah, I've heard the Katarina comic is very good.
I still feel them. Blades buried in my back. You trusted death to be my end.
Whoa.
But death knows only one. Kill me.
Damn.
I will turn your swords against you.
This motherfucker got Ramornia. What the fuck, dude?
One by one. Traitor!
The crystal variant is dope. Oh shit. Wait. So, am I understanding this correctly? When he kills certain champions, it fucking transforms him? What? Holy shit. Each class has a different sword. 18 variants. He becomes the champion he kills. And you can toggle the swords you collected. No, not 18. Oh. Well, then how much? Correct him. If he's wrong, give the fucking actual number. It's like 5? Okay, well, yeah, they haven't shown 18, I'll tell you that much. 500 variants.
Betrayer! Outbreaker!
Okay, so it shows them all right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's not 5 either. It's 7. You can see them all right there. You're literally all wrong. 6 or 7.
You will beg for the end. For death.
Damn, dude, the animation's crazy. That's fucking sick.
But my revenge has only just begun.
He has a unique pentakill effect that covers the map. That is fucking crazy. Yo, any Oilers? Any gifters? What an insane skin. It'd be kind of disorienting for me for my character to be switching colors and animations and stuff like that. That would be fucking crazy. I think I'd be so disoriented by that. Launch trailer for it. Oh, so is this his pentakill effect on the map? You can't get the skins anymore, though. It was a gacha skin worth about $250. Dude, if you're going to have the gacha skins, just have them forever. This is like Sanuzal Mordekaiser, right? It's like a limited time thing, and you got to like open it from boxes or whatever. God, that's the cringiest thing that League does, dude. That Mord is up now. Yo, any Oilers, bro? I only play a Mordekaiser, so the Sun is all skin would be fire. But yeah, no way I'm spending that much money on that. That's ridiculous. Dude, the red, like, creepy, spiky hands, dude, crazy. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like turning into Thresh to kill Callista, dude? Crazy. What's this one's name again with the scissors? Isn't she like a doll or something like that? What's her name? Gwen, that's right. Is that just Viego's inherent ability? Like, has it always been like that? Where he just like, because it basically looks like he's dominating them. Like they get the crown on their head, he dominates them, and he uses their abilities. That's fucking crazy. That'd be so hard to play. You'd have to know all the abilities. Damn, that was crazy. What a fucking dope skin, man. Holy shit. What a crazy ass skin. Broken chains on him and shit. Love that. Broken like ethereal chains. Interesting. He's got the red and the pinks that you'd often see associated with blood or demonic magic, and broken blue ethereal chains, which you would more than likely associate with things like Thresh or Mordekaiser. Interesting. He ruins them, as the name suggests, right? Huh. I've already seen all the Zehen stuff. This bite marks the world's finals opening ceremony was fucking crazy. That was insane. I remember watching that. This is in-game act stuff. United We Fight. Season 1, Act 2 launch trailer. And then you have the actual animated shorts. I already watched Pandemonium. I've already seen that one. Season 2, Act 1 gameplay trailer. This one was crazy. A lot of different crazy colors with demon stuff. I think I have Ruination. I just have not read it yet. You have to read Ruination whenever you can? Why is that? I can't say anything else? Gotcha. He gets the crown when you kill someone, just like when Mord does if he kills someone with his ult. Dude, there's no connection between Viego and Mordekaiser. Would you just stop? Would you just stop, dude? It's not like the Lich King and the Jailer. It's just not. League is very original, and nothing that I've seen in it is at all similar to World of Warcraft or anything else that exists out there, okay? So just, they're not connected. It's just not that complicated, you know? Mordekaiser doesn't use necromancy. Literally the first sentence in his biography. Master of necromancy. Like, okay, dude. Okay. All right, before we watch the Locke stuff, I want to see this Eternal Aspects Diana and Leona official skins trailer. Let me see this shit. They look fucking badass, dude.
Hear the chorus of sun and moon.
Oh, so this is thematically about the eclipse and them melding their powers together.
Our voices, an untiring hymn against.
Or at least being empowered. Whoa. Oh, shit. They look pretty fucking sick. And I feel like there's a little bit of a parallel here, probably with Kael and Morgana.
The silence. Do you feel it at last? Long have I circled this world, descending only when the Watchers first stirred. Mark and fracture!
Ooh, that was sick.
I had such hope for you, Void Hunter.
Was that Targon? Was that a fucking image of Mount Targon?
I had such hope for
What the fuck, dude? With like celestial paths and like circles around different parts of the mountain?
you, Void Hunter. Fall to fire!
Damn.
Fall and be silenced. Silence, dreaded herald. Rise with me! Sunfire Eternal! Huh. Providence! Our dance continues. Sun and moon in perfect step. Watch as our enemies are undone.
Damn.
Abyssal vermin, I bar you from the heavens. As night ordains! Silver moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient vow.
Silver Moon. What did she just say to her? Your blade fulfilled our ancient what?
Silver moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient vow.
Ancient vow.
This is predetermined.
Whoa, whoa.
A lunar storm gathers.
Holy fuck.
All in my path shall burn.
Yeah, of course it reminds me a ton of Anshe and Musha, but it's sun and moon stuff, so how could it not? But different faces of like Elune and all that stuff.
The eclipse consumes! The moon is stained red this night.
Oh, yeah?
Piercing
A little blood moon action.
fall! My eclipse is rageful as righteous! You betray existence. Is it inevitable that our paths diverge, Golden Sun?
What the fuck? Very cool. Very, very cool. Necra has a fucking 43-minute long video about this shit. Oh my god. Shut up and take my money. 7 planets. Get out of here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's all. It's always fucking 7, dude. It's always 7, man. Right? This is the 7th time this month you brought Sun Leona and Moon Diana to class. 7th, by the way. Nothing is a coincidence anymore. Well, you heard them. This is predetermined. You heard that shit, right?
Predetermined.
Crazy. Super good. They have voice lines where they interact. Eternal aspects. Leona and Diana interactions. 15 minutes. Skin spotlights. One is a month ago. Oh, this is only Leona. Let's hear this one. Dude, they look sick.
Slaughterous butcher, you profane the gifts we gave.
To darken. The gifts we gave, huh?
Profane the gifts we gave. Lead, God Emperor, or we will. Your knowledge is needed in our war. You will wear our crown.
Oh.
Gentle.
Your knowledge is needed in our war. You will wear our crown. Fuck, dude. Those sly aspects. Your knowledge is needed in our war. The knowledge to create stars. So, yeah, the aspects, it could be very similar to the Titans then, where the aspects are intent on fighting the war against the void or the darkness. Celestials want to use the dragon that's basically Azeroth. The Sun Discs uses his magic. I know. Yeah. Don't trust the Titans. Pyro, don't trust the Titans. Pyro, don't trust the aspects. Yep. Yep. Pretty much, let's take the great cosmic dragon, who's the creator of stars and worlds, and let's enslave him to use his light to fight back against the darkness, instead of learning about the darkness and what it actually is.
You will wear our crown. Gentle twins, harden your hearts for all I must ask of you.
Aphelios lore was fucking sick. Aphelios and Alun, I think they were. Very cool. It's one of the last ones that I reacted to.
God Warrior, you've much to learn in the ways of immortality. You have questions, great-hearted warrior. Let us settle them.
It's interesting, that last one, because it's like, well, you're technically always immortal, at least as far as I understand it. But God Warriors were mortal before, therefore must learn of immortality. It's interesting.
Much to learn in the
Imagine if Aurelian's crown was named Crown of Wills. I would lose my mind.
ways of immortality. You have questions, great-hearted warrior. Let us settle them.
In 10 years, people will say Runeterra never had any cosmic lore and they want to kill bandits again. Yeah, they'll have forgotten that the final boss was a fucking elemental lord and a fucking lich that invaded at the behest of a demonic interdimensional burning legion after they... And then they'll go and slay an old god or something. Yeah, nothing cosmic about any of that. Your ascension didn't cure your weaknesses, only amplified them.
Quest to learn in the ways of immortality. You have questions, great-hearted warrior.
Sanu's all said that?
Let us settle them. Dear Aspect, you would strike me down. Do not let the splendor of the sun blind you to your calling.
That almost like celestial, like voice effect behind them. It sounds a lot like a Naru in World of Warcraft.
Is it inevitable that our paths diverge, Golden Sun? You seek my moonstone, Tidecaller. Prove yourself worthy.
You seek my moonstone. I guess that's probably a reference to how the moon controls the tides, considering Nami is a, you know, like Naga Tidecaller as well, by the way. Interesting. Nami lore. Once the moonstone of Diana.
Your knowledge will serve us.
It's the Queen Ashara fractal. She wants to usurp Elune.
Honored scholar. You stole the power of war, spear soldier. Mountain dweller, let the divine give you purpose.
because you can't find purpose in yourself. You stole the power of war.
Can you truly bear
The Moonstone is used for closing void rifts in the bottom of the sea, I think. Interesting. I don't think I know anything about it.
Protector's mantle? Abyssal vermin, I bar you from the heavens!
So, yeah, that's like a pretty clear indication how much the aspects do not like the void. They are in the realm of the heavens, on high, and they admonish the void itself.
Fickle girl, I do not trust the power of Twilight in your hands. I welcome change, Twilight, so long as it is in my favor.
And that comes from the moon aspect, Diana. That is a Titan-ass line right there, dude. I welcome change, as long as it benefits me. Wow. Yeah, if that's, if that could give any thematic inspiration for Elune, then yikes.
Golden Sun, your shield lights our age-long way. Sunborn, my faith in you wanes.
Ascended.
The only outcome of your defiance.
If you defy us, we will kill you. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy fucking yikes, dude. Oh, yikes.
Betray the sun and earn the moon's fury.
Fury of Elune.
I do not choose an error. Rise, prove me thus. Every loss of divinity is a tragedy. The sun placed her hope in you, yet you fail. It is your own blaze that consumes you, Golden Sun.
Oh, brother, dude. Oh my god. Again, like, these are two completely separate games, but the thematic, like, similarities between them is crazy. Like, between World of Warcraft and League of Legends, there's also a ton of people, artists and people that work at Riot, that worked at Blizzard, many of which left during or after Legion, which is, like, right before Nightbringer Yasuo and Dawnblade Riven were put into the game, which, again, thematically are two of the most insane potential Sargeras and Elune fractals I've ever fucking seen. And considering that, again, art and expression draws from inspiration, it doesn't seem far-fetched at all. Your own blaze that consumes you, Golden Sun. Yeah, Brian Holinka's working there now, too. Yeah, that's, yeah.
Child of the moon, my teachings yet elude you.
Lunari. My teachings yet elude you. Sorry.
Abyssal creatures starve beneath my silver.
Yeah, and then the constant references to silver. Holy shit. Like the silver light of Elune. The old RPG lore, pretty sure, talking about how she had like silver hair and stuff. Silver Moon City. Silver and gold. I have a whole video talking about potential silver connections to Elune. Could also have a connection to why the Night Elves are blue and purple. Because of what consuming too much silver will do to you. It will turn your fucking skin blue. Well, that's universal moon stuff, though. Yes, I'm aware. I understand that.
Twilight, you will not interfere between day and night.
I'm not, again, which is why I'm saying to you, they're likely not directly linked, but it just goes to show how, like, standard the thematic alignments of moon deities and things associated with the moon are throughout fantasy. That's the point that I'm trying to make, is that, like, yes, it's universal moon stuff, which is why it's not far-fetched at all to think that they share commonality. That's the point.
First fallen, a portent of those to follow. Behold the moon's design.
Like, look at her eyes, bro. Like, like what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Look at, I didn't even like look at this shit, dude. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, actually, what the fuck are we doing here? What the fuck? It's just universal moon stuff, you know? It's just how it goes, you know? It's just universal moon stuff. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. For sure, dude. Crazy. The literal vessel of Elun's wrath in World of Warcraft, by the way.
Merciless and pure.
Behold the moon's design. Merciless and pure. Dude, Elun, if Elun turns out to be one of the antagonists, bro, people are gonna fucking crash out hard. I can't fucking wait. I can't fucking wait, dude.
This strength shall be their destruction. Endless insight, endless fury. A lunar storm gathers. A beast cannot divert my course. This blessing serves my war. Anointed, I march. Fulfill your purpose, creature. My blade will sever their resolve. All in my...
Yeah, like these are the manifestations of like the actual eternal aspect themselves. I think what's being suggested here, correct me if I'm wrong, is that these are like the manifestations of the aspect directly. Like not through a vessel, but I certainly could be wrong about that. These are more like direct manifestations of them.
My path shall burn. The moon is stained red this night. Their bastion...
And they are canon? Like the war card in Legends of Runeterra?
Crumble. I persist. A sign of mortal folly.
Of course, the highlighting of mortal folly, dude. Oh, I love that. That's fucking so good. Oh, I love that shit.
Unworthy of survival. My eclipse is rageful and righteous!
Why is the sun deity so angry and self-righteous or righteous? I've never... Crazy. Let me answer you with your favorite answer with no reasoning. No. Or just no, you're wrong.
Mortals and gods are all unworthy. I alone bear the wisdom to save us.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. There's that arrogance. There's that arrogance. That's crazy. The mortal and god slayer. Only I can save you from what is to come. Oh, that's funny though. This is the eclipse eternal aspect, Diana, in the description of the skins. The eclipsed moon is the calamity, the scornful deliverer of holy annihilation. No longer does alliance with the golden sun serve her ends. Culminated into unshakable resolve, she alone shall bring righteous destruction and end the abyssal threat to existence, even if rage devours all who stand in her path. Then this is only Diana, so this won't have Leona. So this is the blood moon. Sorry, I was confused. This is the blood moon one. The rage of the blood moon. Love it, dude. Love it. Endless insight, endless fury. My blade will sever their resolve. The moon is stained red this night. Mortals and gods are all unworthy. Dude, watch Sargeras get got and Elune get giga pissed, dude. Oh shit. That'd be crazy in WoW. Her brother gets got and she just fucking loses it. Oh my god, that would be nuts.
Wisdom to save us. My rage is not reckless. It is a reckoning. Do the stars spurn me for my defiance? Let them.
Oh man, the sun, the moon, and the stars, huh? Do the stars spurn me for my defiance? Let them. Very nice. It's interesting. Again, it probably means nothing, but yeah, with my with some of the lore ideas that I have in World of Warcraft, there are those that are based around the idea that Elune was imprisoned or forced to do certain things by the Titans, who in that game are often referred to as like the stars or associated with stars. Their bodies are literally made out of constellations of stars. And I'm quite sure they dominated her brother as well. But do they spurn me for my defiance? Huh. Cool.
I am done waiting. Where I must go, neither the sun nor stars may follow.
I mean, fuck, dude. Where are you going, huh? She going into the void? What does that mean? Where I must go, neither the sun nor stars may follow.
Join me, dear aspect. Lend me your hallowed light. Hear the chorus of sun and moon, our voices, an untiring hymn against the silence. There is gravity to our mission, light-hearted twilight. Do you feel it at last? Cry vengeance! We face abyssal vermin, the threat to life itself. Be not afraid to give your lives. The silver moon shall deliver you unto eternity.
In the wake of tragedy, I sent the souls to you. Okay, dude.
Armed with moonlight, minds ever ready, we face the great unmaking.
What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? What the fuck? That is a crazy line.
A cosmic war rages beyond mortal squabbling. Will you fight for a higher cause? Constellations, though beautiful, are fixed in the firmament. We can no longer stay in patterns known.
Ooh, that's a good one. Though beautiful, they are static, stationary, fixed in the firmament. We must break from those known patterns.
Before us lay many paths, intricate, radiant. The one I choose will lead us to triumph. That which cowers in the abyss will soon be undone. The paths I forge need not be understood. I hold all knowledge. I am all truth.
All truth. I am all truth.
I will pull the oceans to my side, govern the very stars if I must.
Govern the stars. Bro, I don't want to sit here and just make references to my WoW theories the entire time, but like I literally have a theory that like, one of my ideas is that Elune could be the one behind the actions of the Pantheon, governing their choices. What cowers in the void? Presumably like the Watchers, right? Those which seek to snuff out the light of creation. The Watchers don't seem to be afraid of anything. They're bothered enough by light in creation that they want to get rid of it. But who knows if they fear it.
The old ways are dying. A new world cries out in birth. All existence is under siege. The battles waged upon this fated ground will shape all of creation.
Fucking fuck me, dude. Yeah, when Sargeras battled the Pantheon, you know, and it would determine the fate of all worlds. Literally all creation.
Will shape all of creation. I traverse this world wearing many faces, shining in fullness, striking in shadow.
Crazy.
Darkness.
Many faces of Elune.
Is not itself wicked. It shrouds my movements and cradles my secrets.
Oh my goodness, dude. Lunar deities have no connection to the shadow or the void, though, Pyro. Elune's not connected to the void. No, she's not. No, she's not.
That ever-hungering abyss, may it starve beneath my silvered blade. An immortal legion shall march in our image, proud as the sun, ruthless as the moon.
And what, presumably she's referring to the ascended god warriors there? Because they're effectively behind the plot of the imprisonment of Aurelian's soul, which gave the Shirimans the power to become ascended god warriors. It's like literally because of them. They just had to use the word legion. If silver dragons were connected to Elune, it would make sense that the Titans would remove them.
Though they are only breath, the words I speak are immortal. Be wise, or be pierced by the crescent moon. Oh, to swim among the stars. Is this how you act in the presence of divinity?
This meeting an eclipse. Who outshines whom?
Bow and be blessed in moonlight. Can you bear the fullness of my truth? Destiny conspired to bring us here. Misguided child, your quarrel is not with me. Fate has plans for you, should you accept my grace. The moon sees all you have done, and all you shall do. Nothing vast acts without purpose.
Whoa, was that a night warrior? Oh, I was joking, but low-key, that was kind of true. Yeah. Yeah, I actually pulled up Elune as the night, or Tyrande as the night warrior and put her right next to her earlier. She looks extremely fucking similar.
Another light blinks out before its time. Such squandered potential.
We've been making a lot of
You
comparisons.
strayed from our governance. Dusk fell, as was fated. Question not the moon, but yourself. Let moonlight bathe your weary flesh. Your ignorance is forgiven. Baron, I will rejoice in your death. You shall devour no light, abyssal beast. No beast withstands our light. You've no place in our plans, brute. Mindless creature. Such terrors in this realm. Silence, dreaded herald. Herald of nothingness, be gone! Their abominable power will be their end.
Void staff, huh?
They shall know my radiance.
Be gone! Cleave! Reveal yourself! Wrathful light! You cannot hide! Ruin! Rage! Pierced! Destined! Fall! The eclipse consumes! Wisdom made wrath! Night shall reign eternal!
Ardent light! Stars be my strength!
During the eclipse, dude, she gets fucking big mad, man. This one sounds like she's gone completely mad. I think it's when she eclipses the sun. She becomes like the blood moon and she gets really fucking angry. She basically is like no longer, like she turns wrathful and very aggressive.
Providence! As night ordains!
She shifts more towards like the madness of the blood moon.
Rise with me! Blessed revelation! For the mountain! The moon's vengeance! Where moonlight is cast, I shall return. Those who honor my word will soon gaze upon me.
Oh boy. I really want to know where the world runes have a place in this. Which came first? I would love to. It's always the big long-term questions that we want the answers to.
Cleanse me of strife, O watching stars. Sacred is the silence where the moon convenes with night. When all is dark, I emerge aglow. The silver moon goes to restore her brilliance. That was but a facet of the grand design.
Grand design, she calls it, huh? Okay.
I arise as night falls. This realm yet holds many surprises. To reject my measures will be their undoing. So that is what true silence is. The cosmos set another course for us. Nebulous were the constellations before me. I must see with eyes anew. I may wane, but never vanish.
This world must live on. I demand it! I do not orbit. I eclipse.
Veiled are my methods. Bare is my wrath. This world turns in our careful hands. Action without forethought is wasted. The firmament will witness our victory. Forsaken by my kin for daring to act.
Again, the planet with the 3 rings around it and her blade. Psh, that doesn't mean anything, dude.
I foretell the fall of the abyss.
Yeah, that's their goal. The moon and the sun. Take down the darkness that threatens all life and creation.
Though swathed in night, my eyes are open. Secrecy is shelter. Her will unwavering, my wisdom infinite.
And in the case of WoW, it would be his will unwavering. My wisdom infinite. If we're looking at like Anshe and Musha.
Now is the time for sharpened silver. My vision quells doubt. My light is a mirror of those beyond.
Oh, really, huh? The moon is a mirror. My light is a mirror.
Lonesome skies await my return. Salvation lies not in thought, but deed. My mysteries are revealed to the worthy. I chart the ways yet unseen. Prayers spoken in moonlight do not go unheard. Strike when the stars align.
Pray to her, huh?
Across every sphere, life must endure.
Across every sphere, huh? That's an interesting way to phrase that. To word that. The spheres. Protector of the worlds. Yeah, Elune has gone to a bunch of different worlds too.
We advance under blanket of night. Fate unspools, known only to me. Soon, sun and moon shall rejoin the circle on high.
What? Yeah. Gotta get back to the Pantheon. You know what I mean? Gotta get back to the circle on high. What the fucking shit, dude? Gotta get back to the council.
Mortals are instruments, plucked to our song.
Gotta be.
We deathless learn from those who fight to survive. Each slash a miracle. Praise far-seeing night. By Argent Blade. This is predetermined. You spurn guidance. For the fallen stars. Silver be true.
Silver be true. I said before that I think in some ways Elune does represent truth as well. I've seen her turn a satyr back into a night elf and cleanse things like the corrupted tear of Elune. Her silver light reveals the truth.
Wax and wane. Heed my wisdom. Abide by the divine. The
tear of the moon turns a dwarf back to a trog in a Baron's quest. Get the fuck out of here. In League, there's an item called Tear of the Goddess. Tear of the moon turns a dwarf back to a trog. One would think she does both, keeps secrets and shows truth. Yeah, veiled in secrecy, as she has said.
heavens prevail.
Vale Dune quest?
Moonlight pierces.
I need to do that quest.
Rage for the dying light. Unveil your secrets. Proclaim my truth. I set your destiny. By my order. Pray skyward. I am life's sentry. The will of the moon. We will be unmade. Raise me to the sky.
Those are really good. Fuck me. And Leona has her own fucking 13 minutes of it. Shit. Shit, dude. That is crazy. I can listen to that one too before we move on to Locke. Might as well finish it, right? Don't want to just do half of it. It's a classic quest apparently. Is it in the Cataclysm version too? I think so. Yeah, that'd be nice if I could do it in retail. I think I've heard of that, but I've definitely never done it. Eternal Aspect Leona special interactions. She looks fucking badass, dude. I'll be right back. I can go find out. Apparently the quest is still there because Googling only brings WoW Classica, but I'll go check on my work. I'll go check on retail. Yeah, go check it out. All right, guys. This is Eternal Aspect Leona special interactions. I just want to hear these because I just listened to the Diana ones, obviously, and I don't want to just hear the half of them. I'd love to hear the sun aspected sides of this instead. I kind of have an idea of what's gonna be said here. So I would imagine cleansing, burning things down, us not knowing our arrogance, we must be punished, something about corruption. I'm sure that I would like to hear those things come up. We'll see.
I called upon you, Star Forger, and you roared with silence.
Here we go.
So this is what became of my god warriors.
Of my god warriors. So was it specifically the aspect of the sun and moon that plotted that? And maybe that's an interesting thing to consider, because Diana did say, or Leona, or yeah, Diana did say that, I think she said she was spurned by the others for being willing to take action or something. That could have been in the creation of the God Warriors, but that turned out to be pretty fucking bad. So I wonder if the aspects have a rank, since Diana speaks about a council. Yeah, the circle on high. Probably uses some of her power, no, since Sun Disk, or was it Aurelian's power? As I understood it, it was Aurelian Soul's power. That they crafted basically a relic that would allow them to steal his power. And I'm pretty sure Aurelian's voice lines talks about that as well. That they're taking his power to make the God Warriors. What I'm curious about is this basically those sisters fully taking over the host? It doesn't sound like... You mean, what are these? This sounds like this is literally the aspects themselves, not the vessels or, you know, like a body taken over. Like you could look at it that way, sure, but it's literally the godlike aspects, the actual celestial themselves is how I take it. Which I suppose that could relate to those two celestials that we see in Legends of Runeterra, the sun and the moon sisters. You know? So this is like maybe literally the manifestation of them directly, I think is what's kind of going on here. They're basically those celestials, right? The silver sister and the golden sister. Yeah. Yeah. So this is a more like raw manifestation of that, I think. I love how you have the third eye on her forehead, by the way. The blinding light. The third eye typically represents like hidden knowledge, wisdom, sight beyond, future sight, that type of shit.
You still shine, Silver Moon, but no longer reflect my light.
So what light does she reflect? Does she have her own? You still shine, Silver Moon, but no longer reflect my light. So in reality, it's not really their God Warriors, it's Aurelian Soul's God Warriors. Well, they're God Warriors empowered using the energy from Aurelian Soul, but it's not like he wanted to do it. So they put a thing on him that allows them to steal his power to make God Warriors, but it's their plot. So really, I would say that it's their God Warriors. And it sounds like Sun and Moon chose to do this to take action, to build an army, to take action against the Void, or to prepare an army to fight back against the Void. But what it sounds like is, since they used mortals as the starting point to make these God Warriors with divine power, they ended up being obviously corrupted by the Void. And then after the fall of Azir, basically had a ton of infighting that led to, you know, obviously the Dark End Wars and the inevitable corruption of them, their broken minds, and the twisting of them using blood magic and stuff. So if it was the celestial plot of the Sun and Moon sisters, it did not go very well. But yes, it sounds like they needed Aurelian's power to do this and that they couldn't do it themselves, which sounds a lot like Titans imprisoning Azeroth or Sargeras and using their power to create things because they don't have the power themselves to actually accomplish it. It's part of why I felt like the aspects remind me a lot of the Pantheon in WoW the whole time. Like, what I remember is the crown is to force Aurelian Soul to seal the Void Rift. thought that the crown was put on Aurelian's soul so that they could channel his power into the sun disk to create god warriors. It does a lot more than this. So it's probably, yeah, so it sounds maybe multifunctional. It's to control him, not a specific thing. And through controlling him, I would imagine they can do a lot of stuff. What about Soraka, though, who like truly gave herself mortal form to walk in Runeterra instead of having a host? Soraka's very cool in that way because it seems like she's very intrigued by mortal kind and trying to understand what makes them tick and respecting them and the power that they have. I'm pretty sure that's why she tells Aurelian's soul to like look closer. I think that's who she says it to. Like, you need to look closer because the people here are, there's more to them than meets the eye. And then she said, Autobots roll out. And then they left. They put Aurelian in the asshole role, in the a-hole role, and them as the saviors. This is Titan coded as fuck. It's to steal those damn rifts. That's the mortal perspective always. Remember that, chat. It first was for void rifts, I think. Because there was void rifts popping up all over the place. I gotta definitely go over that lore again because I can't really remember. We can go on with Leo, otherwise we will not reach Locke today. Yeah, when you say shit like that, it makes me just want to sit here longer. I always thought that Soul was pretty chill, just had a huge ego. Bro's literally an artist. Yeah, absolutely. It reminds one in a different kind of way of like Jin, but you know, not a mass murderer. That's why Targonians went with it, because they thought it's for a good cause, but they ended up blending the mortal and the divine, ended up just leading to a bunch of corruption and deeper issues, and ended up not really being like the solution that they hoped that it would be. It literally shattered their empire. So the same thing that brought the empire of Shurima to greatness also brought it to ruin, which is deeply ironic.
Sunborn, you burn with my fire, but not my purpose. Even your own kind recoil from you, Empress. You cannot fight for life clad in hunger.
You cannot fight for life clad in hunger to Kaisa because of the whole void thing. Is that true, though? I mean, I feel like characters like Illyria Windrunner can. But this is that view of the sun deity. You know?
The end you delayed has still arrived, Iceborn.
Try to stave off the Watchers, but it just bought time. And maybe that's really what was needed, you know?
There is no peace in the great unmaking.
Damn. So the great unmaking comes at the hand of the void. Kaisa's suit is literally a void entity. I didn't realize it was like alive like that. The LOR Kaisa card kind of shows the suit eating her. Well, it reminds me again a lot of Illyria Windrunner from WoW. She has a void entity inside of her instead of something on the outside consuming her. It's something on the inside kind of consuming her in a way. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just making parallels for no reason. Alive, it's not a person, but it lives and moves as we could see it in a growing pattern. Kind of reminds me of like some of the stuff we saw in Arcane. Void does seek peace just for themselves because the existence basically invaded their realm. Yeah, it exists as a glimmer of light shining out into the void that basically woke them from slumber, and they did not like that very much, is what they say, right? But who knows how true that is. It's like you could say this, you might say the same thing about like, you know, it kind of reminds me a little bit, I guess, of like old gods and stuff, of like what we're told happened with them, but what are the chances that there was like an old set of deities, which could be what we know as the Watchers, or something along those lines that once existed in reality that were cast into the void, or were the original like creators or whatever. Like you could do old gods, Titans style shit again, like Titans being overthrown by the Olympian gods and stuff like that, if you really wanted to. And if you want to make a comparison to Olympian gods, the aspects are and the Eternals behind them are the most blatant example of that, especially considering that Targon exists. It's literally just Mount Olympus, and bridges the earthly realm to the heavens. But I don't think there's really anything that like supports the idea that the entities of the void or in the void are what I just said. I don't think there's anything that really like suggests that. Sometimes the aspect's powers and Aurelian Soul confuse me. The aspects seem to have their own power, but they use Aurelian Soul's magic instead of their own. Well, I would assume that their own individual power is not great enough. So here's what I think. I think in fantasy, especially in things like World of Warcraft, and I think it probably applies here too, is that willing action is very powerful and binding, okay? So it's a lot harder to take someone and force them to do what you want them to do against their will the entire time. However, if you can convince someone to willingly enter into some type of contract or put on something that is used to control them, in World of Warcraft, willing actions generate a ton more energy. It's like there's a distinction between domination, which is what like Mordekaiser or Viego would use, and oath binding, which is more like someone taking an oath and willingly agreeing to do something. And in World of Warcraft, at least, that willing oath is more substantial. It's more powerful. The power of free will and chosen action is greater than the suppression of will through something like domination. So how I take it is that part of the reason why the Aurelian Soul thing is so the power of friendship. No, it's not. I mean, sort of, but that's not really what I'm trying to say. And by the way, the power of friendship is literally in everything. So it's like, I don't know why you say like power of friendship, ... Like, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Anyway, the point is that, Aurelian Soul took the crown willingly because he was so arrogant. He was tricked into believing that it was like a gift. Oh, they flatter me with their gifts. So he takes it on purpose, right? So I guess what I think is that the aspects are probably not nearly as powerful as Aurelian Soul, which is why they had to call upon him and trick him into taking this. And because they were able to trick him into doing it willingly, the power of binding upon him, I think, is pretty fucking strong. So unless the sun disk is like destroyed or his crown is destroyed in some way, he's probably now like pretty permanently bound under that power. So it's not that the aspects don't have their own power, but it's not as much as Aurelian Soul. And so that would parallel very nicely with World of Warcraft, because there is a Titan, Sargeras, who is a golden, potentially draconic deity who has potentially the capacity to create and destroy entire stars, who is controlled and dominated by the other members of his pantheon, and he is said to be the strongest of all of them, and apparently beat them in a 1v6 battle, so he's way more powerful. But it's possible that they tricked him into accepting some type of gift, which may have been a sword, not instead of a crown, but it could have been a crown as well. He has like a circlet that he wears. And through that, they probably have sought to wield or manipulate his power for their own ends, because they're not as powerful as he is. But that's making a lot of assumptions. That's making a lot of assumptions and asserting concepts that I don't know exist for sure in this universe of Runeterra. Now, there are other examples like with Zehen and Xinjiao, because typically Darkin forcefully dominate people who pick up the weapon which they're stored in, right? But as Skag is identifying, one of the things that makes Zehen unique is that he did not desire to do this to Xinjiao. Xinjiao basically grabs the thing, goes into this liminal space with Zehen, and Zehen is like, do you understand like what you're going to sacrifice if you do this? Like, do you understand what this means? And Xinjiao's basically like, fucking do it. Like, I want you to do it, which is like a first. That no other, as far as I understand it, no other Darkin host has ever been taken that way. So Xinjiao was basically willing to do it. And I think that people identified that Zahen's form looks a lot like Xinjiao, not only because he's the vessel, but they like the idea that like Zehen wanted to honor Xinjiao as the individual who willingly did this. So his form is more aligned with the appearance of Xinjiao or whatever. But I think that's part of why Zehen and the Xinjiao combo is so powerful. And not only because he's a Darkin, but because it was done willingly. And so that bond between them is done so much more, I think, like, it's more intimate, it's more honest, it's more true, right? It's, instead of one dominating the will of the other and struggling, like what you see with Rost and Cain, because Cain has a very strong will and Rost is determined to overcome him, they battle each other, right? It's part of why I think that Varys is so interesting, because Kai and Valmar are constantly trying, maybe not constantly, but they have shown to be trying to convince Varys that, like, he doesn't have to go this route, that maybe there is another path to redemption. Like, maybe, like, it's so interesting because you have a Darkin like Aatrox who's so far gone, like utter domination, utter nihilism, utter destruction. That is the only answer. I will fight and kill until something can kill me. Then you have Zehen on the other end, who's very noble, has a ton of honor. It's all about the willing connection. He recognizes the darkness within himself and exiles himself as a result, right? Completely opposite ends of the spectrum. Then you have someone in the middle, potentially like Varys, who is being Kai and Valmar are trying to convince him, like, hey, it doesn't necessarily have to be like what Aatrox is and like what that goes toward. And there are voice lines from Varys that may indicate that, like, that message is kind of like getting through to him. Like, there's a possibility that somewhere deep down in there, Varys is listening and wants to believe. Like, it's one of the coolest things about the Dark, in my opinion, is if that could be possible, what they've shown as a Hen already proves to me that it can be possible, that willing connection. But I think it makes me wonder, like, could Varys, without them having to fight each other, they could be so much more powerful if they would instead work together. Seek revenge, brother, not oblivion. And that shows you the difference between Varys and Aatrox. But even Varys is still bent on revenge and retribution. Yes, where Val and Kai and Valmar are basically trying to tell him all the time, like, it doesn't have to be that way. Like, maybe maybe there's a different path forward. And I would love to see that come to fruition one day. That would be fucking awesome. Because you have this spectrum of Darkin. I think much like demons, people often look at Darkin as like they're all just kind of the same thing. But I think that's pretty overtly been shown to not be true. I think you could say the same thing about the aspects as well. Look at Soraka versus a Kael and Morgana. Like, they're not the fucking same. Soraka and Morgana actually have some interesting not parallels, but similarities, whereas Kael is very much not in the same camp. So I think that's really fascinating, and it adds a lot more nuance and flavor and intrigue to these types of beings. Like, again, we have similar things with, if you look at, like, if you were to compare something like Fiddlesticks to something like, what's the one that Neela has? What's that demon called? One of the other kings, the one about joy. Ashlesh, right? Again, demonic, spiritually based entity, but completely different end of the spectrum when it comes to the emotional energy which it feeds upon, which, again, it's still feeding upon that energy, but ultimately it's a totally different flavor of, no pun intended, of what a demon is. And I think that is so fucking fascinating. Like, it makes it so much more interesting to me. A Darkin isn't just an evil force of oblivion. There are differences and nuances, like you said, both with demons and Darkin, and mortals and aspects, right? And celestials, like everything. And think about this: even void entities, Belveth versus is it Belmeth or Belveth? It's Belveth, right? I'm thinking Belameth or whatever from World of Warcraft. It is Belveth. Belveth versus like Cho'Gath or other void entities. Like, they're different. They're different. They're similar, same, but different. So I think that's super fucking interesting. Anyway, let's listen to the rest of the Eternal Aspect Leona special interactions.
You touch every truth, Twilight, yet embody none. You struck true, Sunborn. Bound, and still you ignite the stars. Useful today.
Who does she say
Still
that to?
abhorrent tomorrow.
Bound and still you ignite the stars.
Useful today. Still abhorrent tomorrow. For a moment, ascended once more. Silver Moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient vow. Void made, yet sun struck. Even the abyssal can strike true. Once. I held it open, O world-skipping twilight. You sealed it shut.
World-skipping twilight. I guess is that a reference to her being a child and kind of skipping around whimsically? Isn't that how she moves? No, does Zoe float? Doesn't Zoe float around? Is the Kaisa line because she's Shuriman? She can float, hop, skip, jump. She skips. Oh, that's probably a reference to that. And she can teleport. Yeah, the Kaisa line, that's kind of what I was thinking, because of her lineage and her father and all that stuff. That's what I was thinking. This is the only thing I took out of the Shuriman line, or the Kaisa line. I'm not sure if she's Shuriman. She might be from Acacia, but same. Yeah. It's still, in the desert under the sun. In this voice line, she's talking directly to the Twilight, though. Prestige, eternal aspect, Zoe. Eternal aspect. Oh, world-skipping Twilight. I'm not sure what to make of that. Acacia was long gone when she and Cass were born, though. Belveth being called her is funny for me, considering that it's an all-consuming void beast. I mean, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck.
We shaped you to endure eternity, Sunborn.
To the Ascended, we shaped you to be immortal.
The Forger of Stars, turned to ash underfoot. Empress of Nothing, return to oblivion.
Banger
A
song.
desecration of my divine fire.
Darken, a desecration of my divine fire. Because she's using it to kill a Darken. It's not about the Darken being empowered with her divine fire. I literally am killing you with it, and you're desecrating my divine fire because you're corrupted. Shaped, not made. We shaped you to endure eternity. Right, shapers and forgers, not creators.
We were meant to burn away the darkness, not each other.
Only if you can agree on how you're going to do it, though. Her divine fire, she's talking about the sun disk having empowered them, even though it's Aurelian Soul's sun that powered their transformation. Maybe, but I was taking it as like she's literally using her own divine fire. But she kills a Darken. And she's basically saying that, like, me having to use my fire on you desecrates my fire. Like, you as corruption you desecrate my divine fire. That's kind of how I took it, but I could be wrong.
We were meant to burn away the darkness, not each other. I had such hope for you, Void Hunter. Your ice could not halt the blaze, witch.
I gotta learn more about Lysandra.
I silence your unmaking.
Yeah, so again, the unmaking coming at the hand of the void. Again, Sargeras leads the Burning Legion to defeat the hungering void that would consume us all. It's like the whole thing. So again, and this is a pretty common thing, but even just between World of Warcraft and League of Legends, the great enemy that everyone seems to be like afraid of, or that the gods or eternal aspects are uniting to fight back against and thwart the plans of is the all-consuming void. Like, that literally wants to eat and snuff out the light of creation. Like, it's exactly the same. Leona the support sounds a lot kinder than the mid/jungler.
Even now, Twilight, you serve no shape.
Formless, shapeless. Even now, Twilight, you serve no shape.
Let the stars tremble. The golden sun stands alone.
He has enough love for himself. He needs no family. Anshe, he works alone. That's right. The golden sun. Who else do I know that is a radiant golden entity who isolated himself from the rest of his kin? The stars specifically. Oh, right. Yo, Atomic, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Welcome. Thanks for the follow, too. A question that I have now. How similar is the Void's Unmaking to the Moon's Unmaking? Questions for later. The Moon seems more like destruction, and the Void seems more like utter oblivion, like ceasing to exist. The Moon would break and shatter, and the Void would utterly annihilate such that it no longer exists. But again, very likely to be wrong in that interpretation.
A false beacon extinguished.
It would be like, if you're familiar with WoW, it would be like Sargeras's destruction versus the Void's consumption. The Void can literally eat everything, or Sargeras can break it all, which who knows if that will actually do anything.
Unwelcome, now unseen. A pale mimicry of my light. Our dance continues, sun and moon in perfect step. Watch as our enemies are undone. The ice thins, Lysandra. How long will it hold? Twilight, you arrive uncalled, but not unwanted. Twilight moves against us. Then the final battle truly begins.
First move, enemy aspect Twilight Zoe. Twilight moves against us. Then the final battle truly begins. Yeah, they don't seem very fond of the aspect of Twilight. Which, I guess, for some reason, I thought Twilight was like a blend of light and shadow. Which kind of like makes sense with some of her other lines, saying like, what does she say to her? Even now, Twilight, you serve no shape. She said something else earlier. Maybe she didn't. Maybe it was the other one. You touch every truth, Twilight, yet embody none. It's like they don't seem to like the fluid nature of Twilight. It seems like Sun and Moon are more rigid. They're more aligned with maybe an ideology, and they don't like Twilight for that reason, because she is not rigid in her alignment. Twilight is the aspect of change. Twilight is the period of time before sunrise and after sunset, when Earth's atmosphere scatters the sun's light. Twilight is an agent of change. Oh, right. That's why Diana was like, I only like you if you're on my side. Because then it can just change to what she wants it to be. So in a lot of ways, I relate change to like chaos and unpredictability. Or at least, not necessarily unpredictability, or not necessarily even chaos, but just the opposite of static, right? Stasis and change. And it seems like the sun and the moon, although one of them is, I guess you could look at it as more chaotic or whatever, they're still agents of order. So, and again, in World of Warcraft, it's the very same thing. Like, even the Dark Titan his actions were a pattern, right? Do you think that he's any different from the rest of his kind? Only in method, not in goal. They're doing the same thing. They're all agents of order. And so they despise anything that gets in the way of that. Twilight.
I've uncalled, but not unwanted. Twilight moves against us. Then the final battle truly begins.
Sounds like politics to me. Yeah, the sun is red and the moon is blue and the twilight is progressive. Twilight just wants change. You got liberals and conservatives and you got a progressive. Zoe is woke confirmed. That's such an interesting quote.
So, you have chosen to see reason aspect. Then stand at my side.
This really, am I wrong? Or does this these lines from these two really seem, they make it seem like the sun and the moon went off to do their own thing. They were like, hey, we're gonna act. We have a fucking plan. We will move step in step and we are enacting our plan. You don't have to fucking join us. But you're not gonna stop us either. That's the impression that I get from this. Like, those two decided that we're gonna fucking do something. And so Anshe and Musha could very well just be Titans. Like, Sargeras and Ilune being Titans is not even remotely fucking far-fetched. It's just not. So, Sargeras is literally said to be a Titan. So it's almost like these two went off and did their own thing. They believe that what they're doing is predetermined. Like, divine or whatever. And the stars or whomever, in this case, the aspects, the Titans on the other side, like, fuck off. Like, they have a plan and that's how it's gonna be. Yeah. They're not primordial like Aurelian or Bard, not in the same sense at least. My way or the highway type thing. But it sounds like the others also admonished them for doing that. So they were basically like, we're gonna do our thing, and the others were like, don't do that. And they're like, yeah, fuck you, we're gonna do our thing. And they're like, fine, then we're not fucking with you anymore. Like, fine, good luck. Go do your own thing. And that's literally what happened with Sargeras in Chronicle. He was like, this is the solution, right? We have to burn away all creation in the hopes that life will arise from the ashes. And the Titans were like, no, don't do that. And he was like, I'm gonna fucking do that. And so then he left and they were like, all right, well, you're no longer one of us. So these kinds of lines give me that same vibe. You've chosen to see reason. It's so fucking insane. Like, I know there's only so many words in the English language, but that's literally what's said in Chronicle 2. Sargeras came to realize that the other Titans would never see reason. They had not seen what he had seen. They didn't understand. They would not see reason. It's part of why they ended up fighting each other. Fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. This perspective that, like, you do not see reason. Oh, now you've come to my side. Ah, good. Now you see reason. It's just that kind of arrogant perspective of, like, mine is the only reasonable one. So, yeah. Very, very proud.
They said bring a weapon. I brought a star.
The Emerald Star.
Do you yearn for meaning or just attention? They said bring a weapon. I brought a star.
Twice, apparently.
Laugh while you can. The silence will come. The sun answers. An ember for all to see. Let there be light, because I remain. Illumination precedes order.
There you go. There you go. Gotta have light and illumination before you can have order. Oh.
Where I mark, form holds. Mortals, demons, demigods. We all stand between existence and the great unmaking.
Wow. Very interesting. And so who are you willing to ally with in order to thwart the great unmaking? But then also, if you manage to do so, when will you turn on the others because you don't approve of them anymore? Mortals, demons, demigods. We're all in the war. We're all caught in the middle. Interesting. Which also, and she says demigods. She must be referring to herself, right? Because she's not a mortal and she's not a demon. Demigods. We. Unless she's putting herself in a classification that she's not mentioning, she belongs in demigods. I feel like that it could be Volibear and the Freljordian gods, sure. You could say that. And again, then she would exist in a category which she's not saying out loud, right? But when she follows it with we all stand between existence and the great unmaking, what that also says to me is that the aspects, of course, do not precede existence. They did not create existence, nor do they stem from that. I mean, they stem from creation, sure, but they don't predate creation. They're not that ancient. That's what I think is kind of being suggested here, is that they are a product of creation. Demigods would be ascended to me, would be thematic. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the ascended would absolutely be demigods. She would be aspect, maybe? Sure. I'm just, again, the two different interpretations that I'm taking of this. One which I think is more likely. She's trying to just acquire everyone versus the void / unmaking. Everyone should be on her side. Right, and again, thematically, it's pretty obvious who I would connect this type of character to. I've been doing it the whole time. Mortals, demons, and demigods. And in a way, the Legion, or at least Sargeras, has kind of done that. Especially if he's doing like background work to establish his own little secret army, like I think he's doing with Vol'jin, Varian, Sourfang, Tyrion, all of these valorous and honorable warriors and paladins and people who represent justice and the divine in different ways. I would love that so fucking much, dude. Burning Legion's like not even actually Sargeras' army. Or maybe it is, but he's got like a little secret upper echelon of people that he's been. Knights of the Burning Hand. Oh my fucking god, that'd be so lit, dude. Oh my god, that'd be sick. He has his own like elite squad of like the baddest motherfuckers. Oh, that are all have like strong wills and great virtue and honor and sacrifice and oh fuck me, that would be so good. Oh, that'd be so fucking good.
If all else fails, I will yet rise. The last beacon that burns against the end of all things.
The end of all things. Again, a translation from the Norse term Ragnarok, Twilight of the Gods, or the end of all things. If all else fails, I will yet rise. The last beacon that burns against the end of all things.
The war for existence will be won with fire.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I like that.
For all who still burn, for all who remain, let the golden sun be your constant. Every battle, great or small, begins as a refusal to end. Long have I circled this world, descending only when the Watchers first stirred.
Huh. I've been around a long time, but we only ever came down when the Watchers arrived. We predate that. That would have been a long time ago. I gotta brush up on the timeline. When did the Watchers first stir? I mean, that's like War of the Three Sisters type shit, right? Like Lysandra? Very long ago.
The other aspects tried to contain my fire, so I gave it form, breath, and eternity.
The other aspects tried to contain my fire. The War of the Three Sisters was like 8,000 years before Noxus. Three Sisters was before Decathia. Right. They tried to contain my fire. I've never... No,
The Watchers hunger without end, devouring the realms. I rise to end their feast.
And that's the problem with the Void, right? It's not that, like, if they're hungry, you gotta let them eat. But the problem is, it never ends. It's almost like the Void represents like the world serpent devouring its own tail, the Ouroboros itself. It's the same problem that exists in WoW. The darkness hungers, but it never ends. So what do? There's another whisper in WoW. The Void is content to... The Void sucks at your soul. It is content to feast slowly. So it's always hungry. Therefore, it is always bent on devouring. But how fast does it devour? Is there meant to be a cyclical nature here where the Void devours at the same rate as something else creates, and therefore the cycle and the wheel turns eternally? But at least how it seems in WoW is that for some reason, it's almost like inevitable heat death. We're just moving towards the inevitable consumption of all things at the hand of the Void. But why? Is it because that's just the way it goes, and once the Void devours everything, that's it? Or is it because part of the cycle isn't working? Is the Void being overly starved? Is the Void growing more rapidly because it's not being drip-fed anything? It makes me think about the Maw. The way the Maw twisted and turned in on itself and became a hellscape, I think largely due to the fact that it was starved of anima. So it's like, maybe the problem isn't that the Watchers, which are basically a manifestation of entropy and darkness, maybe it's not, the problem is not that they're devouring or set to devour. Maybe something has exacerbated that hunger and expedited their devouring. Like what? And I don't know. It's like one of the most fundamental, important questions that I always end up like asking myself in fantasy universes like this is like, is it just so that necessarily the Void must feast and devour everything? And does that mean that if it does so properly, that everything ends? Because that's how she perceives it, the end of all things. But then you have to ask yourself, like, are there actions that we take which expedite that process? And I think when you look into like thermodynamics and like the transference of energy and like physics in real life, there's different like theories and like perspectives on this. Like there are certain things that one could do to accelerate entropy, and that would inevitably accelerate accelerate our vector towards heat death. Or there are other, like, you could handle it a different way. I can't remember exactly what it is, but You can choose not to accelerate entropy and get the most amount of time out of it as you possibly can. But what I like is the idea that divine entities come to the conclusion that they need to eradicate the darkness, and what they don't realize is that they're actually accelerating its devouring. And I like that a lot in World of Warcraft as an idea that like the Titans are actually causing the void to eat everything faster than it's supposed to. Or you can go the other way and think of it like this is literally the last bastion against the darkness, and we fight with everything we have to make it so that the darkness doesn't consume the last flicker of light. And then you have the question of if the darkness were to attempt to consume the last flicker of light, is that truly the end, or does something else happen? And then also like it's like if the void exists in a realm outside the boundaries of reality, was there something specifically that caused Runeterra and reality and life to shine through into their realm? Like it almost sounds like a hole got punched into the void and light started shining through, and it attracted the awareness of these entities. It woke them up, and they were like, hey, put the fucking light out. So then I question, like, why did that happen? Was it just there's like a barrier, a metaphysical or physical barrier between the void and reality just became so bright that it pierced through that veil? Or was there a wall that was torn down? Why does that happen? And again, is that necessary to the cycle of the universe, or was it an accident that wasn't supposed to happen? And if it wasn't supposed to happen, what event could have caused that? What could have, I mean, because I know what we're supposed to believe. I know, that it just, at least I think I know, that like it's the light of Runeterra, and this world is apparently unique as well. Aurelian Soul, I'm pretty sure, says that. And it woke them up, and so they sought to devour it, whatever. But it's just kind of, I guess for me, and maybe this is one of the most like essential parts of mythology and religion and philosophy, is as a person, I'm looking for a reason. I'm looking for like a meaning, like why. I know what happened allegedly, but why did it happen? And is there a deeper meaning behind why it happened? That's what I find myself asking when I think about the void and that whole conflict as we're meant to understand it. So and can you vanquish it, right? It's the same thing in World of Warcraft. Can you truly vanquish and banish the darkness forever? Well, in World of Warcraft, there are those who certainly believe you can. Chris Metzen came out on stage and said that we will band together and banish the darkness forever. And it's like, oh God, that doesn't sound good, because the more that they show what the darkness is in WoW, the more essential it appears to be. So the darkness is often the eldritch, the misunderstood, right? That's a big thing in WoW. The research into the void here is commendable, but ultimately futile. How could they possibly hope to understand what the Titans could not? So like, what do you do against it when you can't even understand it? And it's that inability to understand the darkness that stifles reintegration and the acceptance that light and darkness are two sides of the same coin. So it remains divided, right? So then I have to wonder if in League of Legends universe, in the world of Runeterra, if that same logic applies. That it's this unknown eldritch darkness that is, to a degree, somehow essential to existence itself, and not antithetical to it as we've been led to believe. And maybe the idea that fighting back against it is the right choice, or, at least trying to extinguish or get rid of it, is maybe not the right answer. The inability to understand seems to be a root cause of conflict. Yeah, in all humanity, in all things. That's the inherent eternal dichotomy that causes the conflict in World of Warcraft, is the light's inability to see the perspectives of the void and vice versa. But it seems often that the light is the one more rejecting of the darkness. And Xalatath says that. I know the light sees us as horrors to be resisted. We do not share this view. They are merely beloved brethren who lost the true path. They will return to their masters in time. No, we know. I know the Naru consider us horrors to be resisted. That's who she's specifically referring to when she says that. Makes me wonder if it is two-sided or if it's just a one-sided conflict where one is rejecting the other. Because that's how it felt in Voidstorm, did it not? The Void Elves and Illyria, they were all willing to work with the Army of the Light. There was no question about it. They didn't question their motives. They didn't question anything. They were willing to work with them because it was necessary to survive. But the Light in Lothraxion and the Light in the Vanguard of the Light, they did not feel the same way. They rejected the darkness. They did not trust it. And because of it, the darkness rose within them and brought them to wrath and brought them to do the things which they accused the darkness of doing themselves. So, at least in WoW, it feels very much like one is rejecting the other. The light is rejecting the shadow, and the shadow just is. But the more that the light rejects the shadow, the more the shadow grows within the light. It's very ironic in that way. Kael, I feel like, is very similar. She's so righteous. She's so bent on justice that she does things that on the surface look righteous and just, but they're dark. They're not good on the inside. Like, its surface blazes bright, but masks the shadows within. It looks bright, but it isn't. It's in fact so righteous and so bright that it becomes dark. And I think that Morgana kind of shows us a similar thing in the other direction. In that on the outside, it looks dark, but there's truly a goodness and a light in there, especially as it pertains to how she treats the downtrodden, the outcast, and those who are looked down upon. They serve to reflect each other's inner truth through one another, which makes sense because Kael and Morgana are literally fragments of one being. I mean, it's a fractal. Look at Noxus. They're easy to judge and paint as a villain, but they don't do it for conquest, but for survival. At least that's what they've convinced themselves. And many of those people, many of those citizens, that's why they're doing it, because it is survival by conquest. It's not for the love of the game. Some of them it is, but largely it's not for the love of the game. It's for the love of life. That's why I say Noxus and Demacia have so much more in common than they realize. They just have different coats of paint. It's just like the Horde and the Alliance. Different cultures, sure. Different coats of paint, different armor, but ultimately, they are so much more similar than they realize. And why do they do that? Because of one man's greed, Sanuzal. He fucked up their entire land of crops. Because he was too bent on conquering and power. Because Sanuzal's a dickhead. And because he meddled with powers beyond his understanding. As mortals often do. So, anyway, really interesting line here. The Watchers hunger without end, devouring the realms. I rise to end their feast. But I just am left with the question, is it even possible for you to do so? And how would one accomplish that? What, are you going to go into the void and slay them? How does that even work? They never explained it, I think, just like Aurelian Soul Origins, because he had that weird interaction with Rom mentioning his siblings. They never really get back to it. Right, what's this I hear about siblings? I think Swain says that to Aurelian Soul. Is it possible, you think, for some void to be satiated by understanding reality? Using Vel'Koz as an example, literally named by Sharimans as to understand by unmaking? That's an interesting concept, JJB, because with that you can toy with the idea that if the void can be led to understand existence more directly, that it would seek not to devour it. And that's one of the things I find so fascinating about the Watchers, is that they integrate with their surroundings. Like they're shaped by what's around them. The Watchers send in void entities to gather information, not consume per se. I think that's one of the most interesting things. They're changed by Runeterra. We're not sure if they take shape willingly or not. I have a feeling that much like demons and mortals, they are probably being shaped by Runeterra and their environment directly, whether they want that to happen or not. And Belveth is fascinating because perhaps the more that something assimilates and consumes, the greater an understanding of that which it consumes it gleans. And if it gleans a great enough understanding, perhaps it could grow to appreciate it or even love it and not want it to cease to exist. I also think that the existence is forcing their change. Yeah. Kind of like with Azeroth, with beings on Azeroth. 100% just like that. Well, now all of Mordekaiser's secret and the Immortal Bastion have now LeBlanc. LeBlanc knows all about it, is what you're saying? Man, I fucking love League lore, dude. What the fuck? I fucking love it. And I love how many thematic similarities I can draw to World of Warcraft, man. When this MMO comes out, guys, if and when this MMO comes out, I hope you're fucking ready, dude. I hope you're ready, because the world of Runeterra has so much awesome fucking flavor. It has so many awesome characters and themes and fucking places. And dude, it's so sick. I just wish that I could play it right now. You know what I'm saying? I wish I could just fucking play it right now. Fuck. Belveth is like old gods. They send to conquer, but they get their own will and now want it for themselves. That's very possible. That's very possible.
I rise to end their feast. Immortality was no gift. It bound the God Warriors to this world.
Bound the God Warriors to this world. Interesting. Immortality was no gift. Oh, she's basically saying, like, because they can never die, they're stuck here. It's not a gift. Really, it's probably more of a curse, as I like to see it. Instead of dying and passing on to the afterlives, they're stuck here. Sanu's all said something similar. League and WoW were for the longest time the two top games I was excited about for their lore. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. That's a cool black hole sword. Yeah, it's pretty sick, huh? There's kind of like a black hole or something maybe behind the sun here in her crown as well, in her helmet. A pattern spreading. It has learned to be alive. Who says that? Is that Rom through Swain? It is Swain. That's what I thought. A pattern spreading. It has learned to be alive. It's almost like the darkness was like jettisoned off or separated off. It had never breached into reality and learned what reality truly was. The first void creatures are literally fractals. Well, it's Fractals, just so you know. Sorry to be that guy, but you mean the first void? Are you referring to like the one in the Freljord? Just repeating circles like we saw in Victor's Hex Core. In Acathia. Oh, Nocturne. I don't really play League that much, but the lore in Runeterra is fucking sick. From the Acathian Void War. And yeah, dude, the stuff from Arcane and the Hex Core is going to be so insanely important because it sure fucking seems like there's some void something or other in there. It's almost like the void is being maybe used as like the blank slate to like replicate the pattern. The Voidborn. Oh yeah, they are. Literally spiraling almost like Fibonacci sequence fractal looking fucking weird. They're so fucking weird. Energy. Filled with potential, teeming with potential, but unshapen. Energy or information. And truly, is there a difference? Is there a distinction to be made between energy and information? I don't know that there is. I wish they'd bring the main story to Lysandra. Maybe she knows more than what it seems about the Watchers. They're just basic geometric shapes. Well, I don't know about basic, but yeah, I mean, they look like unfinished prototypes with like, they're just weird, just repeated stuff. Think of this, void beasts are just that, beasts. But Vel'Koz learns about the things he dismantles and wants to learn more. Belveth consumed an entire human settlement and gained free will. Yeah, so it seems like the void is basically a blank slate that when consuming things will adhere to the pattern of the thing that it's consuming, which is nuts, because if you dive into that concept, it makes you wonder, like, if they were to consume a whole world or like the universe, would it then begin to replicate the universe and all of the things in it or all of the concepts in it? Like, what the fuck even is that? It would maybe be a new cycle. That's kind of what I'm wondering. Are the things that infect people as weapons like Varus Void? No, those are Darkin who have used blood magic to like empower and shape their bodies differently. They were mortals who were originally empowered by the sun disk in Shurima, but when they fought the war, with the exception of like a couple of them, when they, like Nasus, I think, when they fought the war against Acathia, the void creatures which were summoned from the rift that Acathia opened corrupted their minds and seeded void madness in their minds. So when Azir died and was betrayed by I can see him, the blue guy made of energy. What's his fucking name? What's that guy's name? Zerath. They basically fell into ruin. Their empire collapsed, and all of the remaining god warriors who had been driven to insanity started to fight against one another. Then you had others who arose from that, like, oh god, how could I forget her name? Zolani, who attempted to use ancient blood magic to control the other Dark and bend them to her will to unite them together once more, but it didn't work. They considered her a betrayer, and Aatrox was having fucking none of that. So they ended up warring against each other, and the Darkin Wars began. But yeah, they are not like void like Belveth would be. Their minds are broken and shattered by exposure to the void. It drove them to insanity. That would be very tragic for the void. They would become the very thing they sought to destroy. Indeed, very poetic. Yeah, would not be the first time that I've seen that. Becoming that which you sought to destroy. We looked at Nietzsche's quote yesterday about staring into the darkness. You fight monsters enough, and you basically turn into one. You stare into the void long enough, and eventually the void stares back. And what that will do to you, yeah, probably not a good thing. So let's continue this.
The aspects deliberate the eons away, while the abyss devours without pause.
There it is, dude. Oh my god, they're kind of dumping a lot of fucking lore in this. This is actually insane. This is so much like World of Warcraft. I can't explain it. I can explain it. Literally, Sargeras went to the Titans and was like, we need to act now. We need to act swiftly and with purpose, right? This is a dichotomy shown in WoW time and again with other characters like G Firepaw and Asa Cloudsinger with what they were going to do with the big turtle, the Wandering Isle thing, and like, what should we do with the ship that's crashed into it? Should we blow it up and remove it and potentially risk damaging Shenzhen Su further? Or should we be a lot more patient? Should we think about it before we act? It's very much a deliberate contrast of the two of the different types of ways to handle something like that. Do we act brashly and without pause right now, or do we deliberate and potentially risk further damage or them dying? This is literally exactly that. So again, it's continuing to position Diana and Leona as aspects who sought to act while the others sat around and deliberated for eons, not even knowing what they were going to do, basically falling victim to bureaucracy. What, like, and they'll argue forever. We'll deliberate. But you can only deliberate for so long until it's too late. At some point, you need to take action. And that is exactly what characters like Sargeras are about. That is exactly what it's about. That's exactly what G and Asa are. That's what the contrast is showing you. And it does, like, the thing is that you probably need to have both. You probably shouldn't just act immediately and impulsively, because you can end up doing significantly more damage. But you also can't deliberate forever. At some point, you need to choose what you're going to do. You cannot just wait around forever. Otherwise, we're just going to lose. Something must be done. And that right here further illustrates that if this is all canon, that Leona and Diana sought to act and the other aspects did not want to. And because of that, a rift was probably formed between them.
Sometimes the hand of fate must be forced.
You probably need to listen to all voice lines, especially with the cosmic skins, all the fractals. Yeah, dude, there's just so fucking much. There's so much. You wouldn't think it in League of Legends, but there is so fucking much. The Tide had a plan / hope that Azeroth could be the answer for the Void. Correct. They believe that maybe she'd be so powerful that she could defeat the Void Lords themselves or whatever.
Let the Ascended remake the Sun Disk in their image. They are capable of wisdom.
Let the Ascended remake the Sun Disk in their image. Is this referring to the creation of the second Sun Disk? Because wasn't there one as originally in, like, what the fuck was it called? It starts with like an N, I think. It's like the original, where they had the original Sun Disk that was turning people into like Bakai or whatever the fuck. Nerimazeth. Yeah. I wonder if that's what it's referring to. Them remaking the Sun Disk. Because they had to rebuild it. The first one was destroyed. I'm pretty sure.
Let the faint-hearted avert their gaze. I will burn until the firmament itself bears witness.
The firmament. I think what she's referring to when she says that is the sky. Like literally the boundary between the sky and the heavens. Because she's talking about how the stars were static. I think Diana talked about how the stars were like static in the firmament. They were known patterns. But so this could just be metaphorical. But the idea of burning perhaps even to or through the firmament is crazy. Potential fractal.
To the Abyssal Realm.
Well, there's a gate which leads to the Celestial Realms on Mount Targon. Right, the Celestial Realms being Targon Prime. The word firmament primarily refers to the vault or arch of the sky, the heavens. Rooted in the Latin word firmamentum, meaning support or strengthening, is an older poetic term.
Life is an witness. To the Abyssal Realm, life is an abomination. We disagree.
That's an interesting perspective that probably sheds light on why they're fighting the Void. To the Abyssal Realm, life is an abomination. It's interesting because there are things that come out of the Abyssal Realm. I think that I don't know about that. I think that's their perspective because, like we just talked about, there are examples of abyssal beings learning to live. What is the Abyssal Realm? It's the Void. Like, there are abyssal beings who are learning to live, learning to be alive. So maybe initially it appears like an abomination, but the more that the Void is exposed to it, the less the Void may think that. It's interesting calling it a realm. It's because it is a realm. I mean, it's another layer of like reality or space or whatever. Like, think about how in World of Warcraft we can slip into the Void. It's another realm. Right, so that's how I understand it in this universe too. We're in reality and they're in nothingness. At least that's how we perceive it. But even in World of Warcraft, the void is not nothingness. She could be referring to the Watchers themselves without her actually knowing what they are. And how could she know what they are? They exist outside the boundary of everything that she knows. The Watchers definitely do not like life on Runeterra, but I think it depends on the Void individual. Again, the Watchers do not like life on Runeterra because they don't know what it is. They don't understand it. That's what I think. We don't understand them, and they do not understand us. That's the problem. There's a division, right? So the more that they interact with it, the more that could change. They may have initially thought that it was an abomination, but once they understand it more, that might not be the case anymore. That's what I'm trying to say.
There are Watchers who slumber beneath the ice. One fracture, and their hunger awakens. Immortals are feared for our strength and for...
Kind of like multiversal energy dynamics in the Murmuration Paradox, energy can change. The void can be shaped if they enter our reality. Unquestionably. Yes. Unquestionably. We already have instances of it. The very Watcher which she refers to slumbering beneath the ice has already been, I think, shaped by its surroundings. If you look at the art of the Watcher that's been imprisoned by Lysandra, it's Freljordian themed. Belveth clearly likes life, and Vel'Koz is fascinated by it. And again, the Watchers are something greater and different as we understand it, but that doesn't mean that they can't get to that same stage, right? Like, think about how we were discussing the Darkin earlier, how they're not all the same. Look at Rek'Sai. That thing literally acts like any other predator in the wild, right? Which I would assume it wasn't inherently like that. But again, in World of Warcraft, the void, at least on Predacia, is often represented by consumption, primal action, the hunting cycle, all of that stuff.
Immortals are feared for our strength and for all we remember.
So they know more. They remember more.
For our strength and for all we remember. Collapse, ancient scourge.
Ancient scourge. And if you think about it for a little bit, the Watcher was changing while it was imprisoned and being fed dreams by Lysandra to keep it from waking up. That I did not know. That's new information to me. She was feeding it dreams while it was asleep? And as it was fed, it changed? Holy shit. I understand that it was in slumber. I didn't know that she was feeding it to keep it in slumber. My hope is one day we get a void creature to be similar to Varys in the sense that it comes to regret its actions and becomes mortal-like. I feel like Belveth is the closest thing that I've seen to that so far.
Unbound radiance. A call to the heavens. You chose collapse. Let it end.
Vel'Koz is also quite eloquent. Vel'Koz is that weird floating eye thing, right?
Conflict is as old as the stars themselves.
Conflict far predates mortals. Far predates what you know. It is eternal, some might say. He lasers you and consumes your knowledge. Yeah, further just reinforcing that the stars, the Celestials, etc., they are not all in agreement with one another, which is exactly how it is in World of Warcraft as well. They might be old, and they might be part of the same, like, categorical group, but they do not all fucking agree with each other, as has been suggested by the lines of these skins many times now.
Fall and be silenced. This is not shadow, but an eclipse.
We're just blocking the light. This is not shadow, but an eclipse.
Fight for life, or shatter beneath my shield. The heavens chose this moment for Flame to decide.
Fuck, dude.
No flaws, no faltering. My trust found its mark. Two converged, an eclipse followed. We carry the flame together. Faith given, faith answered. I bore the weight, you made it final. Existence will never yield. Few can endure the sun's blaze.
And it's interesting because through all these quotes and all that, it's very obvious that they're fighting against the void. And it's very obvious that they're trying to preserve life and existence. But again, I find myself asking, like, at what cost? And whilst presumably not understanding the void whatsoever. I mean, look at what suffering the Dark End Wars and the Rune Wars and stuff like that wrought upon the world of Runeterra. I mean, it's fucking crazy. The fallout, the actions of the gods have that's been caused. Like, it's insane. It's actually crazy.
Your role in this battle was crucial, yet finite. Your failure is scorched into the earth. For life to persist, you had to burn. The flame endures. I have endured for eons. What is one moment more?
A lot of enduring. A lot of enduring being mentioned by Leona.
I shall return, fire-tempered and whole. Eternity was our gift to mortals. I reclaim a sliver for myself.
But immortality was not a gift. Eternity was our gift to mortals. I reclaim a sliver for myself. A sliver of eternity.
When the light narrows, it sharpens, a blade through oblivion. Every setting prepares the rise. The flame does not wane, it draws inward. I felt myself unravel, then endless quiet. I must never fade again.
How it feels for an eternal to die. I felt myself unravel, an endless quiet. So, I mean, I get it's interesting because they're an entity that can technically die, but they don't have an afterlife.
The silence does not unmake me. With each dawn, I am born anew.
They drift into the silence but are not unmade. So they don't really die. Weird.
Each return proves the shape I held. This moment was always part of the pattern.
Oh, wow. Really believing that it is predetermined. This was always going to happen.
The sun resumes her dance, radiant with resolve. Returned, reignited, ever more radiant. The unraveling was not complete. Sealed by heat. Ignited shape. Eternal radiance. The line holds. Divine impact. Hold and burn. The flame marks. Mark then fracture. The final flare. Sunfire eternal. Fall to fire. Immolate. Though the disk was buried, the sun continued to rise. I shield the space between the strikes. This sun does not set.
The question is, where does the energy go when they die? It sounds like they go into a realm of darkness and silence, which sounds a lot like the void, but I would assume is not.
Mortals chase embers to stave off the darkness.
Crazy theory about how she says they die. Elite, the same kind of thing kind of crossed my mind. Could the Watchers just be others that have died, but in reality they're just sleeping? And maybe enough time spent in that realm changes them. Similar to time spent in our realm changes Watchers or some shit like that. They think that they're different, but they're not. The Watcher on the right looks like it has fur. It looks like it's wearing like a fur coat, like what you'd see in Freljordians. It's got like creepy witchy hands. Again, I assume that this, especially if it's being fed dreams, was it being fed dreams from, like, was it Lyssandra's dreams? And yeah, that's definitely a constellation of that creature. Bard lore. Freljord, Frostguard, Watcher, the Wonder Above, Bard, Mountain, Bale Strider. This is the OG Watcher icon. It makes them look celestial. What the fuck? Ligin and Vimy? I don't know what I'm looking at. Different forms. Weird. It definitely does look like it has fur. Creepy, dude. The fuck? As seen by Lysandra, while in the void, the Watchers are formless beings, reflecting the nothingness of the void. In the material world, the physical appearance of the Watchers may vary based on their surroundings. As described in Legend of the Frozen Watchers, during its first physical contact with Runeterra, a Watcher sprouted horns and patches of fur, and its colossal tentacular limbs grew into jointed humanoid arms with fingers that clawed the bare rock of the mountainside. In their physical forms, the Watchers are bound by the rules of Runeterra, which allowed Lysandra to temporarily imprison some of them in true ice. As seen by Lysandra, the dreams of the Watchers consist of utter nothingness. They have dreams, but they dream of nothing. Sounds like a pretty shitty existence. It remains unknown precisely in which moment of the timeline the Watchers became conscious. Sounds a lot like the silence Leona mentions. They look very much like the Frost Guard, so Lysandra's followers, might be because of Lysandra's dreams. The elements of this world are ours, and we strive to unmake all. Understand and master the singular. Control and shape the many. Learn, discover, invent. To create new alloys of our design. From the pledge and Ishtal chant, very void logic adjacent yet mortal. The elements of this world are ours, and we strive to unmake all. Understand and master the singular. Control and shape the many. Learn, discover, invent. To create new alloys of our design. It sounds to me almost like, well, I guess it's similar to the Void, if you, depending on how you look at it, but it sounds more like the Ishtali wanted to learn how to dominate everything. So our dreams inform theirs, and they create creatures. This is some paradox shit. In Vel'Koz's and Lysandra's lore update, it is implied that the Watchers first arrived in Runeterra between the reign of the Firstborn, Anivia, Ornn, and Volibear. likely during the formation of the first modern humans, and Nar's arrival to Runeterra, and the reign of the three sisters, Avarosa, Lysandra, and Cyrilda. Additionally, the creation of the prototype models of the modern Voidborns was in response to Lysandra imprisoning the Watchers, so they could gather information and terraform Runeterra safely. Song of Nunu has some nice bits on this. I played like an hour of Song of Nunu. It was cute. I'd like to play that again at some point. Finish it, actually. The Watchers originated from the void, a vast canvas of nothingness in which the concept of existence is a mystery, even to themselves. Until the time the bravest among them first entered Runeterra, the Watchers did not possess material form, nor were they even aware of their own sentience. Until the time the bravest among them. To be brave, I think, requires a degree of fear. The Watchers did not know why they or the void existed, only that it perturbed them that something, with that something being the physical universe, existed in the vast blackness of nothing. In their curious and spiteful intent to understand the material universe, they reached out to mortals, looking for a chance to invade the material realm, then destroy and silence the intolerable pulsing of reality beyond the void. The Watchers were immensely powerful, and transformed living beings of the Freljord into the Iceborn. The first Iceborn were given great gifts, magic, and potentially even some degree of immortality in return for their loyalty. They conquered for the Watchers and built for themselves a great civilization. Avarosa and Cyrilda, believing that their servitude to the Watchers was no different to being their slaves, led the Iceborn in rebellion against the Watchers. During the final confrontation of the three sisters, the Watchers breached through a rift. The boldest of them tore open the veil and hurled themselves upward, only to be horribly disoriented by the sudden shift between the abyss and the corporeal, linear nature of reality. In an instant, they experienced time and heat and pain. Realizing their true nature, Lysandra weaved a spell to sacrifice armies of Iceborn, including her sisters, to entomb the Watchers in a glacial prison of true ice underneath the bridge. While many believed the Watchers were dead, they were merely put in a magical stasis by true ice under the howling abyss. This took the lives of many Iceborn, possibly Avarosa and Cyrilda themselves. To cover up her past mistakes in pledging allegiance to the Watchers, Lysandra rewrote the history of the Freljord, turning the tales of the Watchers into that of myths and songs. She now fears the day they return, with each of the 9 runic seals that hold their prisons slowly fading away. Knowing their deal with Lysandra had gone wrong, the Watchers adapted. They took from the crude matter that comprised it, shaping, corrupting, and imbuing it with consciousness. These constructs were the first of the Voidborn, and would be their master's eyes and ears, sent forth into the nightmare of existence to watch, listen, and learn. The nightmare of existence. Interesting how much of their perspective is put in there. You might like to read the latest message I sent in Discord. It takes a quick look at a frozen Watcher's dream. It's part of Lysandra's short stories. On the other side, the Watcher is all teeth and darkness and chittering, frustrated anticipation. It is bigger than a mountain. Is it one of the small ones? Lysandra hopes so. She's never dared probe the defense of the largest, the ones that seem able to devour gravity and time itself. Eaters of not only worlds, but entire planes of reality. Sounds like fucking Demacia. They make her feel very small and insignificant, like a single mote of frost in a blizzard. She focuses on the great and terrible creature before her. Its dream becomes hers. Another Lysandra waits for her there, in the dreamscape. This ageless being towers behind a black sun. Strands of her hair floating into the heavens, her eyes whole, crystal blue, and shining all with the celestial energies of the world's final dawn. She is beautiful. She is a goddess. She is struggling to press the sun down below the horizon. The fiery black orb fights back, trying to rise again. It burns the goddess's fingers. The fiery black orb. I just read about the black sun like a couple weeks ago. She sees long, unshadows falling over mountains, blanketed with frozen ashes. This land is a mockery of the Freljord, devoid of all life and magic. Life. Life is the key. The living souls of the Freljord, this icy land that Lysandra once offered in sacrifice to the beast below. She leads the stirring watcher away from its own dark thoughts as gently as she can and tries to soothe it with the dreams of others. The fuck? Life is the key. I have a hunch. World runes, someone that meddles with something they shouldn't, basically disturbing the natural cycle. So basically Titan-esque celestials that are arrogant and think they can do better. Perhaps. All right, let's go back to listening to this. Sorry, big tangent there with Lysandra. Black fire is interesting. Well, it's a black sun. A flaming... It's a ball of fire with the black sun. Again, I had like just read about this the other day. Black sun. I think Shinzai sent me something about it. It's also like used a lot in fucking Nazi symbolism, so you know, it's not great, but since they were into the occult, black fire torch is an item, I believe that. The black mist needs a flame of equal pitch. It looks like a void staff. There's an item in game named Blackfire Torch. Dono? Why didn't it come up? Fucking hello? Let me pull it up. Where do you see a dono? I don't see one in my... Oh, I see it on YouTube. Gunpoco donated $20 through Super Chat. Thank you very much, Gunpoco. Always love the League reacts. Thanks for still doing these. It's my pleasure, dude. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I enjoy doing them. As you can... hopefully you can tell.
Mortals chase embers to stave off the darkness. Still moving, still burning.
I was going to say earlier as well that the kobolds in World of Warcraft don't believe that the darkness can truly be vanquished. That the darkness will just return in a different form. So the idea of just eradicating the darkness, I think that this theme in WoW and in League relates to, again, I really think that this ties back to Jungian psychology. Carl Jung, who basically said that the darkness and the ego, they're parts of the self, and that we have an inclination to reject the darkness and try to destroy it and get rid of it, but that is folly. And the actual solution is integrating the darkness back with the light and letting them exist in balance and not trying to deny either one's existence. And so to me, when I see this concept of like destruction of the darkness in fantasy, it absolutely is the case in WoW, but I just can't help but feel that it's probably the case here as well, because really what it represents is an artistic expression of the human struggle to accept the darkness that exists within us, which some religious structures would refer to as like, I guess, I don't know if you call that like original sin or an inherent corruption that makes us, whatever, unworthy. I think it's and often the perspective is like we need to rid ourselves of such darkness, but I think it's being told on like a cosmic scale in some of these games to basically say to you like, this isn't something that you can destroy. Like there's classic media that's all about, oh, be the light and destroy the darkness and win the day. And like, I think that's had its place. but I think that's also likely informed by like religious and philosophical views that are also structured that way, where like we must be cleansed or whatever, like we're imperfect and have to fix ourselves, right? So it's interesting because like I think what's happening in these modern games is it's just a modern artistic like suggestion that the darkness is not something that you should fear or try to expunge from yourself, but rather something that needs to be understood and reintegrated. That's the term that Carl Jung uses as well, as reintegration. Very Buddhist, find balance, exactly. In some Christian thought, sin, darkness, is defined as a twisting of something good. So if that is true, then don't destroy it, but rather reintegrate it so that it is no longer twisted. Yeah, I guess I just share. I understand why you're saying that. I don't really agree with that because it's basically to say that like everything that is light is good and darkness is bad, but I've seen bad things in light as well. So I think both can be good and both can be bad if they're overbearing. And that it's not about, for me, it's not about turning that darkness back into light. It is understanding that the darkness is not something that's twisted. It's not imperfect. It is part of the thing, right? So there's no fixing it. The reintegration, as one would call it, is not a conversion of dark back to light. It is the acceptance that light and dark go together to make the whole thing, and that the self is formed out of the ego and the shadow to form the anima mundi, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. The inner fire, which is not only of the light. And that's where I disagree with that, if that's correct, that particular Christian interpretation, because to me that seems to still other and demonize the darkness as something that should not be. And that's where I don't agree. I agree far more with the Eastern philosophical structures, which pin darkness as an equal and necessarily a valuable aspect of all that is, rather than something that is impure or twisted or corrupted to be fixed. I don't like that aspect of the Christian view as you describe it, because it makes it sound like something is broken and corrupted and we need to fix it. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I just don't like that. To me, that sounds very, I don't know. It sounds to me just very like blamey. Like I don't know. I don't like that. To me, the perfection exists between the light and the dark, not favoring one over the other and accepting. And really, I think what the religious concept there is to accept. It's a way to like understand why bad things happen, right? It's a way through which like we accept all the bad that we can't explain. We can't logic our way, you know. We can't, and that's when you get into like the problem of a God being, you know, benevolent and omnipotent and omniscient and all powerful, and that it can't be all three things. It can only be two things simultaneously, because the presence of the third contradicts the presence of one of the other two, which I think is very interesting as a concept, because if something is benevolent and all powerful and all knowing, then okay, I find it nice to hear how others view the universe. Anyways, I gotta go. Peace. Okay, dude. Yeah. Doesn't really seem like it, considering you just I don't know, you just leave, but it wouldn't really apply to here. I'm not really sure to what you're referring when you say that. Anyway, I'm gonna continue this.
One hand stokes the flame.
What's up, Zesh?
The other tempers it. Without the sun's light, all would fall silent. It matters not that we fight alone, so long as we fight. If this world falls, I carry the flame.
Fuck yeah, dude. Also, just to be very clear, it's nice to hear that Christian thought, but it doesn't mean I have to like it or agree with it. You know what I mean? So like, just to be clear, you can tell me that view and that's fine, but I'm telling you why I disagree with it and why I don't personally subscribe to it. So you got to be able to like either let that go or accept that, because yeah.
Each orbit of the sun delays the great unmaking. It is not enough to move. I hold the front. Fire reshapes the face of the battlefield.
Sure does.
Delay invites collapse.
Gotta do something.
Defiance is survival. If mortals carry but one thing, let it be their will to live.
Yeah, yup. Yup. I would say the same thing in WoW. And in all Tolkien, all fantasy, really. It's like the main primary driving factor of why mortals do what they do. Defiance is survival. Their will to live.
Let the lesser wars rage. I pass with purpose.
Yeah, can't get involved.
My light reveals what mortals mistake for truth. I burn not for worship, but to light their way. Beneath our feet, this world thrums with ancient purpose.
Whoa, that's a pretty crazy line. This world thrums with ancient purpose. What is Runeterra? It's gonna be a unique and special world just like Azeroth. It's gonna be. It's not uncommon at all. I mean, people even think that Earth is special and unique. Beneath our feet, this world thrums with ancient purpose. Our world is special. Remember, Aurelian doesn't understand why he always returns to this sun. Yep, I remember him mentioning that. And it seems here where the Watchers are drawn.
My light does not bend. Consensus is a circle. Thus, I break free. I have walked this fracture before. It did not break me. This world cries out for my aegis. For too long, I marveled at the splendor of our sun disk. The world turns, yet I remain unchanged. Your light ends here.
The fact that the Celestials created Runeterra and not Aurelian Soul already makes it pretty special. Did the Celestials create Runeterra? Is that something that we know to be certain? Or did they shape it because it was already there? Where do you get the information that they created it?
Sear the breach! The light rejects you! Flame given form! Undying light! Strike with fire! Destined for darkness!
Shaped like clay, same wording used with Titans. I believe Aurelian Soul said he does not remember making this world. Right, but that doesn't mean that the aspects did. The world runes are so freaking sus, and they look like they go together as well. And again, maybe the aspects did. Maybe they did. I would just be looking for something that actually says that. I'm not against it, because it's possible that the Titans created Azeroth in World of Warcraft, for instance. Right? That's Chris Metzen originally wanted to make the classic cinematic, the original one, about how the Titans created Azeroth, apparently. Right? From the wiki, composed of both the material and spirit realms, Runeterra is all that separates the celestial powers of creation from the abyssal threat of all undoing. This is a magical world unlike any other, inhabited by peoples both fierce and wondrous. That doesn't really answer the question, though.
Searing purpose! Thus.
So I love how she's more as like being a bastion, more alignment with fire, less about like purity and cleansing necessarily. I thought it'd go more that route, so it's cool to hear that it didn't. As an unknown group of beings began forging Runeterra with world runes, two separate realms came into existence with it. So the chance that it was indeed the aspects is I think pretty fucking high, or the Celestials behind the aspects.
I seal you.
The eternal aspects.
I shield life. Collapse.
Makes you wonder where the fuck they came from.
Enemy of life.
And all about shielding and protecting life. This is so fucking Sargeras coded, it's insane.
You betray existence.
Maybe that's why the aspects and Celestials are so positive about it. Well, if there is a third party, we don't know who it is. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, their intent is clearly to protect Runeterra and use it as some kind of bastion against the darkness. And so since they are willing to put so much effort into it, trying to protect it, it does not seem like a stretch at all to think that the aspects did create Runeterra.
Flinch and break. Blinding daylight.
If life endures, I am the sun. I am the...
Yo, super good lines, man. I can't believe I put off reacting to those for that long. Holy shit. Eternal Aspect, Leona and Diana was fucking sick. That was very cool. That was very cool. Next, we would have... The next thing would be getting into Locke stuff. I am really interested of the Mordekaiser versus Aatrox thing. Seems like a good video. I might watch that while I eat some food before I get into the Locke stuff. Sorry, Garrus, after you stabbed the world soul to reset the universe, life endures. Epic fanfic. Epic fanfic. I'll be right back. Box theme song video also has some interesting art, FYI. Thanks for letting me know. It's from Aurelian's soul, planetary life, the insufferable byproduct of dim stars. As opposed to what, celestial life? So when stars aren't too bright, planetary life can thrive? Interesting. Is the food good? There's just some leftover spaghetti. It's fine. And that link I sent, it doesn't really say the celestials shape the world either. It's vague wording, but it also reveals that the mortal realm didn't exist in the first place. Yeah, the cosmology is some of my favorite stuff. This is Gangplank's theme song. Perhaps Runeterra was there first and the Celestials aspects just stole it. But then who created it? Assuming anyone did at all. I'm just going to finish this before we continue. This is a Callista theme. 1-0 to Norway versus Brazil. Nice. I don't really watch the World Cup, but I'm told as an American this would be a good year to do it. Norway hasn't been this far ever, and in 28 years. I don't really follow football, but it's an exception this time. Because your country's doing well. Makes sense. All right, here we go. Lore, Aatrox versus Mordekaiser isn't even close.
Aatrox is the world ender, the strongest out of all of the Darkin, and Mordekaiser is the unconquered king, the lord of death. Both of them are immortal and two of the most powerful beings in the League of Legends universe. In this video, we will analyze their strengths, skills, and weaknesses to see who would win if they fought. Let's begin. Mordekaiser is the most ruthless and vicious conqueror in history. Even before he became an undead Iron Necromancer, he was the most feared warlord in Runeterra. He has killed thousands of people, enslaved demons, and conquered almost the entire continent of Valorant. One of the main reasons Mordekaiser was able to do all of this is because he has one of the most brutal mentalities in all of Runeterra. The ancient Noxii tribes believed that those who follow in the First Truth would be offered a seat at the table of the gods. The First Truth says that only the strongest would be able to eat with the gods. This belief is what shaped Mordekaiser, and he conquered and killed as many people as possible so that he could secure his seat. And when the day finally came when he died, he realized that all of this was not real. There was nothing in the afterlife, no God's table, no eternal glory, just an empty wasteland. So Mordekaiser simply refused to die. He vowed to forge the empire that he was promised and became the ruler of the underworld. He learned necromancy and started forming a plan for his second conquest. When he got resurrected, his soul was bound to dark metal plates and he became a towering iron giant. He also carried a huge mace called Nightfall, which he forged from the souls of the sorcerers who resurrected him. So now, when he was back among the living, Mordekaiser brought back the demon Atakan and also enslaved the demon beast Tybok, who is a giant fire monster, also known as Tibbers. He also had a close circle of powerful acolytes, among which was LeBlanc. Mordekaiser also enslaved Vhagar, who was a powerful Yordle sorcerer. Vhagar was able to harness the power of the stars, so Mordekaiser tortured him and used his magic for his own conquest. And also, now as a necromancer, everyone who Mordekaiser kills becomes his undead servant.
That art of him is fucking crazy, dude. This art of him is nuts.
Everyone who
it's literally
Mordekaiser
the jailer
kills
from World of
becomes
Warcraft. It's fucking crazy.
His undead servant. He collects the souls of all of his enemies and just grows his army with them. During the height of his reign, Mordekaiser brought death wherever he went. And on top of all of this, killing him is just doing him a favor, because he just goes back to the Death Realm, where he is the supreme ruler and he just gets stronger and stronger.
Yeah, you'd have to take the battle to Raknun. That's an endgame raid in the MMO, I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Stronger there. He's basically Runeterra's version of Sung Jinwoo. So to sum it all up, Mordekaiser is an undead necromancer, he has a huge undead army, he controls 2 very powerful demons, he has access to celestial magic thanks to Vhagar, and every time he dies, he just becomes stronger. Does this mean that Aatrox is cooked? Let's check out his resume. Aatrox is a Darkin. This means that he is also an ascended Shuriman god. In fact, he was one of the first Shurimans to ascend through the power of the Sun Disk. Before he became a Darkin, Aatrox was a general in the Ascended Warhost. He was so powerful that it's said that he even defeated spirit gods in battle, who are some of the most powerful beings in Runeterra. Some examples of spirit gods are Volibear, Ornn, Kindred, and the Nagakaboros. Aatrox is also thousands of years old and lived at the height of the Shuriman Empire. He fought alongside Setaka, the warrior queen of the Ascended and the original wielder of the Chalakar. Aatrox has also fought in the Void War against some of the most horrifying enemies anyone could face. And later, after becoming a Darkin, he also fought against his own kind in the Great Darkin War. His most notable nemesis was Zolani, who was the most powerful hemomancer among all the Darkin. Hemomancy is blood magic, and this is what the Darkin use.
Is it a good kind or a bad kind, though?
To twist and deform their bodies. Zolani in particular was so good at it that she could even control other Darkin. In Joral's splash art, for example, we can see Aatrox fighting Anaka, the Darkin Spear, who is most likely under Zolani's control. So Aatrox not only has thousands of years of battle experience, but he has also fought with and against some of the strongest beings in Runeterra. After becoming a Darkin, Aatrox also used hemomancy to possess other humans and twist their bodies to recreate his ascended form. When Aatrox kills someone, he can use their flesh and blood.
Yeah, he looks rather draconic, I agree. Him being draconic in a theme would have been, that would have made a lot of sense.
To heal himself or possess their body. It's said that Aatrox has killed and possessed thousands of people in search of finding the perfect host for himself. And as we know, he was never able to find anyone powerful enough to contain him, which led to his existential crisis. Nevertheless, Aatrox...
Yeah, there might be someone though, as is suggested with, what's his name? Jaina's boyfriend, what's that guy's name? Tryndamere?
His hemomancy allows him to transform his body, and he can even empower himself to become gigantic in size if he can consume enough bodies. For example, in Pantheon splash art, you may have noticed that you can actually see Aatrox's head behind Pantheon staring at him. This just goes to show how huge Aatrox can become in comparison to a normal human size. Another example of how huge Aatrox is if we compare him to the statue of the Faceless God. In the Call cinematic, we see Kaisa and Talia standing in front of a huge statue somewhere in Shurima. Its face is not visible because of a giant crack in the mountain. This is a statue of Zolani, and the crack is actually a slash left from Aatrox's sword from his hatred for Zolani. Speaking of Zolani, Aatrox has actually fought against many other powerful characters. The most notable example is defeating Pantheon and deleting the Constellation of War from the night sky. Before this fight, it was said that the Avatar of War was immortal and was never defeated in battle. So Aatrox did something that was thought to be impossible, and no one has ever defeated an aspect in the lore. He has also fought against Kael and Morgana and nearly defeated them. However, in the end, Morgana managed to chain him up and Kael fried him with a holy blast. Nevertheless, Aatrox is immortal and his soul is trapped in the Darkened Blade, which is indestructible. So long as someone finds and touches the blade...
It's kind of crazy how there's no way to destroy it. You gotta throw it into the fires of Mount Doom.
Aatrox can get revived over and over again. There is no known way of permanently killing him. And now that we have all the cards on the table, let's compare Mordekaiser and Aatrox to decide who would win if they fought against each other. To do this, we will compare them based on their power levels, hacks, feats, and battle IQ to determine who would come out on top. In terms of power, Mordekaiser can use necromantic magic. He is basically made out of metal and has a giant metal mace made out of souls. Anyone he kills gets added to his army. If we actually include his army of the undead and the demons he controlled, this also greatly increases his power level. We will talk about this again in the hacks section, but Mordekaiser probably has the...
Yet Neferi's dagger got broken by a couple of dogs. That was a poorly planned story.
Strongest mentality out of anyone in Runeterra. He refuses to lose and will find a way to get what he wants.
Yeah, he has an iron will. I mean, that's like one of the main things about him is that his will is just unbending. He's so bent on rage that like he just has a will that can be used to dominate whoever he wants.
If we look at Aatrox on the other hand, since he is a Darkin and a next ascended god warrior, he has...
Who do you think would win? I don't really know. I think it's like insanely hard to pick a winner. Like, and by the nature of their existence, like, it seems like neither one of them can actually be destroyed. So I don't think either of them really could win.
Has godlike strength. He's huge and he can grow.
The thing that have always questioned is like, does Mordekaiser have a powerful enough will to wield the sword and not be overtaken by it? I mean, he's the Iron Revenant, has iron will, and he's not made of flesh. And as I understand it, they need a flesh vessel to take over them. Even Atakan had flesh because he was bound to Katash Lee. So that's one of my biggest questions is like, since he's a spiritual entity and doesn't have flesh and has an indomitable will, what would stop Mordekaiser from wielding Aatrox? I don't know. But he'd have to defeat the manifestation of Aatrox in order to do that.
Grow to extreme sizes if he consumes enough bodies. So I think it's safe to say that he is way larger than Mordekaiser, which gives him an advantage.
I don't know, man. I saw that one music, that music thing, that concert. Mordekaiser was pretty big.
Weapon is the Darkened Blade, which is a great sword, and as we saw earlier, he was able to carve mountains with it. Aatrox can also use Hemomancy, which allows him to regenerate his body, reshape his flesh, and possess other bodies. To do all of this, however, he needs bodies. Aatrox can also grow wings and he can fly, which again gives him an advantage against Mordekaiser. So in terms of power, I think that Aatrox takes this one. Even if
Mordekaiser could just use some chains, though, and chain him to the ground so he can't fly. Mord is only limited in size by his armor. Yeah. Yeah, but Aatrox did have the power to basically delete the celestial spirit of an aspect. Like, that's pretty fucking crazy. So even though Mordekaiser is spiritual at the core, it doesn't mean that he couldn't be destroyed. What chains does Mordekaiser have, though? Aatrox has chains as well, infernal chains. What chains does Mordekaiser have? Am I like delusional in thinking that the literal jailer of the dead would have chains? Soul chains? I don't know. I feel like that was something that'd be something that he would have. Or could make. Probably relate it too much to the jailer and WoW because they're so blatantly fucking similar. What about these guys? Aren't those little minions like enslaved by chains? Search splash art? That didn't give me it either. This is the one I'm looking for. This motherfucker's got blue chains on him and shit. I don't know. Look at his hand. He's just doing domination.
Mordekaiser has access to his undead army and Atakan and Tybo, Aatrox should be able to
Atakan's also dead now, but yeah.
Easily defeat them. As we saw in the Twilight End cinematics, Zahen killed Atakan with one swing, and Aatrox and Zahen are said to be almost relative in strength, with Aatrox being slightly stronger, so he should be able to easily deal with Mordekaiser's minions. The only argument for Mordekaiser here is his necromancy magic. As we saw in Aatrox's battle against Kael and Morgana, they were able to bind him with Morgana's chains and then nuke him with a holy blast. However, we don't have any information about Mordekaiser's necromancy magic, apart from the fact that he can twist the souls of those he kills. And Aatrox is just on another level in terms of raw power.
Mord can still use blood magic, I think. I would assume so, considering as the Iron Revenant, he bound Katashli and Atakan together.
A gigantic flying evil ascended god warrior, and Mordekaiser just pales in comparison here.
I feel like this guy's very biased towards Aatrox a little bit here. I feel like Mordekaiser's not really being given much credit.
So 1-0 for
a bad motherfucker.
Aatrox in terms of power. This right here is where Mordekaiser truly shines. The main thing about him is that he has infinite potential. Every time he dies, he just goes back to the realm of the dead.
He also has celestial magic. Yeah, thanks to Vagar. Demons feared him when he was human. Like, come on.
Becomes stronger. There's no telling how strong he can become, and it's implied that if he gets resurrected again, he will be able to take control of other beings like Viego, who was able to resurrect and possess the aspect of war.
Nah, they're not similar though. If Viego can dominate the aspect of war, he gets the literal crown thing too as well on Darius, then I'm sure that Mordekaiser could, because Mordekaiser can use the same magic as Viego, just better.
other beings like Viego, who was able to resurrect and possess the aspect of war. So if Mordekaiser can make an army of aspects and maybe even spirit gods, Aatrox will be in a lot of trouble. Mordekaiser's mindset and willpower is also its own superpower in my opinion, because with enough prep time, I think he should be able to beat Aatrox. Speaking of Aatrox, he also has some pretty powerful special abilities. We talked about his Hemomancy earlier, which with enough bodies can make him insanely huge. Aatrox is also handicapped by default because he doesn't have a perfect host. So if he takes over someone like Tryndamere or Jax, he would probably become a lot stronger.
Yeah, I think Tryndamere especially.
All in all, I would give the points to Mordekaiser here, simply because he has conquered death and can probably scale infinitely. In terms of feats, Mordekaiser has defeated the demon Atakan while he was still a human, and he has basically conquered an entire continent. His most impressive feat, however, is that he just refuses to die, and has created his own pocket dimension in the realm of the dead.
Pretty insane.
Apart from this, however, he hasn't really defeated any notable characters. He has slain hundreds of thousands of people, but apart from a few mages here and there, these were mostly just normal humans. Aatrox, on the other hand, has killed an aspect in...
It's so disappointing that people don't relate the breach in reality to the spirit realm on the Shadow Isles to Mordekaiser whatsoever. It's fucking crazy to me. Because Viego is literally like your Arthas Lich King fucking character. And Mordekaiser is the jailer on the other side. Like, I'm telling you, the power that Viego wields is the same that Mordekaiser wields. It's the crowns on the head and the fucking necromancy, and it's the same fucking color. And like, we already know that the realms of the dead, like Mitna Raknun, are in the spirit realm. We already know that. So the breach that occurred on the Shadow Isles, I am very confident probably breached into Mitna Raknun, and that's where that power comes from. I need to read Ruination.
Deleted an entire constellation of stars from the night sky. He is an ender of worlds. He has also faced off against Zolani, and their conflict was so brutal that it threatened the entire existence of Runeterra. This is actually
the same magic that binds you here allows me to walk between. I remember that Mordekaiser's skull is on the Shadow Isles. Funnily enough, it's not really the same color anymore. Viego is mostly monochromatic, and so is Mordekaiser, but now I think Mordekaiser in the most recent art is blue now. You mean the teal green is monochromatic? What the fuck? Am I fucking stupid? Having or using only one color. The ghastly green, guys, is on Runeterra. The blue is in his realm. No. The new Mordekaiser art is blue. It is. But I agree with the take that Mordekaiser's energy, his magic is blue while in the spirit realm. Can't prove that, I don't think. But I like that idea because we have different versions of him. So in the spirit realm, it may be blue. In reality, it may be green. It's also interesting because you have that same exact color palette and contrast happen in World of Warcraft with the necromantic energy wielded by the Primus and then the domination wielded by Zoval. Very interesting to me. But I don't know, something to think about.
What drove the aspects to intervene and seal the Darkin away in their weapons. In the civil war against Zolani, Aatrox has also killed other Darkin, and he has fought against the Void. As we mentioned earlier, he's also fought in a 2v1 against Kael and Morgana, and although they beat him, it was basically in a last resort Hail Mary.
I think you have to also ask the question, would Kael and Morgana beat Mordekaiser? Instead of just being like, well, he beat these two. Okay, well, what does that mean anything though? Like, he fought the Void. Okay, sure. Could Mordekaiser not fight the Void too and be successful? I don't understand.
against the Void. As we mentioned earlier, he's also fought in a 2v1 against KO and Morgana, and although they beat him, it was basically in a last resort.
I wonder if Mord's realm is safe from the Void. It's a good question. Is the Void only trying to devour the material plane of Runeterra, or would it also devour the spirit realm, and would devouring one devour the other because they're linked inherently? And Aatrox, yeah, Aatrox didn't fight the Void alone. It's not about what they can do, it's the confirmed feats. But are the confirmed feats not what they can do? I mean, it's not, again, it's not like Aatrox fought the Void alone. He fought the Void, sure. But it's like some feats are not as relevant as others. Like just doing a feat does not mean that that contributes to your ability to defeat another character. Feats is what they have done with proofs in the canon. It's a power scaling thing, except just doing a feat doesn't mean that you're more powerful because you have more feats. It's about what the feat is. It's like, oh, I defeated fucking Queen Ashara. Okay, well, I also defeated Argus the Unmaker. I feel like that's significantly more important. No, but you said couldn't Mord do that too? And I'm saying, yeah, he could, but that's not relevant. I'm not talking about who's more powerful. Yeah, but it's about who would win. So isn't it relevant? When you say that Aatrox did something, isn't it relevant to identify that Mordekaiser could also do it? Just because he wasn't presented the opportunity to do it doesn't, like, why does that... Doesn't that just kind of prove that Aatrox doing it is kind of irrelevant? Because if Mordekaiser could feasibly do it as well, the feat doesn't really matter? Doesn't the feat really only matter when it's like something that the other person couldn't do? Otherwise, it's just a one-to-one. It doesn't give a one-up on the other. Like, what's the point about bragging about being able to do a backflip to someone if they could also just do a backflip? You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you did the backflip, but I could also just do a backflip. Does that mean that you're more athletic than me because you did it and I didn't, even though I can do it? And this section is about the confirmed feats in the lore, so take it up with the guy. Well, you're the one arguing with me in the chat. Headcanon is still headcanon even if I agree with you. I could do it too, but I can't prove it. Well, it's not because you're choosing not to. It's because you're in a situation that doesn't grant the ability to do it. That's honestly, it's why these types of videos are entertaining, but kind of fucking pointless. Because we're comparing apples to oranges here. The only way to find out is to actually have them fight. Because being like, oh, Mordekaiser fucking fought against Darkin, like, okay. Or, excuse me, Aatrox fought against Darkin, that doesn't... Just listing what they've done doesn't mean anything.
Drove the aspects to intervene and seal the Darkin away in their weapons. In the civil war against Zolani, Aatrox has also killed other Darkin, and he has fought against the Void. As we mentioned earlier, he's also fought in a resort Hail Mary. And before you say I'm glazing Aatrox a lot, yes, he has also lost a bunch of times too. The first time he fought against Pantheon, he actually lost, and then after he killed the aspect of war in their second fight, he lost to his host Atreus.
So he loses to the aspect, comes back, kills the aspect, and then loses to the man after that. Pantheon's got an uncrushable will. Pantheon's also just one mortal guy.
Killed the aspect of war in their second fight, he lost...
Or Atreus, excuse me.
To his host Atreus. Still, I think that Aatrox easily takes the point here.
I don't... He loses to a mortal man, but still, I think he easily gets the point. Like, what the fuck?
Because his resume is way more impressive than Mordekaiser's.
I don't think it is. But regardless, I think the flaw in this logic is saying that someone is smarter because they were presented with more opportunities to show that they were smart. It's like you can have two people, one that is presented significantly more opportunity to show their intellect than another person, and then say like, oh, they're smarter than this other person. Like, let's say they have like a wealthier family, they got to go to a good school or whatever the fuck. And then you're like, oh, well, they're just smarter than this other person. Just because they did things does not equate to them being more intelligent. Like, just because you did things doesn't mean that you're stronger than someone else. And it's not about not being able to prove it. That's not the point. Power scaling is a heck of a thing. I often get mad when I watch these videos, especially when they start breaking out the calculator and talking about things like faster than light speed. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But because the thing is, I don't necessarily even think that Mordekaiser would win. I just don't think it's easy to say that Aatrox would win.
He takes the point he lost to his host Atreus. Still, I think that Aatrox easily takes the point here.
It's just confirmation bias. That's just all it is. Like, I like Aatrox more, therefore I'm willing to ignore the defeats and losses, which are quite substantial and should be considered, and I think he would win anyway. That's literally all it is. It's whatever. It's fine. I agree with you, which is why Feats isn't a good choice for this list. But why I said he was only talking about confirmed in lore. Confirmed feats is an add-on for other speculation, not a solo section. I understand. I just don't think this means anything. I don't think that you can use this type of criteria to determine whether or not someone is stronger. I don't know. It's a video for fun. But the guy obviously prefers Aatrox. He is glazing him. And literally after he says stop glazing, he talks about how Aatrox failed and then says, I think he'd win anyway. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? What are we talking about here? It's like that Wild Lord YouTuber who made a list just to make Garrosh the strongest warrior in Warcraft and Broxcar and Grommash and Sourfang exist. Right. The criteria is Mord, no diffs, Aatrox. Mord, no diffs, Aatrox, and no one can change my mind.
Because his resume is way more impressive than Mordekaiser's.
Battle IQ.
As far as battle IQ is concerned, Mordekaiser should be one of the most experienced fighters in Runeterra. Even when he was still a human, he was basically like Runeterra's version of Genghis Khan. And after he became the Iron Revenant, he again fought in countless battles in his second conquest. I think it's also safe to say that he is a master tactician, because he actually died on purpose when LeBlanc and Vladimir plotted against him.
I would agree.
And he did that just so that he could return to the Death Realm and become even stronger. So Mordekaiser is probably one of the most experienced...
He had to go back and juice the fuck up. It's interesting that he... I guess it was with the intention of deceiving them into thinking that he had been vanquished, with the intent to return at full power. Because I think it's really interesting that he can't just go back to Midnaraknun. I know he was like resurrected and bound with the armor and all that stuff. But it sounds like the Immortal Bastion literally connects via the Spirit Realm into Midnaraknun, so that's kind of interesting. So I assume he did it with the intention to deceive them that he had been defeated. But it sounds like LeBlanc knows that that's not true. His biggest mistake, IMO? Flesh is the gift. He thinks metal is better than flesh. That's his one big mistake. Yeah, I would tend to agree. He went the route of becoming a Titan Forged. What if you gave Mordekaiser a gun? Then what? Checkmate, liberals.
Fighters in all of Runeterra. If anyone could rival Mordekaiser's battle experience, though, it's Aatrox. Before he became a Darkin, Aatrox was a general in the Ascended Army.
True.
He has fought against the Void, against Darkin, against Aspects, against Children of Aspects, Barbarians, Kingdoms, and Spirit Gods. I think it's also important to mention that Aatrox is thousands of years older than Mordekaiser. And even though he has been sealed for a large portion of those years, he still has more valuable battle experience than Mordekaiser, who has mostly fought against humans.
Yeah. And again, the indomitable will of Mordekaiser is a pretty big thing that I feel like is maybe kind of being overlooked here. But ultimately, is that enough? Especially since he gave up his flesh.
So even though this is a bit of a tough one, I think Aatrox takes this point as well, which brings the score to a total of 3-1 in favor of Aatrox. Again, both of them are immortal, and if they actually
in truth, the only measure of a soul is the strength of their will.
fought, the winner
It's
would
not the size of the fight and a dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight and the dog.
really depend on the circumstances of the battle. For example, do they have access to their armies, which version of the characters are fighting, and so on. That being said, I think in most of these circumstances, Aatrox takes this medium to low difficulty. The only scenario where I
medium to low difficulty? That's fucking crazy.
I see Mordekaiser winning is if he spends another couple of thousands of years in the Death Realm and scales far above Aatrox.
With enough time, I think Mordekaiser wins every time. He's just got a ramp, dude. He's just got a ramp. He's a late game crusher. You know what I mean? But in early game, Aatrox probably dicking him down. I would agree with that. He's got a scale.
But this is just what I think. Who do you guys think
Zac Efron memes, dude.
win? Is there anything I have missed that you think could turn the scales around? Let me know in the comments. And also, if you enjoyed this versus battle format, let me know if you would like to see more and
That's a fun video, even if I don't really agree with some of it.
what matchups you would like me to explore in the future. Thanks.
Who's the smartest character in League lore? Aatrox and Pantheon Splash is crazy. I thought it was a mountain or something. I did not notice Aatrox and the Pantheon Splash at all. Aatrox thing is rending blood and flesh to stack up power. Guess who is famously no longer made of flesh? It's a really good point. Cool. All right, I think it's finally time to look at some Locke stuff, huh? Who the fuck is this? Fuck that champion. Cool lore, though. Here you go. What is this? Why are you sending me this? I can just literally get it off their fucking channel right here. It's uploaded in order. It's right here. All right, here we go. Pandemonium, What We Fear. Motion comic for Locke. After the fiendish murder of her parents, Shauna Vane devoted her life to ridding the world of supernatural monsters. Now, a decade later, she's received a letter from an old family friend, pleading for help with a rampaging demon on the outskirts of the kingdom of Demacia. Worried for his safety, she makes the long journey to the dark wildwoods, hoping she makes it in time. Demon stuff. I like demons. I don't know much about Vane, so it's good to get that little bit of information.
Shauna, I'm sorry. I have no one else to turn to.
Dude, I love how the fucking silhouette on the floor has the red eyes. That doesn't even make sense, but that's awesome. It's like a demonic sigil.
This ward would have kept most demons at bay.
Oh, it's a ward, I see.
I know you don't trust me. I, your parents, all of us, we failed you. I can't change the past. I deserve my fate. But you deserve the truth. And I'm almost out of time. Please, Shauna, save us from this demon. And I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Yo, thanks, Brezu. I appreciate that.
All that practice and you still can't keep up with me. Relax, I was just messing around.
Boy, control yourself.
Oh, nice glasses there, Dad. Yeah, he uses stakes. It's kind of sick.
You know what your mother would do if she saw you?
Like nails. Big ass nails. I think a big enough nail you would just call a stake.
Please don't encourage him, Shauna. You know these woods are off limits.
Wildwood.
I'm aware.
Good. Then let's keep our distance until your parents are done with their business here.
What's so scary about these woods? All I see are trees, trees, and more trees.
I'll tell you when you're older. But remember this. Those who enter that forest never leave unchanged.
Pretty sure that's what the lady in the inn said to Locke in that last one that I watched too. A secluded forest teeming with demons and dark magics. Whoa. Kind of looks like Atakan a little bit.
Didn't we tell you to stay away from these woods?
Yikes, dude. Those who enter that forest never leave unchanged. Gotta confront your demons, that's right.
Our training amounted to this pathetic display!
What the fuck?
Shauna, you're actually here. Thank you.
What the fuck? Dad was actually taken over by a demon. That's fucking crazy.
Niles.
Or whoever this guy is. Right, not Dad, because he said your parents to her, right?
What have you done? What truth have you been hiding?
Well, I'm sure you recall the healings your parents came to receive.
Were they infused with demons? What the fuck is that? What happened? Some Black Rose shit? What's going on?
They meddled with power. They did not fully understand. We're more depraved than the demon who killed them.
Yikes. Black magic, which is a no-no in Demacia, obviously.
You disgusting, wretched, lying abomination!
That's one thing I remember LeBlanc saying. All demons of Runeterra, they lie, defy. What is it? They hunger, they lie, and they defy.
That scheming filth. I never should have trusted him.
Cool reflection. The red arm. Reminds me of Swain.
All demons must die!
That same yellow and red motif. Very similar to what you'd see with Darken. Interesting.
Every last one! Yes, this is how it has to be! They deserve their fate! Another repulsive fiend crawling out from the shadows.
Oh, interesting turn of the eyes, huh? Yeah, it could be a demon of hatred or something. Wow. Holy shit. Yeah, very colorful. Bright, vibrant color palettes. A lot of blue, a lot of red, a lot of magenta. Sick. That was fucking dope. That's a good start right there, man. Back from the brink, Locke Champions Cinematic. What do we have here? Overtaken by the thing she hates the most, yeah? Demonic eyes on the fucking trees. Yo.
You can't hide from me, monster.
Fuck yeah, dude.
I'll make this quick. Stay back.
Very colorful.
Here we go.
Fuck yeah, dude. Dude, this animation is fucking crazy. Holy shit. Holy fuck, dude. That black and red magic, huh? Is that a mask? Oh, it's a skull. A bunch of stakes driven into it. What the fuck? It's sucking them in? Oh, it's like a fucking ghost trap, except for demons. And then he drives nails into it to keep it imprisoned in there, or what?
I got you.
Interesting how he appears all blue. Oh shit, dude, that was fucking
Locke.
sick. Damn.
This doesn't mean we're even.
It's good to see you too.
Dude, that was fucking badass, man. Couple of demon hunters. And even though he couldn't hit those nails on the fucking target when they were young, he came back pretty bad, dude. That was fucking sick. Close enough. Welcome back, Nanami. I don't know what that means, but bro literally went, I can fix her, and succeeded. Welcome to League, male Vane. I can't wait for him to say it's lock-in time, and locks in. That was fucking awesome. Nanami is a Jujutsu Kaisen character. Interesting. Man, that was a cool demon. Really showcasing the spectrum of colors there that demons can have. And again, I like how he manifested as like blue spiritual flame from her perspective. That was pretty cool. It reminds me of those blue fire spirit things that came out of the spirit realm in the Yunara and Shinjao cinematics. Those were cool. And then you have Champion Spotlight and Champion Trailer, which we can look at the Spotlight, I guess. I think he might be half demon himself. He does have some interesting tattoos and like glyphs on him. I noticed when he put the nail into the skull, it looked like he had something similar tattooed on his hand. Like that? You see what I mean? He has like, it almost looks like he has the nails, like, and they overlay it like that. It almost looks like he has it on himself. That'd be fucking crazy. And I don't know, maybe that could relate to like the blue spiritual fire appearance that he takes from her perspective. But him having something like that in there would be fucking crazy. Plus this thing he carries around is nuts looking. I don't know what that is. Let me see this Champion Spotlight here. What does he do? Ritual nails. Oh, so they do call them nails. Gotcha.
After years of intense occult training, Locke became an expert at tracking
occult training
down monsters and purging their evil without hesitation.
I wonder what that skull is. What the fuck? Wait, is that Shaco? What the fuck?
Became an expert at tracking down monsters after years of intense occult.
Oh, because he gets him right there. Shaco Fiddle and the Fat Wish Cash. Forget what his name is.
Training. Locke became an expert at
that means Shaco is a demon? Yeah. Of course he is. Tom Kench, that's right.
After years of intense occult training, Locke became an expert at tracking down monsters and purging their evil without hesitation. Fearless in the face of danger, with no tolerance for the guilty.
Wait,
Locke
Fiddle is a demon? You guys are fucking trolling me.
Is on a mission to make the world a more honest place, one exorcism at a time. In-game, Locke is
He's an exorcist. That's fucking badass, dude.
Assassin who turns early skirmishes into major advantages, snowballing into a devastating weapon against squishy enemy targets. It's time to lock in, mid laners. Welcome to the Locke Champion Spotlight. Let's start with Locke's passive Silver Stake, which empowers his auto attacks with bonus damage on hit. Silver Stake's damage increases based on the enemy's missing health, enabling him to deal more damage to weakened foes.
Okay.
Locke's Q is Ritual Nails. He throws a nail forward, damaging, marking, and slowing all enemies hit. He can recast this ability twice more before going on cooldown, with the slow improving on enemies with more marks. Attacking a marked enemy consumes the Ritual Nails, dealing significant damage per stack. Ritual Nails pierce, allowing you to get stacks on multiple enemies simultaneously. Be sure to aim them properly to maximize your damage. Next up is Locke's W, Soul Ignition, which increases his movement speed, decaying over a few seconds.
That is a fucking badass ability name. Soul Ignition? That's fucking sick.
While active, Locke suffers...
Did he say silver stakes or silver scrapes?
true damage based on his current health every second. When the ability ends or is recast, Locke heals based on the champion damage taken, including self-damage, his missing health, and how long the ability was active. Soul Ignition can be recast while crowd control, so even if you're out of other options, make sure to heal back up before your opponent sends you to an early grave. Every assassin needs a way to stick to their target. Locke's E, Ashen Pursuit.
It's like soul immolation on dev DHs and WoW. Yeah.
Lets him blink, dealing damage around him upon arrival. After casting, Locke's next attack will trigger a dash toward his target, damaging all enemies in his path. Ashen Pursuit also consumes ritual nail stacks, just as basic attacks would.
I also wonder if you're bound to or already possessed by one demon, does that mean that you can't be bound to, manipulated by, or possessed by another demon? Like if you already have that, I wonder if it like can act as like an immunity. That could be a fun thing to explore.
Ashen Pursuit's dash is a fixed distance, so keep
Unless it was a more powerful one, yeah, maybe lesser ones only, because otherwise maybe that demon could consume or dominate the other demon.
Positioning in mind when hunting down your foes. Whenever Locke secures a takedown, Ashen Pursuit's cooldown resets, allowing you to keep staking your claim across the enemy backline.
Oh my god, the puns in this are gonna be the death of me, dude. I'd rather take a fucking nail through my heart than listen to this, Jesus.
Finally, Locke's ultimate is Purgatory. He throws his totem, which fires out to damage and slow enemies in that area. The totem stays open for several seconds. During that period, afflicted champions are executed if they drop below the health threshold, whereupon their souls are pulled inside the totem. If any souls were trapped, the totem seals itself and remains where it was thrown at the end of its duration. Locke can pick it up to partially refund Purgatory's cooldown and gain a permanent bonus for each afflicted champion who was killed.
Cool.
Purgatory's debuff is
permanent bonus?
Time-based, not distance-based. Run as far as you want, but if you're brought low while the totem is active, there is no escape.
I think LeBlanc, that's why I hope we found out LeBlanc is a demon, since you could dominate Atakan. Maybe a demon or has one bound into her, like a demon of pride or something like that would go insanely hard in my opinion. With like her golden eyes and prideful demeanor, and she's so overly confident, she's like arrogant almost. I think that'd be kind of cool. I think Arcane, she at least tries to convince Mel that she's like a sorceress of some kind, but whereas Mel specializes in solar sorcery, LeBlanc seems to specialize in like shadow and or blood magic, something like that. Her magical type also reminds me a lot of the World Ring of Violence. So I don't know, which has like, I'm pretty sure like blood related effects on it. I can't quite remember. Again, it's one of the reasons why I think that blood magic and demons and the World Ring of Violence are all connected, but
fun fact, abilities like
or she ascended to being one like Jin wants to. Well, I don't know that Jin wants to, but it was suggested by a Riot dev that because of the exposure to the spiritual magics of his weapons and all the terrible atrocities that he's committed, that Jin could turn into a demon if he died, which is fucking crazy. But I don't know that that's something Jin wants to do. So, but does she dominate him? I feel like she's somehow forcing him into submission rather than bound him to her. Yeah, not bound to her, but I think she knows Atakan's true name. I think that's what she whispers in the helmet that makes him so angry and makes him lash out at her unsuccessfully. I'm pretty sure demons can control other demons. Evelyn has a lot of other demons under her. Sure, that makes sense, and I think there's a speculative post right here, a dark twist for Locke's story, where Necrit seems to be suggesting that Locke is a pawn of Evelyn. So I don't know how he comes to that conclusion, but that is an interesting thought. They consume each other. Yeah, they're like void scent in Final Fantasy, kind of.
Crossbow's wind wall can't block the incoming totem toss, but they can interact with the missile it throws upon landing. Just a little detail that'll help you nail down players who don't know any better. You're welcome. Locke needs to be aggressive early and often to become a major threat. Look for opportunities to secure 3 ritual nail stacks and massively slow the enemy laner, especially if they're overextended in the laning phase. Time your Ashen Pursuit dash to cut off their escape route. Soul Ignition allows Locke to go all in on high-stakes plays. Use W to gain the movement speed needed to tower dive. Stay in the fight as long as you can, and recast the ability just in time to heal back up and survive the encounter. Early in the game, Locke has the damage and mobility he needs to take punishing trades against tankier champions. But Locke's damage doesn't scale off max health, so defensive items in the mid to late...
Isn't this the guy that yelled 200 years? Isn't this the guy? Or is that someone else? It's not him, no? Okay, never mind.
Game can greatly hinder his kill potential. Use Purgatory and Ashen Pursuit resets to chain kills off their squishier teammates before taking them on. Like most assassins, Locke is relatively fragile and weak to crowd control. Coordinated ganks can punish his early aggression, and he'll struggle to get value from ritual nails if you approach him from different angles. However, if you leave Locke unmarked or take unnecessary risks in the laning phase, you'll have a hellish game ahead of you. If you love AP assassins or thrilling snowball champions like Echo or Zed, you'll enjoy the high-risk, high-reward gameplay Locke delivers. Exercise your inner and outer demons in style with Locke, the Ashen Exorcist.
Your inner and outer demons. Interesting. Yo, his theme was fucking sweet in that thing. Is this another skin they're about to tease? Ooh, that's badass. That's a fucking badass skin. What the shit? Give me that. That was sick. Locke seems sick. Let's see. Pandemonium, What We Face. Motion comic, League of Legends. I think that's the most recent one. I'm not going to watch the Champion trailer. I don't think it really matters. That's High Noon. The theme is Western Demons versus Angels. Right. Yeah, that's coming back to me now. What We Face, motion comic. And then I can read his short story. Drawn back to the wildwoods of Demacia by a family friend, Shauna Vane sought answers about her parents' deaths. Instead, she was forced to kill the man she trusted after a demon claimed him, and her grief and rage left her open to possession. Now, Corvin Locke, a childhood friend she barely recognizes, has intervened, but the demon's words linger. She hopes it was lying, and fears it wasn't. Well, demons lie. All demons lie. But do they lie every time? Good question.
Demons don't feed on scraps. They crave a meal they can gorge on.
Come on, Shauna! Fight it!
Grief. Rage. The lies people tell themselves. They all make for a feast.
I want to know what the fuck that skull is. What it's from. His VA is very good. I have no idea who it is, but...
Shauna Vane. I almost don't recognize her. But I still remember her laugh. The carefree way she moved. That girl's gone now.
It's lost.
She'd rather die than face what's real. But I won't let that happen.
Corvin? Where?
Crossbow's on your left. You were holding on to it like a grudge.
What happened?
You wandered too far into the wild woods, and a demon took the reins.
Comforting.
This is Niles's manor. Why bring me here?
It was close, well warded. It's safe enough, despite the mess. Why are you back, Shyvana?
He wrote me a letter.
Who did? Niles?
He said a demon was loose. Promised answers about my parents if I came.
And you believed him?
He was there for us when Father got sick. They'd talk for hours by the fire, night after night. I thought, if anyone knew something, it would be Niles.
Niles wasn't wrong about the demon. Just about who needed saving.
Saving? You mean exorcising? With spell work and black magic.
That's an odd way to say thank you. And, this isn't spell work. It's scar tissue. I didn't choose this. She did.
Your mother? All that training and studying was for this?
It was tradition. Her dream, not mine. And I wasn't the only one.
So, there's more of you.
Most didn't make it. Things happen.
Oof. Fucking cult.
But hey, someone needed to be the chosen one. Lucky me.
Oof.
Guess you had, what? The right temperament.
So like an anti-demonic
More
ward?
like I hadn't learned to say no to my elders yet.
Scarred into him.
You make it sound like it was nothing.
It was. Eventually.
Interesting that black magic has been used to banish a demon. Well, that's because it's good black magic. There's also the bad black magic, which is different. You know what I mean? It's good to distinguish between the two.
I can't believe your own mother did this to you. But that's what black magic does. It tempts. It corrupts. It destroyed my parents.
She's still carrying the same grief that invited the demon.
I wonder if he can literally see that, or if they're just showing that for the viewer.
It's all based on a lie. The magic was meant to protect people, at first. You know what lurks in these woods. But there were some who drew that darkness to themselves through the occult or worse.
He can because of the glasses? That's pretty sick.
They would come here to be cleansed. Mostly nobles. People like your parents.
You're wrong.
They would come... Sorry, I missed that. There's like a light flickering in the other room. Sorry. A little distracting. Let me hear that again.
The magic was meant to protect people, at first. You know what lurks in these woods.
Oh, it could be like Master Yi's helmet. Interesting thought.
But there were some who drew that darkness to themselves through the occult or worse. They would come here to be cleansed. Mostly nobles. People like your parents.
You're wrong.
Wish I were.
My parents were good people. My father was sick and needed treatment.
Demacia's capital is full of healers, good ones.
Now, why wouldn't he go there?
Think, Shyvana, why come all the way out here? Niles couldn't face the truth either. No matter how many times I cleansed him, it ate him alive. And it's doing the same to you.
I'm nothing like him.
You let rage take you until a demon wore your skin. If I hadn't been there, you'd be dead. Those people you're avenging, they weren't the parents you needed them to be. And they're still hurting you. Face this, or it kills you.
That reflection there was cool. Seeing the red energy encroaching on her like that.
I don't need a chaperone.
Good thing I'm not offering. She's still carrying it, but she doesn't have to be consumed by it. I won't let that happen to her. Road's open to everyone. I'm just walking it too. Most people never face the truth. She might not either. But I'll be there to take care of her. One way or another.
One way or another. Cool. Demacia and Yone, this guy. Yeah, he's pretty sick, man. Pretty sick. I like him so far. That's pretty cool. Just like Yone, he's pretty cool. Let me hear this theme, dude. Let me hear this shit. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, that was my initial thought as well. It reminds me a lot of the Fiddlesticks theme. Let's see that again. What was that? Why do they have the top of this thing? Yeah, I wonder what this nails are made out of. Them being petricite nails would be fucking sick. Make more sense if they're like silver or something. Interesting how he keeps one of these attached to a chain right near where his heart would be. It's kind of sick. Yeah, he has a dope theme too. The guitars in that are fucking awesome. Man, this guy's fucking sick. This is like the first time I'm learning of Vayne too. Like I didn't know anything about her before this either. His passive is Silver Stake. Right. So yeah, it's definitely silver. Yeah, it's interesting how they have the X over the skull. I think they blocked it out. Who's that? That Evelyn? Dude, what if the skull was his mother's? That would be fucking crazy, dude. That would be sick. That would be fucking sick. Should I read the short story or should I just watch the Necrit video? Let him explain it. He doesn't exactly like his mom, so yeah. Oh, I know. I get that. I do like reading the short stories. League of Legends universe. Locke. Let's see. The Ashen Exorcist. Demons get a bad rap, but the real monsters? People. He has a quote in game that his mom was the first monster he met. I think it's literal. Sure. A nail-slinging exorcist versed in forbidden rites, Corvin Locke is the progeny of Demacian occultists, born into lies and hypocrisy. He learned young that demons aren't the cause of humanity's darkness, but the consequence. Oh, there it is, dude. Now, Locke tears through every soul, exposing its darkness, intent on making the world a more honest place. One exorcism at a time. Yeah, I would assume he's more in favor of someone like Morgana, considering he uses magic that is, like, not allowed in Demacia. I'm sure that Kale probably wouldn't be a big fan of that. The exorcist settled at a crowded table and ordered something he had no intention of drinking. In a dim corner opposite of him, a man flirted with a woman, his passion enough to make the dead blush. The man wore coarse, undyed wools and linens of varying brownish shades. His skin was a weathered mix of a coppery tan and sun-scorched red, and his nails were cracked and dirty. A simple farmer, Locke observed, the kind whose life had once been less complicated. The man made openly amorous comments, twining the woman's long red curls, comparing them to his wife's. Yikes. The woman looked embarrassed, glancing across the inn whenever the man's comments grew too explicit. Her green cloak and leather corset were a cut above the sensible, well-worn wools around her. A fine lute leaned against the table beside her. She wore her age plainly, her deep frown lines offset by her shy smile. The farmer edged closer to the woman, as if the space between them was his to ignore. Beneath his cloak, Locke toyed with the iron nails between his fingers, contemplating his next move. I would assume this is the same inn where Garen was at, yeah? As the couple stood to leave, Locke pushed his full mug to the man beside him. "Just realized I'm not thirsty," he said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Don't want it to go to waste." He left coin at the bar, his attention fixed on the couple as they moved for the door. The farmer's arms snaked around the woman, pinning her tight against his side. Locke slipped out after them. His eyes adjusted to the night at once, his specialized lenses amplifying color and shape, unmaking the dark. He caught sight of the farmer pulling the woman into a dense copse of trees between two buildings. Locke was out of time. He muttered an incantation and closed his eyes, ash enveloping him. When he opened them a moment later, he materialized in front of the farmer, raising his stake just before the woman's claws pierced the farmer's chest. The woman's face twisted into a demon's snarl, her eyes gleaming a sulfuric yellow. She cast off her cloak, revealing two long, spiked appendages that moved on their own, writhing, seeking. "I dig the new look, Ev," Locke smiled. "When'd you learn that trick?" The demon recoiled, her lashers rising like a two-tailed scorpion poised to strike. "Corvin," Evelyn purred, and her carefully arranged features began to shift, the red curls taking on a whiter hue, and the feckled complexion deepening into a smoky purple. "You know better than to bother a girl when she's eating." "You're not exactly a girl, are you?" Locke said, stepping closer, brushing ash from his cloak. Locke took another step. The demon struck, aiming her appendages for his throat. He shoved the farmer back and sidestepped, making the demon strike empty air and lose her balance. Before she could recover, Locke threw a fan of 3 nails at her feet. Yo, he max slowed her, dude. Time for the gap close. As soon as the nails hit the soil, deep indigo lines blazed between them, forming a triangular seal. Evelyn's face contorted as the binding seized her. Her careful smirk fell away, replaced with a wide grimace of sharp teeth. "Be reasonable, Corvin. He's a pathetic old man. No one will miss him. His life is meaningless." Locke shrugged. "I'll be the judge of that." She writhed, her long nails grasping at nothing. "I haven't had a decent meal in so long. This man's agony. Such a rare flavor." Her body shuddered as the hunger ripped through her. "Just let me have this one." "Pretty sure I told you Brook Hollow was off limits." Evelyn raised her lashers, struggling against the seal's magic. "I had no choice. There was a huntress on my trail." Locke stilled. "A huntress?" Evelyn smiled. "You know her, don't you?" Locke held her gaze, his eyes hidden behind his glasses, refracting moonlight glinting in the violet lenses. "What did she look like?" Evelyn put a claw to her lips and glanced aside. "Oh, I can't quite remember," she said sweetly. "It was so dark, and I was so scared." Locke flipped the silver stake in his hand, considering, then shoved it into his cloak and put his hands in his pockets. So stake, nail, same fucking thing. "Tell me what she looked like and where she went, and I'll release you. And as long as you stay clear of this town, I'll leave you alone. Same as always." Locke pinned her with a look more paralyzing than the seal. Laid bare by the intensity of his stare, she felt the fight go out of her. Taking a deep breath, she shifted her features into a new face. This woman had short hair and sharp features. Shauna Vane now stood before Locke with a demon's eyes. He steadied himself. Evelyn, as Vane, pointed toward the nearest edge of the wildwoods. "I'd hurry, sweetheart," she purred, pushing a lock of hair out of her eyes. "Not all demons are as patient as I am. And that huntress? Evelyn bit her lip at the thought. "I envy the demon who gets to taste all of that delicious agony." Locke kicked over one of the nails, breaking the seal. He raised his brows, inviting her to try her luck again. She stared at him a moment longer, then dared to lean in, her lips nearly brushing his. "You're no fun," she whispered in his ear, before disappearing in a mantle of shadow, leaving nothing but stillness and smoke from the broken seal. Locke turned to the farmer, who had curled into a quivering ball at the base of a wide tree. He crouched before him. "Now, what to do with you?" The glint on a gold chain dangling from the farmer's neck caught Locke's eye. He reached for it, pulling it free from where it hid inside his worn shirt. The chain was aged, but the locket that hung from it was well polished. On its back was an initial, V. On its front was the tiny etched portrait of a woman. Locke recognized the same frown lines, the kind mouth, and the long red hair Evelyn had worn only moments before. How long ago did she pass? Locke asked, returning the locket to its place near the man's heart. Oh. A year ago today, he answered, still trembling. That... It wasn't her, was it? I thought that maybe, that somehow she'd come back to me. No, Locke said. It wasn't her. He sat back on his heels, then slipped the tool case from his back and opened it. You got any other family? Kids? The man shook his head. We tried. Victoria, we couldn't. She wanted a child so badly, but I was so happy with just her. She was enough for me. She was always enough. His voice broke, tears stinging his eyes. He gritted his teeth, refusing the grief. Locke held out a small vial filled with a viscous, sparkling concoction. Take this, he said, and when the man didn't move, he set it beside him. This will numb you long enough for you to make it home safe. Locke lowered his glasses. Look at me. The farmer met his gaze, caught by the force in the exorcist's eyes. When you get home, lock all your doors and windows, and when the tincture wears off, you let it all out. Everything you've been holding on to. Then, you let it go. You let her go. Or another demon will find you, sooner than later. He stared at Locke, recognizing something of himself, something profound and heavy behind that pale blue gaze. Though the farmer couldn't say why, he trusted him completely. It's your choice, Locke said, snapping his case shut and slinging it over his shoulder. He stood, easing into a stretch. See you around. The farmer drew breath to speak, but Locke was already gone, out of the darkness and onto the rough paved streets of Brook Hollow. That was a good one. That was fucking sick. Interesting that he lets Evelyn go instead of getting the information from her and then trapping her anyway, because fuck that bitch. So obviously not the first time that he ever encountered Evelyn, the demon. Clearly. And that turned out to be sad. I was like, oh, they did that on purpose, subversion of expectation. The guy's flirting with someone and also having the gall to mention his wife while doing it. And then, of course, revealing that she was masquerading as his wife, which is just the cruelest fucking shit. I really like how they depict Locke as someone who wants people to learn to let go of their grief. Very cool. Yone is not really like that. Yone, you guys said that this guy's Demacia and Yone. I would disagree. The reason why is because Yone is not really about people confronting or overcoming their grief. Yone kind of like gave into it to a degree and melded with it, which is why he wears the Azakana mask. When he showed up to like help Yasuo, it wasn't about like Yasuo confronting his demons necessarily. Yone sealed that demon to give, I don't know if it's like intentionally done, but to give Yasuo the opportunity to confront his demons and overcome them. But Locke is more directly about literally helping these people get on the path to doing it, where Yone is a bit more edgy and kind of vengeful in the way that he acts. But they definitely are similar. This guy's just more about the actual like growth and liberation from that grief, which I think Yone differs from him specifically in that Yone has not learned to free himself of his own grief, but they're both demon hunters, which is fucking sick. And they're both fucking awesome, but a bit of a thematic difference there, I think, underlying it. This is interesting. He stared at Locke, recognizing something of himself, something profound and heavy behind that pale blue gaze. Maybe the suffering, I think, the grief that Locke has, though the farmer couldn't say why he trusted him completely. That could have a deeper meaning, but I think that's mostly just identifying that the farmer recognized that Locke himself had been through some shit, and that he wasn't just telling him this. It wasn't a platitude. It was real. He really meant it, and he needs to listen to him. Before blades and sorcery are needed, words can save a soul. Yone. Does he say that? Interesting. I just don't see... I guess when I think of his behavior, I think more of specifically what I saw in the cinematic with the animated short with the two of them. But... yeah, I mean, I think that is also a reference to the story as it unfolded with he and Yone, or he and Yasuo and their master and all of that stuff as well. But to me, Yone seems a little bit more guarded, not so open to the discussion of this type of thing. Not like Locke is. I still wouldn't say that they're the same. They're both very compassionate for demon hunters. That's why I connected them, but obviously different. Sure. I think at first Yone was confused, but eventually he grew into saving people more. Yeah, I guess I just, even with that quote, I haven't really seen him do that, I guess. It seemed to me more like the intention was to use the blade and his ability to seal them into masks in order to accomplish the goal, but I don't know. Either way, that was pretty fucking good. And so he doesn't have like a short story. He just has the bio. Probably because he's so new. I don't know how they do that now, but that was pretty sick. I enjoyed that one a lot. That was good. Yeah, Locke is fucking dope, dude. Yone and Locke view demons very differently. Yeah, I mean, Locke, it says there, he overtly sees them as the result of the darkness, not the thing that corrupts them, but the corruption made manifest effectively. I don't think Yone would have the convo Locke had with Ev. No. Locke also lets demons go. Yone would never. That's a very good point, too. Yeah, I don't think that would ever happen. That's a very interesting thing, too, why he would do that. It's very interesting. Maybe Locke, depending on how he looks at it, he might kind of feel like again, considering that he thinks that they're basically the manifestation of and creatures that feed on the grief of people, maybe he has a bit of empathy from them. Maybe she has crucial info as a deal. Maybe. But it could also be that Locke doesn't look at demons. He almost looks at demons as manifestations of the suffering of people. That'd be interesting. So he even takes like a little bit of pity or like whatever upon them. Because basically what they are like hungering manifestations of people's suffering and grief. Like his bio said there, that's how he views them. They are the manifestation of people's darkness, not the thing that corrupted people. And exactly, they can't help it. And as sensual and creepy and demented as Evelyn, the whole Evelyn shuddering and stuff like that, she literally is so literally like just obsessively driven by that hunger. It's like it's the nature of the demon. And it's funny because like he said in the bio, it's more about what does it say here? Let me go back to Locke. Jesus Christ. It says, he learned young that demons aren't the cause of humanity's darkness, but the consequence. And then what did it say? I think at the beginning, maybe I'm misremembering. His voice lines are quite good. Yeah, I'll check him out. Locke's special interactions. Locke got a lot weirder. I hate my mom. Why is that getting weirder? I don't understand. It seems pretty understandable. Special interactions, full voice English.
She's a 10, but she flays people alive.
Same thing that I say to my chat, and you guys always just say back, would. Still would. It's like Xalatath. I'm like, dude, she's an eldritch entity of darkness. Well, technically not. She was immortal now. We actually know that now. At least we believe that we know that. And people still go, would. Crazy.
Sorry, Ev. You're not my type. Hey, kid. Your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Fiddlesticks?
Oof. Oof, dude. Holy shit. Considering the backstory with Ty Bulk and Annie's mother, that's a fucking crazy line. What type of wood? We talking mahogany or a nice cedar? Good old walnut.
Your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Fiddlesticks? Hope that's not your true name. Honor's not the answer, big guy. But you know that, don't you?
Of course it's not his true name. Yeah. Honor's not the answer, big guy, but you know that, don't you, Garen?
You. Looking for someone to judge, oh holy one? Try a mirror.
I like this guy. I fucking like this guy.
Don't hide too long, Bright Eyes. You won't like what finds you. Sorry, Miss Protector. Most mortals are a lost cause.
Morgana. Most are a lost cause. Don't hide too long, Bright Eyes. You won't like what finds you. I need to learn more about Lux.
Nightmare. More like jump scare. Oh, great. A clown. Who even likes clowns? Hiding something up your sleeve, Jerry? The River King.
Jerry? Fucking Jerry. Because Jericho. Oh my god. Calling fucking Swain Jerry. Oh my god. I'm gonna call Swain Jerry forever.
Hiding something up your sleeve, Jerry?
Yeah, so obviously he knows the demons there. That's cool.
The River King. Fancy title for a dressed-up catfish.
Huh.
All that pain's gonna bury you, Shauna. Let it go. People's masks aren't usually so literal.
Yep. Literally wearing his demon on his face. It's so sick, dude. It's so sick. Again, it's just hard not to think of the golden demon when you see shit like that. People are like, oh, he's not a fucking demon. You're right, he's probably not. But again, it's been suggested by Riot devs that the exposure to his spiritual weapons and all the horrible things he's done, when he dies, he could actually become a fucking demon. And that could be how demons came to be originally in some way. That'd be crazy. But I think demons and spiritual entities are technically said to predate mortals, so I don't know how the fuck that would work. Unless they're like manifestations of the celestial or some shit. I don't know. This basically confirms Shaco is a demon. Yeah, we know Shaco's a demon. Like, was that a fucking debate? When I read about Shaco before, the very small amount of information, I was like, yeah, this thing is a fucking demon. Are you guys trolling me? You have to be trolling me, right? Also, in his trailer, he's hunting down demons, and Shaco's the first one that he kills in his like reveal trailer. It's not news. It's got to be you guys are trolling me. You're trolling me.
And this is why we don't play with fire. Fiddle me this. For Demacia.
It wasn't confirmed as far as I'm aware, but like, you read between the lines though. Like, everything is not just going to be like blatantly confirmed. Like, sometimes you got to look at the evidence and go like, yeah, okay. Like, same thing happens in World of Warcraft. He didn't have established lore is all. It was debated whether Shaco was canon in Runeterra. Well, it doesn't seem like a surprise to me whatsoever.
People's masks aren't usually so literal. And this is why we don't play with fire.
Huh.
Fiddle me this.
Fiddle
For
me this.
Demacia, right? Verdict's in. Guilty. Sleep tight, little light. Like I said, mortals. They always let you down. Sweet dreams, knife arms.
Interesting that he says mortals like that. Like he isn't one or something like that. He is saying it to Morgana.
Mortals, they always let you down. Sweet dreams, knife arms.
Knife
Clowns. Ravens circling. They're here for you. You talk so much, Tommy, yet say so little.
Jerry and Tommy. Tom and Jerry, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, he kills her, so... Sorry, who kills what? Who kills who? Why would anyone want to troll you? No one would ever troll me. It's a line that drops when he kills Morgana. Right, I know that. I see that. Oh, so he's the mortal in that case. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Good point. It's just interesting that he has that. He had a line referencing mortals before that as well when speaking to Morgana. So I understand he's probably speaking of it in a way that makes sense for the framework of her existence because she's an immortal being. But it's, I don't know, it's still just interesting, I guess. Or maybe it's fucking nothing. Whatever.
Shauna, it didn't have to end like this. Clean kill. Good omen. Not today. No risk, no reward. Almost gave up the ghost. Little pain keeps you sharp. A moment of silence for the recently departed. From dust to dust. One less place to run to. People will hide behind anything. Shauna, I've always wanted to say, I love your bad attitude. Wow, Shauna Vane. I hope she's a worse shot than I remember. Nothing but lies and depravity out here. Reminds me of home. People rarely change. They just learn to lie better.
Oh. Oh, man, that's a banger.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. I don't save souls. I condemn them. A confession a day keeps the exorcist away. This one doesn't even have a soul. Honestly, kind of refreshing.
Interesting. Baron, a void monster, does not have a soul. So not spiritual or anything at all, of course. No soul.
All right, it's your funeral. Yes. You always talk this much when you're nervous? Think you can hide the truth? Love that optimism. Ew, you've got issues you don't even know about.
That's a fucking bar. I love that.
Looking for redemption? I'm not your guy.
I'm not your guy, pal. I'm not your pal, friend. Jokes fail is when he failed the bottle flip.
Gonna do something about all that darkness? Your soul's showing. Gotta say, not a good look. No second chances. In your next life, do better. Too far gone. Nailed it. Absolution. You had a choice. You chose wrong. Couldn't handle the truth. Liar in life. Honest in death. Could use a hand. A little help? Anybody? Careful. Eyes open. Watch your back. They're gone. Where are they? Lost them. Be right there. I got you. Heading in. Right here. Focus. This one. The ritual begins. Gotta sharpen my nails. Back to the ash. Back before the ash settles. Need to do a little soul searching. Where there's smoke, I never forget a soul. All right, it's your funeral. Anchored my own soul. Works every time.
Anchored my own soul. I suppose maybe that's what those scars on him are for. He ignites his soul, and because it's anchored, he can't die. That's crazy. That is crazy if that's what's happening.
Resurrection. I've got something for that. Death is optional, if you know the right spells. A little death never bothered me. Ready to confess. Marked. Truth hurts. Got you. Oh, it gets worse. You're done. Confess. Guilty. Too late. Repent. Immolate. Release. I love this part. No escape. Time's up. Say your prayers. Reap what you sow. Should have come clean. This is salvation. Back where you belong. There's my greedy little buddy. How'd you feel, buddy? What would I do without you?
He talks to the skull, calls it buddy. There's my little buddy. How'd you feel, buddy?
Still hungry, pal? I used to spare the guilty. Now I know better.
Well, what about the Evelyn thing? Guess he doesn't consider her guilty. Guilty, I guess. I always call Evelyn.
It's the righteous ones you've got to keep an eye on. If everyone did a little soul-searching, it'd make my job easier. I've seen people do things that'd make demons look like saints.
Yeah, that is a horrifying truth.
Not many souls worth saving. Trust me. I've looked. I was raised to obey. Yeah, that didn't work for me. Demons get a bad rap, but the real monsters, people.
Oh, yeah, that's the line that I was thinking of earlier. Saying demons get a bad rap definitely gives some perspective on how he views demons. Sees people as worse.
Evil loves to hide behind good intentions. There are no secrets with me. Ignorance isn't bliss. It's cowardice. If you bury the pain will bury you. Exorcism. Very high mortality rate. Sure, the truth hurts, but it hurts less than a nail through the head. Honesty. It's my only rule. I love disappointing my mother. Used to give second chances. Not a risk I take anymore. We all have our demons, but we don't all feed them.
Used to give second chances, not a risk I take anymore. Dude, watch. It turns out Evelyn is his mother. Evelyn is his mom died and turned into a demon. And that's Evelyn. Imagine.
I take anymore. We all have our demons, but we don't all feed them. Got my salt, sigils, nails, lack of faith in humanity. I don't believe in clean slates. The first monster I ever knew? Dear old Mom. Pain's a cost I'm willing to pay. This magic used to own me. Now it's my favorite toy. Big lies, white lies. See right through them. Cleanse the soul, starve the demon.
Love that.
There it is. The real you. Truth or nail? Got a nail for you. It's me, the consequence of your actions. Spare me the sob story. This'll be quick. Don't lie to me. The truth scare ya? Any last words? You're way past forgiveness. This'll hurt. A lot. The soul can't lie.
Dude, I need Yone to meet this guy so badly, dude.
Well, that's not good. Here we go again.
Nice. Some really good lines in there. Big fan. Big fan of Locke. Sick champion. Sick champion, dude. Yo, worth the wait. He cooked with the lines. Yeah, the voice actor is very good. Big fan. He does the cinema when he dies. I don't know why he sounds so familiar. Kieran Regan. Cookie Run Kingdom, Fortnite Chapter 5, Genshin Impact, Pokemon Horizons. Goodbye, Lara, Ascendance of a Bookworm. World of Warcraft Midnight. I wonder who he voices in that. It doesn't say, it just says voice. Yeah, it could be one of the Blood Elves, I guess. Maybe not like a notable named character. What if he's Eritor? I don't think so. I think Eritor's voice actor is known. I know, but credits of Midnight? I don't know how to look at the... I don't know how you even look at the credits of something. Like, where do you get the... Sino Amanore. It could, dude. It could be. It could be. It says various NPCs additional voice work. Where do you see that? I don't know. Either way, that was pretty good. What else is in here?
So Locke...
Riot gave Locke a dark secret. So yeah, demons view us as our souls, not the body. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, they're spiritual, right? So it would make sense that they view things in a spiritual way, not so much the physical. So we already have the Locke. Special interactions. Back from the brink. The incredible or the eternal aspects. I feel like I kind of already went over that today. Can't imagine what demons see when they see Sanuzal. No wonder they fear him. Yeah, I bet his soul is like pure red fucking fire. Your soul's going in the 1,000-spine Deathwinder. Could you survive on Runeterra? Could be fun. Man, there's so much shit in this React channel. Pandemonium, how Shaco finally became canon.
What do you...
All right, the Volibear thing, hang on. I'm not sure if it still is or not. Message got blocked maybe because of the C word? I don't know what the C word is. By the way, Pyro, since I wasn't here during the video of Between Mord and Aatrox, I want to mention something you might not know. Viego's sword was forged in the spirit realm, and Vlad's uncle fled to Viego's kingdom after Mord's first resurrection and defeat. What I'm saying is that it's possible the Sword of Viego might be the key to Mord's return. I could totally see that. I mean, it's like saying Frostmourne is the key to the return of like the Lich King or the Jailer or whatever. Yeah, sure. Fucking totally. Yeah, I love that. I didn't know it was forged in the Spirit Realm. That's really good to fucking know. Because I'm pretty sure the Spirit Realm that the Shadow Isles bridge to was potentially to Mitna Raknun, the realm of Mordekaiser. He's so Witcher coded for sure. The skitter of 1,000 iron-clawed hands and the gnashing of spectral teeth promise a nasty end to any who refuse to serve. He looks like Vash the Stampede, by the way, his design. I don't know who that is, so that doesn't really like mean anything to me. A character from Trigun Stampede, yeah, he's got similar glasses, similar hairstyle and stuff. I just think the picture of the 1,000 pierced bear, which was originally Volibear's canon look. I mean, that's giga demonic. I mean, seriously? It's got fucking extra eyes and shit. It's got the red and magenta color motifs. Like, that's giga demonic. Not even a question. Looks like all the eyes on the trees that we just saw. He's got demon sigils inscribed on him. And they worship them basically as like wild gods. But look at this shit. These creepy, open-mouthed, double-eared, fucking double-mouthed, fucking horrific creatures. Like, what the fuck? I am not to be perceived. Yeah, super fucking demon, dude. Super demonic shit. What the fuck? And the Blood Moon shit with Udyr, that dude is a fucking demon. I mean, I don't know if that's not a demon. I think they stayed with this white bear look because it's iconic. Yeah, that's insane. They call me Val here, the Volibear, but my true name is mine alone. Like, yeah, I wonder why. I'm just going through and deleting stuff from the React channel that I watched. Isn't Volibear kind of manifested by the will of his worshippers? Almost similar to how demons are born from humans' darkness, he could be a more massive collection of it through worship. I think this look is canon. It's just how another part of Runeterra sees him. Because those transformed bears were by his making because they were worshippers. Those were mortals that he turned into those fucking creepy bears. He turns his followers into those twisted animalistic things with double jaws and whatnot. And got mad, really mad. Like, who got mad? They did? They went insane, or they were driven mad? Is that what you're saying? They went insane. Lovely. Yeah, no, nothing demonic about that. Need to read the Volibear lore sometime? Shamans generally succumb to frenzy. That's why Uther went to Ionia to train his mind with Lee Sin. And by the way, Neela that fight a lot of demons also fight Volley. I didn't connect the points until now. Well, now's as good a time as ever, right? Volibear champion theme. If the gods of the Freljord are influenced by their worshippers, perhaps Volibear became more demonic because of humans rather than the other way around. Its implication for Ornn and Anivia as well. Volibear the Restless Storm. Let me update my titles. The Volibear, the Relentless Storm. Champion theme. Interesting song. Got some cool skins. Pretty good theme. Some like Nordic or like Scandinavian type themes. Oh shit, yeah, there's that. Yeah, that's his original like look. That's just insane. It looks insanely demonic. I mean, like what the fuck, dude? Like what the fuck? That's his canon look. Apparently, not sure if it's still the case. So is this newer than the white version? Like other demons, please take notes. I don't know. Sometimes you see bears like that. Looks fine. Can I pet it? Yeah, it looks like it's friend shaped, right? All the extra eyes and shit. Totally. They made his main appearance the white version because Thousand Pierced Bear was too different from the original for the mains. Basically, the old Volibear was the white version still, but canonically the Thousand Pierced Bear was his canon look. So they gave him this skin as an update. So the white one is more iconic and more familiar, but his canon look is the demonic looking one. Yikes. I mean, his W is literally frenzy. Sure, which is one of the demon types that we see on the demonic compendium, right? Which is why I relate it to Briar. You can have the frenzy of wild beasts too, though. You know, like Ursoc has like frenzy, and like guardian druids have stuff like that. Doesn't mean they're demonic, but that's also a different setting. The lyrics you're hearing are basically glazing Volibear, singing about the storm that brings Valhir Volibear. Volibear, Anivia, Ornn, and the Iron Boar. This is a skin. The skin came out when they reworked Volibear and was given for free for everyone who owned Volibear before the rework. And they wrote the new story and everything with the Thousand Spirit Bear as the new canon look. But as far as I know, in Freljord, they still see him as the OG. I wonder if his appearance is informed by their beliefs or anything like that. It's a very heroic song. Interesting. He looks pretty fucking sick, dude. Good song. Very different, but good song. Champion update. The Volibear reveal recap. Let me see this real quick. Bro is fucking huge. A lot of the same art that I just saw. That's Ornn, Sandra, Anivia. The animations before and when he strikes are interesting. Some interesting colors going on there. Red and black. The red is for visual clarity, if I remember correctly. Why doesn't everyone just have red abilities then? Just interesting. Some dope skins. We've seen a lot of this. Okay, here we go. bro. An update Riot did years ago where outlines in some specific SFX look red or blue depending on enemy or ally. Ah, okay, that would make some sense. God damn. Big boy. This happened on an ARAM game randomly? What the fuck? You could see it in game, it was sick. Pretty fucking awesome. They did it as like a live stream. Past this bridge is Lissandra's place, also where the Watchers are. Right, they're down beneath the bridge. Limited time edition ARM. It was cool. That is cool. All right, what else do we have with that? I gotta turn that white. The complete story of Volibear. The Relentless Storm, Volibear quotes, Volibear interactions, and special interactions. The complete story of Volibear. How old is this video? 6 years. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
So, it turns out what I said in the last video still holds true. I am still a father. But even though I wanted to take the videos lightly to save some time, Riot dumped out an insane amount of content, which includes a new Bard for TFT, a new Bard for TFT, and a new Mordekaiser Bard for TFT. But we also got the final part of Volibear's story, and we even got a sprinkle of Tryndamere on top of that. And so, because I know people are hyped for Volibear, I decided to push myself a little harder, even though I really don't have any free time now. And I managed to put together a video for the Volibear. So now, without further ado, here is the complete story of Volibear. Although we know Volibear by many names, such as the Thunder's Roar, the Great Storm, Valier, the Ruin, the Thousand-Pierced Bear, or even He Who Stands, which is probably his ancient title, similar to They Who Endure and She Who Wanders. Volibear's real name is a mystery, which only he himself knows. On top of that, even though we call him Volibear, he's actually supposed to be called the Volibear by...
Yeah, dude, him being the only person who knows his true name is the most demonic shit ever. Like, what the fuck, man? All those nicknames are ominous, and also just not knowing the true name. Like, it's the #1 weakness of a demon. I wonder if Ornn knows, since it's his brother? Would that mean that Ornn is a fucking demon?
Mortals, because he's more than just a physical demigod. In the north, the Volibear represents unstoppable power and fury of the Freljord itself. It was the Volibear and his demigod brethren who formed the land they called Voriard,
They're called demigods, huh?
before mortal races arrived. Of course, this means that Voriard is just an ancient name for Freljord. Legends say that the Volibear created the 5 fjords with one mighty swipe of his claw. Interestingly enough, the story never explains where are the 5 fjords. But if you look at what Freljord looks like now, I think these would be the 5 fjords at the far north. Besides this, other legends say how the Volibear fought a savage magma serpent called Rond. During this battle, they created countless volleys and ravines. When the Volibear finally defeated the beast, its blood became the first river in Freljord, and its colossal corpse formed the Wormback Mountains. when people started populating Runeterra, and the first
That's what they
tribes
say.
started to form in Freljord, wild magic flowed freely, and the Volibear was worshipped by all who wished to gain the strength to survive. Soon, great wars raged, and the Volibear stood beside his followers, wearing rune-inscribed armor made by his brother Ornn, the demigod of the Forge. At that time, the bond between the two brothers was strong.
I mean, Ornn, hello? All the black and red, glowing orange and yellow eyes, dude? What the shit, fuck? Not everything has to be a demon, but like, shit.
And they often fought at each other's side, even though Ornn never had the same lust for battle. But as the Volibear fought more...
Ornn is a good guy, he's our Khazgaroth. I mean, I don't think that you necessarily have to be evil if you're a demon. You don't necessarily have to be evil if you're a Darkin. You could be a spiritual... And again, demonic and spiritual entities are so similar, I think, already. One more positively aligned, one more negatively aligned, one more bent on hunger, the other more inclined to have worshippers. So maybe two similar things, but not the same. But, you know, could be something there, I don't know.
More. Humans gave him more blood offerings, and with it, his power grew.
Wait. What?
At that time, the bond between the two brothers was strong, and they often fought at each other's side, even though Ornn never had the same lust for battle. But as the Volibear fought more and more, humans gave him more blood offerings, and with it, his power grew.
In these battles, humans gave him blood offerings and he became more powerful? Are you fucking kidding me? What?
What's interesting is that this part of the story confirms that these primal demigods grow in power the more people worship them. As time went on, however, all the different demigods drifted apart.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder what the difference between like worship and sacrifice and feeding upon people's emotions and grief when they're unwilling. Like I kind of, the distinction between all those is interesting to me. They're probably good blood offerings, you know?
Each following their own pursuits. But things got much worse when the era of the Three Sisters arrived.
And I can't prove this at all, but I like the idea that this is what like his Freljordian like followers see. It's like what they believe him to be, but on the inside, underneath this like illusion. Because like think about it, we just read a story earlier where Evelyn can transform herself to make her to look like anybody, right? So is it so hard to believe that Volibear? Is it so hard to believe that Volibear could disguise itself if it were some kind of fucking demon? Put on like a facade where the true way that it appears is the other skin? I mean, they likely only ever see him behind a cloud of snow. Makes sense they would think him white. Anything to stop him from telling the truth. Yo, Frosty Springs, thanks to the 7-month resub with the Prime.
Own pursuits. But things got much worse when the era of the Three Sisters arrived. The Three Sisters wanted to bring order to Freljord, but the demigods couldn't agree on how to deal with them. A few, like Anivia, were willing to work with the sisters, while the Volibear and a demigod called the Iron Boar wanted to destroy them. And
what if the shamans see him as the 1,000-pierced bear and after that they go nuts? Honestly, you're reaching. Demons and Darkins I get, but this holy reachomancer.
others were just willing to ignore them completely, since these mortal creatures would eventually die like those before them. Unfortunately, it was the Volibear who decided to make the first move, and he looked to the most savage followers he had, known as the Ursine. With them, he would defeat the Three Sisters, and to make it easier, he asked Ornn to help him out by crafting weapons and armor for his new army. Of course, Ornn refused, because he did not approve of the Ursine's savage ways. And with that, Volibear torn off the armor his brother made for him, and a terrible fight erupted between the two demigods. This fight is described in greater detail in the story The Lost Tales of Ornn. There we learn that there was a little bit more to the reason why Volibear attacked his brother. For example, Volibear was jealous of Ornn's own followers, who worshipped Ornn out of their own will. They didn't do it because they had to survive, like was the case with the Volibear. They followed Ornn because he was just a great friendly guy. Funnily enough, Ornn never even cared about people worshipping him. And yet, no matter what he was crafting in his forge, he was always surrounded by mortals, watching what he was doing and learning from him. Anyway, the outcome of the great battle was the destruction of Ornn's mountain, which was called Hearthhome. And with it, Ornn's people, the Hearthblood, died as well. Fueled by rage, the Volibear's full power was now unleashed. And so he approached one of the three sisters, who was trying to seal the power of one of the demigods for herself. And before her entire army, he struck her down, blinding her. As centuries rolled by, despite the Volibear's resistance, people started worshipping the three sisters instead. And soon, instead of facing the raw nature of the Freljord, the mortals started building homes, herding animals, and farming crops. The Volibear roared in fury because this was not his Freljord. The change happened slowly, but over time, the Volibear realized that the tribes had been cut off from the spirit of the land, making them frail and soft. After witnessing this change, the Volibear swore to tear down all evidence of civilization and return the Freljord to its ancient state of true wilderness. The people would become strong again, and he would be honored and feared by all. These days, as the thunder roars over the distant mountains, more and more answer its call. And slowly, the old ways are being remembered, which means that the Volibear grows stronger with each new follower. Although there is
I'm starting to realize I play so many villains in League.
for Volibear's bio, on Universe...
Yeah, he wants it primal, violent, wild, uncontrolled, and he wants the followers to follow him. Ornn didn't give a shit. Ornn was more concerned with forging and crafting. Not Volibear.
You may notice that there are a lot of other stories connected to him. But from these stories, the Tales of Ornn have 5 chapters, and only the last chapter really mentions Volibear. That's the one that described his battle with Ornn. Next, the story called Voice from the Hearth shows us the remains of Ornn's mountain, which again was called Hearthhome. This story revealed that these days, the place is called the Half Mountain of Old Ornn. And in this story, a local Freljordian tribe witnessed a brief clash between the Volibear and Ornn. So the purpose of the Voice from the Hearth was to show us that the two brothers still fight. But
the artist versus the warrior, tale as old as time.
The newest addition to Volibear's lore is the story Stormbringer. And this one is interesting, because as some of you may know, in Udyr's story, when the Ursine call upon the Volibear, they summon the abomination known as the Thousand-Pierced Bear. But the Stormbringer story shows us what happens when you are not one of the Ursine, but you still decide to call upon the Volibear. So now, here's the story called Stormbringer.
So specifically, they get this. These guys calling upon him do. Interesting.
Summon the abomination known as the Thousand-Pierced Bear. But the Stormbringer story shows us what happens when you are not one of the Ursine.
Would be good to learn more about the Ursine, and maybe learn what happens in that short story with Udyr.
But you still decide to call upon the Volibear. So now, here's the story called Stormbringer.
So you call upon the Volibear, but you get that? It's like different manifestations of the same deity. That's fucking weird.
The story begins with a human shouting out the name Valier. This name hadn't been spoken aloud in ages. And so when the Volibear heard it, he thought it was just a dream, and he continued his slumber in the snow. But when he heard the words, "Valier, with your name, with this blood, I call upon you," the demigod's eyes flicked open.
They fucking summon him with blood? Again, that's just insane.
Because he realized it wasn't a dream. The voice came from half a land away, but to the demigod's ears it was clear. With a low growl, as the great bear rose, an avalanche of snow fell from his titanic form. He could smell the blood tribute in the air, and a thrill ran through him. Somewhere, stones had been arranged
I'm sorry, but like, how am I supposed to not be reminded of the Evelyn thing earlier? When she like shudders with hunger. He smells the blood tribute and a thrill goes through him. Like, what the fuck, dude? It could just be primal, like, predator following the scent of blood type shit, I guess. But like, it's weird.
To form his rune. A sacrifice had been made in his name, and he felt the power of that worship infuse his limbs. As the voice continued to call upon his fury and strength, the Volibear's own heart started to beat in time with the distant drums of war. He could even hear the stamping feet, the clashing of blades, and the cries of the dying. All of it called to the body he wore. It called to him. With that, the Volibear roared to the heavens, a sound that touched—
What did that just say?
Blades, and the cries of the dying. All of it called to the body he wore.
All of it called to the body he wore? What the fuck does that mean?
It called to him. With that, the Volibear roared to the heavens, a sound that touched every living soul in Freljord. Hundreds of miles away, where the sun never rose, a spirit walker woke up screaming, clawing at his face with hands that were twisted into talons. Across the land in a different direction, a pack of Rhymefangs howled, echoing the demigod's cry. And elsewhere, far, far away, a group of tribesmen sitting around fires fell silent, their hearts suddenly thundering. Friends looked at friends with hostile expressions. Blood would be spilled. Meanwhile, the Volibear dropped on all fours, surging forward. Boulders and trees were smashed out of his path as he picked up speed. When next he paused to sniff the air again, he was hundreds of miles away. He was getting close. The storm clouds of his war rage gathered nearby. The next time his name was called, with an earth-shattering impact, the God Bear arrived above the battlefield. Below him, he saw two armies soaked in blood, but one was vastly outnumbered. They were fighting a losing battle. Something smelled wrong about the larger army. Its humans were clad in black iron and fought beneath a red banner. He growled as he realized these were not Freljordians. He bared his teeth and a lightning flashed, sending the charred bodies of both armies flying. Next, the Great Bear turned towards the voice that kept calling his name. It was a mortal woman, clad in fur, her face splattered with gore. She raised a pair of bloodied axes to the sky in salute, after which she turned towards the battlefield, and she hurled herself at the enemy with renewed vigor. Then the Volibear too faced the enemy, and he charged in, with a roar spoken in an ancient tongue, which shook the heavens themselves. Bones crunched, blood splashed, voices wailed, and in mere moments, the war was over. The enemy turned to run, but the Freljordians, now filled with savage rage of the Volibear, hunted them down like wolves. The Volibear watched the slaughter in satisfaction, blood dripping from his maw. After that, the woman who called upon him dropped down to her knee, and she introduced herself as War Mother Wraitha, the Bloodied Hand, and she thanked the Volibear for saving her village. It was only then, after Volibear's rage faded, that he noticed the farms and the houses around him. And when he looked back at the woman, his form grew bigger and bigger as his anger returned. At that point, his body was ready to continue ripping and tearing. A moment later, he shouted at the woman in his forgotten tongue, but when the woman just stared back at him confused, he used the younger, bastardized language which she understood. He told her to rise. Warriors knelt to nobody. After that, he demanded to know what happened to his river. It was blocked by a dam, which was something the Freljordians clearly built. The power of the river was supposed to flow freely. To hold it back was an abomination. The Volibear stomped past the woman, and with a roar, he tore down the stones and freed the waters. Now the river was thundering as it was meant to be. Volibear watched in satisfaction as the natural force grew, and the waters demolished entire settlements beneath. With all evidence of civilization gone, he turned towards the Freljordians.
That's a fucking asshole.
He could taste their fear as he told them that today they were free.
He could taste their fear.
He commanded them to live wild, hunt, kill, and honor the old ways, so that the
live wild, hunt, kill.
Old ways could honor them. War Mother Wraitha stood tall now, nodding. The Volibear knew she had the spirit of a true warrior, and that others—
Volibear's a purist for the wild. Volibear's a fucking demon.
—would follow her. The Volibear then nodded back, and he returned to the horizon. And that was the complete story of Volibear. In the Stormbringer story, it was interesting to see that the Volibear that woke up wasn't like the one the Ursine summoned. Although the story didn't really describe his appearance, just the fact that the Volibear spoke to the Freljordians with a sense of purpose is way different from the Volibear the Ursine summoned.
It's gotta be a difference in the summoning because of the culture. The Ursine, you doing like a more primal, savage type of summoning, and the Freljordians, which are descendants of the people who came before, Lyssandra's people and all of that, being more civilized or something. Why would you get two different manifestations when calling upon the same god? It's like getting Nightmare Ursoc versus like regular Ursoc. That's fucking weird. It reminds me of like primals and FFXIV, like the different like the different techniques giving rise to different entities. It's very strange.
Where he just wanted to destroy and consume life. Also, in this story, it was mentioned that they called to his current form. This might have been just a random word, but it surely is suspicious.
No, it's not just a random word, so that is what he said. Necrid even realizes it. He could hear the stamping of feet, the clash of blades, the cries of the dying. It called to the body he wore. It called to him. That literally is saying that his outward appearance is just a shell. It's just like a fucking, it's just like an avatar. It's just like a vessel. The body he wore? What? Literally sounds like a demon possessing something. The fuck is that? So this could literally just be like the manifestation through their worship that he takes when it's them. And the Ursine, the more primal, the people who would actually be more in line with his like themes, summon something that looks like a fucking demon. Like, what the actual shit? Evil bear in slightly less evil bear suit. Like, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? That's insane.
Suspicious. This really feeds the theory that the Volibear is the warrior spirit of Freljord. And depending on who summons him, and with what purpose, the Volibear can take different forms.
Yeah.
Even the bio mentioned that the Volibear is destruction, strength, and storm made manifest, and that he represents the fury of the Freljord.
The fury of the Freljord. So it might, I mean, it could be that he's not a demon, but the methods of the Ursine summoning manifests him in a way that looks rather fucking demonic. But again, that seems to me to be more in line with the ideals that he pushes.
So even that fits in. Maybe the Volibear really is just a force in Freljord. And the bear, depending on...
Look at that art.
Maybe the Volibear...
like, what the fuck?
...really is
That's insane.
Just a force in Freljord. And the bear, depending on how he is summoned, is the force made manifest. With that said, since we are talking about godly powers that shape the very lands of Freljord, perhaps it is fine if we don't know all the details of how the Volibear works. Sometimes a good godly mystery can be turned into something great later on.
True.
For example, since the new little legends have descriptions that mention real places of Runeterra, the question of can this Bardir be canon is a great mystery.
Good video, as usual. As usual. Volibear without makeup, dude. The first one there was called Sun Eater. What the shit? Yeah, I noticed that. The fuck? The Relentless Storm Volibear quotes.
Once, history was writ by tooth and claw. Now, the land slumbers, empty and cold. Beneath this stone, I sense no wild. Warm bloods rose on 2 legs and forgot forgot how to run. Weaklings, so frail. When my brother gave them fire, they forgot the fire of their own blood. They have forgotten the old ways. They have lost their wild. Nothing but meat. Nothing but rubble.
Yeah, so just very primal purist. Like, fuck civilization, fuck technology, wild hunt. I get it. It's like a Norse god of the wild and you know, primal nature. It is, again, not necessarily demonic, but the manifestation that the Earth sign pull is fucking crazy. And that is still very intriguing to me.
The old ways have not forgotten them. The soil hungers for blood.
Yeah, that's insane. What a fucking insane thing to say.
Thunder roars, wind howls, storms dance upon the soil. Only fools ignore the call to battle. When the night is cruel and dark, I will guide them.
It's pretty cool.
I am Volibear of the First Thunder, destroyer of the White Mountain, carver of the Five Fjords. My blood is of the Volibear, the land before the Freljord. Clouds are the storm cloak I wrap around my fur. With each step I take, the wind gathers and the Thrace-drum grows. I carve my path with blood and bone. I rise, wreathed in lightning. I split mountains with my roar. Their bones are ash and soil. Mine rumble with wild thunder. I still taste their ancestors, stuck between my teeth.
Fucking metal. The laugh.
To destroy is to free. This place has been tamed. I will untame it. I will unleash the Freljord. This ground will tremble with the first storm.
Thematically, he's pretty sick, man.
The land slumbers, but it is not dead. With my roar, I wake it. With my thunder, I call it. Raise your idols. Huddle beneath your stone trees. Today, I tear them all down.
Your stone trees.
I unmake your shrines. Your towers will splinter like rotten teeth. All will crumble. The land belongs to the wild. Today, we reclaim it with tooth and claw.
And these things just like he and Anivia and Ornn and these spiritual entities just came out of the fucking spirit world. Like, where the fuck did they come from? Pretty sure like that's what it says on the wiki. Demons and the gods of the Freljord and things like Nagakiboros and all that stuff came in a time before man, like from the spirit realm. It's fucking weird.
Thunderscore. Bones crunch. Blood drips. This is the way of old Volibear. The land will exist far longer than warm bloods. Many have called to me. Avarosans, Frostguard, Winter's Claw. They call no longer. Many have tried to end me. A god. A god cannot die.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? I wouldn't be so sure about that. Aatrox enters the chat. Yeah, I wouldn't be so sure about that. He seems to be the lightning. Perhaps he's like Ragnaros, only instead of spirits, they take flesh form. It did say it's the physical form he wears. the body he wears. Yeah, he could be like lightning, and Nivea could be like wind or ice or whatever. Ornn could be fire and earth. I don't know anything about the boar.
My thunder shakes the foundations of the world. Gods do not beg. We take what is ours. My sisters are gods of ice and salt and everwinter. And Ornn, a liar.
Ice and salt and everwinter.
My sisters. Together, we would harness a storm to consume the Freljord. Follow me, and we will bring down sky. Hirnvel are sacred. Tree, soil, beast, blood. The Ursine speak for man, and the wild responds.
The Ursine speak for man, and the wild responds. It feels like they're getting the most true, wild, primal manifestation of Volibear when they summon him. He really doesn't like Ornn just because he's warm and nice.
I hear them calling Vol'hyr. The Vraestrom answers. The creations of mortals fail. The wild remains. Your shrines will fall. Sky calls to me. Let the storm follow in my wake.
He's got a sick voice.
Let the land thunder with my storm. Feel the power of the wild. Darkening clouds. Rolling thunder. I taste iron on the wind. Blood. An omen to those who stand against the wild. The storm gathers, and I enter sky. Whose heart calls the storm? You mean to kill me? You cannot kill a storm. You cannot tame lightning. You have no power here. Tremble at my roar!
God of storms.
I am Vol'hyr. I am the storm. I roar, you bow. Vol'kufera.
Important to note that the Ursine are spirit walkers that use their abilities without restraint to the point that they lose their identity. Are they man or beast? They can't tell.
I was uprooting towns when your elders were crawling. My land was named by a god. It cannot be renamed by a coward.
The beast takes over. We saw that with Udyr.
Play it rage, Warmblood. I will taste the fear quivering in your guts. I feast on your heart. Down with false idols. Your gods fear me. Your war mothers do not know true war. Your gods are cowards. I knew Avarosa, just as foolish as you.
Probably to Lysandra,
Truth lurks in a Warmblood's guts. Your lies feed the soil. You have the heart of a weakling. But even in a cowardly man, the heart...
Oh, that's to Ash. Ah, that would make sense as well. Yeah.
Heart is wild. That is why it must be eaten last. Break them open, tearing flesh, torn to bone. Bleed offering. Storm devour you. Vraestrom consume you. Everwinter take you. I run, I tear. Storm unleashed. Skulls, spines, always crunch. Blood, always tastes the same. Another coward dies. Such a feeble sacrifice. Such a death far greater than your life. You emerge from your mountain cave, brother. Let us end this. 1,000 scars! What is one more? Battle boils the blood. Ice hides the fury within.
Interesting quotes, these last few. 1,000 scars, what is one more? I mean, I would think that's a reference to his other skin, right? Ice hides the fury within.
Orn, you once denied me your weapons. Now I no longer need them. I will not be forgotten.
Presumably because, like other spiritual entities, if you're forgotten, you, like, actually die. Can't have that. That's how you kill a god.
Die! Do not die. The ground is sown in blood. A feast for the earth. Blood, the way of the land. We are all blood of the wild. The heart of a child is untamed, violent in its hope, cruel in its despair. Orn's blood on my claws. Surely there was a reason. Surely this is just. Oh, brother, your forge is empty and cold. You have lost your strongest weapons. They wither and decay. May you return on swift wings. What happens when old wounds heal? I am a god. I cannot die. But do I live if I am not in the hearts of warriors?
There you go. There it is again. Almost remorse for killing his brother there. That was interesting. Yeah.
They call me Volhir, the Volibear. Great storm. My true name is mine alone.
Yeah. That's sus.
In my dreams, I see bones frozen in ice. I wonder if they are my own. So must it be. I will roar the world into stillness. So must it be.
Perhaps greater spirits like wild gods can also succumb to demons? That's an interesting thought. A great song, great lines. The voice for that is nice.
You've gone soft, brother. Too much cake.
What a great fucking ending to that. What a great ending to that. Volibear's interactions? How long is this? 10 minutes? Oh, goodness me, dude. In special interactions, Legends of Runeterra. 4 minutes. All right, we can do this.
You've gone soft, brother. Too much cake. Brother, you have lost your strongest weapons. They wither and decay.
Wonder what he's referring to.
You emerge from your mountain cave, brother. Let us end this.
Humans, probably?
Orn,
oh.
You once denied me your weapons. Now I no longer need them.
That's a good idea.
My sister, together we would harness a storm to consume the Freljord. Sister, how long can you endure the ice burning in your heart? What is that? A cub? Your war mothers do not know true war, Ash. I knew Avarosa, Ash. Just as foolish as you.
Is it people believe Avarosa, that Ash is maybe Avarosa reborn? Is that what that is?
The heart is strong, Braum, and tastiest after battle.
Reincarnation, yeah.
Braum, you have the lip fur of a lowly cub. Half of it is milk. You have no power here, young witch. You think you can be savage, Tryndamere? Bristle! Why do you bow to this weak-willed warmblood? Boy and beast. Boy. The heart of a child is untamed, violent in its hope, cruel in its despair. Rengar! I heard of your hunt, and I heard of your failure.
I don't know anything about Rengar.
Tell me, Rengar, do your trophies make you stronger, or do they weigh you down? Do you have something against bears, old man? Play it rage, Warmblood. I will taste the fear quivering in your guts. Your towers will splinter like rotten teeth.
It's pretty much all the same voice lines, but actually getting to see what he's responding to when he says them. He basically tried to hunt Kha'Zix, and Kha'Zix tried to hunt Rengar. It was Alien versus Predator with Kha'Zix. Gotcha.
You, such a feeble sacrifice. Your gods are cowards. I was uprooting towns when your elders were crawling. Oh, brother, your forge is empty and cold. Ornn's blood on my claws. Surely there was a reason. Surely this is just. My sister.
Ornn's death animation really confuses me.
Ornn's blood on my claws. Surely there was a reason.
You mean like when you see the energy go out of him up into the air?
Surely blood on my claws.
Right there. He dies normally, but when Voli dies, he turns into ice and shatters.
Ornn's blood on my claws. Surely there was a reason. Surely this is just.
Oh, because they all otherwise have that animation.
My sister, may you.
She doesn't have a special death animation really either.
My sister, may you return on swift wings. Your lies feed the soil. Another coward dies. So must it be. I feast on your heart. Blood, the way of the land. Such a death, far greater than your life. A feast for the earth. I unmake your shrines. Down with false idols. Nothing but rubble. Beneath this stone, I sense no wild. Truth lurks in a warm blood's guts. Your gods fear me.
Like blood is truth, or what is? I wonder what he means by that.
Break them open. Skulls, spines, always crunch. So frail.
Death done.
Show me your baby fangs again. How dear. Whose heart calls the storm? A god cannot die. I rise, wreathed in lightning. The land will exist far longer than warm bloods. Their bones are ash and soil. Mine rumble with wild thunder. Follow me, and we will bring down sky. This ground will tremble with the first storm. The land belongs to the wild. Today, we reclaim it with tooth and claw. Gods do not beg. We take what is ours. Bones crunch. Blood drips. This is the way of old Volibear.
It's kind of weird that for someone who's like so primal and like dismissive of mortals and like is all about the wild, that he walks on 2 feet. Isn't that kind of fucking weird? Like, shouldn't this guy be running around on all 4s? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What's going on with this guy? This guy doesn't even believe what he says. He didn't practice what he preach. Walking around like a fucking abominable snowman on 2 damn feet. The fuck?
My land was named by a god.
When he cues, he runs on all 4. Should be doing it all the time.
It cannot be renamed by a coward. They call me Volibear, the Volibear, Great Storm. My true name is mine alone. Clouds are the...
Are you gonna play the XIV expansion? Fuck yeah. Oh yeah. Norse themed stuff? Fuck yeah, dude. Evercold looks sick. And when his movement speed is high enough with Home Guard, for example,
Storm cloak I wrap around my fur. Even in a cowardly man, the heart is wild. That is why it must be eaten last.
Jesus.
Thunder roars, wind howls. Only fools ignore the call to battle. I am Volibear of the First Thunder, destroyer of the White Mountain, carver of the 5 fjords. They have forgotten the old ways. The old ways have not forgotten them. The land slumbers, but it is not dead. With my roar, I wake it.
Pisser of the First River, dude. The Ursigned King. The Urined King.
With my thunder, I call it. Raise your idols. Huddle beneath your stone trees. Today, I tear them all down. Many have called to me. Avarosans, Frostguard, Winter's Claw. They call no longer. In my dreams, I see bones frozen in ice. I wonder if they are my own. My blood is of the Volibear, the land before the Freljord. When my brother gave them fire, they forgot the fire of their own blood. Darkening clouds. Ugh. An omen to those who stand against the wild. My sisters are gods of ice and salt and everwinter. And Orn, a liar.
Volibear seems like he'd be pretty strong. I wonder how he would match up against like a Mord or Aatrox.
I am a god. I cannot die. But do I live if I am not in the hearts of warriors? I still taste their ancestors, stuck between my teeth.
Yeah, it's all those same lines. Good though. Good to see again how those interactions occur. This is the last one here for Volibear. Special interactions in Legends of Runeterra.
You wish to cut my thread? Grand boast, Tiny Bean.
So that's specifically Nanila. Interesting that she would fight him. She does go around looking for the strongest beasts and challenges them. She doesn't specifically only fight demons.
Worry not. I'll have you crashing down to my level.
I like that 99% of his emotes are callous and then 1% are introspective and deep. Yeah, specifically the ones that tend to refer to either his death or his brother.
Who dares challenge the wild?
Oh yeah, Neela in that art.
Name's Orn. No further pleasantries needed. None shall remember you anyway. Gods do not need followers. Followers need gods.
Interesting perspective. I guess that's how he operates. What is Runeterra? Yeah, Legends of Runeterra is a card game. Like Hearthstone.
Idiot! I need only foes.
But it's canon, unlike Hearthstone.
A storm approaches.
It will ground and crush you.
Something ancient stirs.
And something winged dies.
They offer tooth, bone, entrail, but never flowers.
Good. They are less satisfying for my fangs. What do you tell the offerers, Seer?
The truth, Volbear. The finality of the storm.
Do you see Orn's folly now?
His forge's heat blinds me no longer, Volbear. We will display Orn's corpse for all to see!
Betrayer.
No, he will be buried and then forgotten. My rage and powers cannot be bested!
And presumably once he's forgotten, he can't come back.
Ah, such pride. You will cut many threads. Hear that, yearlings? The wind calls us to battle.
The fuck is that thing?
I'm listening, Stormlord.
Oh, it's an earth
I
sign.
hear the call. A hot, bloody day, and a fine one. A great enemy. There are only weaklings now.
What the fuck is that, Deathwang?
Drive your storms harder, Janna.
Your rage will leave you nothing to protect. My storm does more than destroy Volibear.
Carry my roar, Janna. Otherwise, be silent.
There can be no ice without water, Volibear.
Ah, what is water but ice that is weak? You wish to cut my thread? Grand boast, tiny being.
Worry not, I'll have you crashing down to my level.
I care not whose blood is spilled. I wield the storm. Killing light. Graystrom consumes all. The raging storm hungers.
A raging storm hungers, huh?
To me, Stormkin.
This may be the serpent that he killed and spilled the blood of, making the first river.
Lend me your rage. When all is dark and cold, I shall remain. I am Valhyr. I am the doom of all. Let us turn this tundra red!
Damn. Sick art there, too, of Neela fighting him. Couple pieces of art where that's happening. Yo, Volibear's pretty sick, man. I gotta read
The weaklings are routed.
I gotta read his short story and stuff myself at some point. Pretty cool. Dude, I've been putting that one off fucking forever. Maybe it's time to get more into these Freljord champions, man. Udyr, Ornn, Lysandra. I mean, there's some of the more requested ones, if I'm remembering correctly. But that's all for me today, dude. Been going about 7 hours now, and I'm getting pretty tired. Yeah, Silas is a must, especially the whole recent Demacia stuff. And I gotta play Mage Seeker, which I have downloaded. So I do have to get around to that here pretty soon. So thank you guys for hanging out, whether you watch on YouTube or Twitch. I appreciate you supporting. All the follows, subs, gifted subs, all the love. Appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for the tips as well over on the tip that I got over on YouTube. Thank you. I think it was Gunpoko who did that. Yeah, I will be back on Friday. I will try to get the other half of the podcast edited this week to be up on Thursday for anyone who's been waiting for that. There's a new champ in League now. Yeah, I actually reacted to the Locke stuff earlier. It looks like there was actually 2 different tips. Over on YouTube. One from Nocturne as well that I missed. Fuck. Sorry, Nocturne, if you're still here. He said, your lore analysis are really some of the best. Thanks, Pyro. No problem. It's my pleasure. Thank you guys for hanging out with me while I do it. And I'm looking forward to doing more of it. So hopefully that kind of quenched a little bit of your thirst for League of Legends reacts, and I plan to do more in the future as well. So thanks again, everyone. Appreciate y'all very much for watching. Stay awesome, and until next time, which will be on Friday. Rating Tuesday? Yeah. Yes, we are. I hope to see you all later. Peace!